When there's no hope loving for you who saw me before I knew who I'd be. What I have around me means nothing to me if I can't share it with you. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply let fade. What I don't close the door, waiting the chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you.
Had the lows, had the lows. डगर 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 300K यूट्यूबर हाजिर हो। डगर 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 कैसे हो चाट, कैसे हो भाई। 300K के खुशी में आज मेरे सोसाइटी में पानीच नहीं है। Congo love you। मुंह धोना था यार।
मुंह धोने का है।
हैं? गुड आफ्टरनून बग्स भाई, हेलो, कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया। बैंगलोर हुआ भाई, बहुत गर्मी है। कुछ पानी के लिए कुछ खोना पड़ता है, बहुत गंदा था। इवन आई वोर द सेम कलर टी शर्ट, लव यू। बैंगलोर में और आपकी सोसाइटी में पानी नहीं है भाई। बैंगलोर का अभी तक ठीक नहीं हुआ। सारे पानी हेटर्स के आग बुझाने में खत्म। एक्सक्यूज मेरा शिमर कैसे हो? वाट्सा आज इतने स्मार्ट दिख रहे हो सच्ची। है बे, है है है।
मुंह भी नहीं धोया।
कौन जीतेगा बताओ? एक्सक्यूज मी। 400 के नेक्स्ट 3 मंथ्स तेरे मुंह में घी शक्कर। देव भाई ना मान रहे। देव भाई लव यू मेरी जान के टोड्स, द गोड्स। कैसे हो देव भाई?
बंद कर दे।
ना लाइट आ आ ऐसा लग रहा है मैं वैम्पायर हूँ। इतना ग्लो कैसे? नहाने का घमंड है।
ना नहाने का, ना नहाने का।
330 पैक स्पेशल वीडियो हो जाता है, गिव अवे हो रहा है स्पेशल। इससे याद आया, ठीक है। मेडिटेशन स्ट्रीम कैसे लगा बंक्स भाई? आपको पीस मिला कि नहीं? कल क्या स्ट्रीम था भाई, बिना साउंड का स्ट्रीम किए हम लोग ने। ऐसा लग रहा वॉच पार्टी में सब देखा है। 20 घंटे का टेक्निकल पॉज, बिना साउंड का स्ट्रीम सब देखा है भाई। कुछ बचा है अभी? सिर्फ एक डायरेक्ट विनर डिक्लेयर का होना बचा। मैच चलोगे? चलो तुम जीते जाओ। ये डार्क आई कैसे बैठे भाई, जब 3-3 4-4 घंटे का नींद हो। गेको वाला साउंड बज गया था कल। लैंग्वेज वो जाने वाले एकदम दूर। आज कौन सा टीम जीतेगा? तो नंगा एक्सक्यूज में नो नंगा नाच भाई। देखो आज 100% जीतेगा जेंजी। 100%, 100 मतलब 100 भाई। आज भाई जेंजी फुल
यार मेरे को
फॉर्म में।
सिर धोना था यार आज। Should I like order 5 liter of water to wash my?
लाइफ में इतना सक्सेस चाहिए कि सर धोने को बाहर से बिस्लरी का पानी मंगाए। हाँ, इतना सक्सेस चाहिए लाइफ में। क्या बोल? पलक जी को डो करना है आपके साथ। अरे नेकी और पूछ पूछ।
ये क्या है? ये क्यों निकाल रहा है?
हम्म?
ये क्यों निकाल रहा
पता नहीं
है?
बिस्लरी क्यों पानी गए रे
पानी नहीं है घर पे, पानी
Who
नहीं है
will win
गाइस।
भाई एक तो मेरा सोसाइटी वालों ने बोला
कल
ठीक है
जाएगा।
कि 2-3 वाटर टैंक मंगा रहे हैं यूज वाइजली अभी मेरे को एक बात बताओ इतनी बड़ी सोसाइटी इतनी बड़ी ठीक है जैसे बोला वाटर में पहला लोग क्या करेंगे यार 20-20 बॉटल भर के नहीं रखेंगे उससे अच्छा सुमड़ी में डालने का ना पानी क्या बोलते हो?
मैं एक
कोई
बाल्टी भर के
तो
रख दिया।
बोला था कि 300 के पे डांस एक्सक्यूज मी कौन बोला था भाई
यार मैंने क्यों नहीं भरा?
कितने फ्लैट से हैं? तुम लोग फिर वो करोगे जियोगे सर लेट्स गो भाई स्टेज तो हो है स्टेज तो है
300 से ज्यादा तो हो।
भाई पैसिफिक का भी वॉल्यूम बढ़ गया बे
300
शादी से पहले कंडीशन हो गई हमारी बेटी बिस्लरी ये भाई ऑन टाइम हो गया बे मेरा ट्वीट देख लो मैंने देखा सबका देखा कल वही कर रहा हूँ आज देवर्स सिटीज बाय टेंस की चैट में टिप्स मांग रहे थे हिटर मेरे से नहीं मांगा भाई खुश दिख रहे बे
You're seeing
DRX
our teams walk out right now. We have
DRX
G
खुश
and
दिख रहा है
DRX. And paper then, did I hear that right? Are there slightly
Oh,
louder
वो लोग
cheers for
friends
DRX on
हैं
stage?
I mean, definitely, you know, the gold and the blue come out, but it's still the old gods that everyone is rooting for versus the new here in Korea. You know, they've been the stalwarts of
By
Korea for
Stacks,
so long.
cutest
Are they going to
है
be able to take their reign once again?
That's
Don't forget,
Mako.
Gen G, they've got themselves a
was
already
that guy
Oh,
Incredible.
just
incredible
Or
trash talking right
just,
from Binks
yeah,
here.
it didn't take long.
Sorry, I just wanted to say they have proven themselves, right? In Madrid, kickoff.
भाई
even
सारे
here on
friends है
Split
बे
One. So DRX, this is
Defax,
truly
कैसे है
a
मेरी जान?
battle, probably the best battle that we're going to be seeing here on Split One.
Oh, it is going to be an intense and emotional battle as well. I wanted to go back to, what I addressed earlier about, Lakia formerly being on the same team as
Dancing
Stax,
Jays,
and
भाई,
Mako,
देखता।
and everybody back in the Vision Strikers days. And, Lakia and Stax, rather, used to share that
मेरा
initiative
भाई
role on Vision
बर्थडे है
Strikers,
आज
right? Stax is one of
मेरे
the
लिए
best
बेस्ट बर्थडे
initiators
गिफ्ट
of
आई
Pacific,
लव यू
and
हैप्पी
Lakia has
बर्थडे
always been
श्रीश
under
भाई
the
मेनी मेनी
microscope,
हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ
especially
द
here on the
डे
Pacific stage. So now it's that question,
आपसे
right?
आयन
Can
प्लेयर
we
भी टिप्स ना ले
outperform
जैसे
Stax in this very role that they became iconic for?
Yeah, I
ऐसा
mean, if
confidence
Lakia
चाहिए
pops off today, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me
ऐसा
at all. Like,
confidence
you
चाहिए
see this with
I
players a
am
lot, where there's that extra bit of
आज फन हो
emotional
गया लगता
motivation
है
that
भाई
does
आज
actually
पूरा सब
matter.
खुश
Like,
खुश दिख
I
रहे
think
हैं बे
anybody who's competed at a high level knows that when you're
Genji
really
मस्ती कर
emotionally
रही है
invested in it,
DRX
it
मस्ती
can
कर रही
definitely
है
bring out higher levels, and you can also hurt you as well. But I'm really looking at Lakia today to step it up, to be that big
ऐसा
clutch
लग रहा
guy,
है
to
वीडियो
set up
जी
his
का
team
मैच हाँ
with
ना
his util. Make sure texture is popping off.
There's so many like head-to-heads that we can just talk about days for days with DRX and Gen G. The one that always goes back to me.
ये लोग वो
and
वाला
as with
बकचोदी
legendary
करेंगे लग रहा है चौड़ गैंग जैसे उठ उठ के उधर जाने का
Bane and
कांग्रेस बंस बाय 300
Yeah,
लव
there's
यू
a
केवल
lot of
बाय
names
थैंक
on this
यू
stage, so let's see if they're up to the test for this biggest battle. Let's pass it on over to
थैंक यू
our
केवल
casters. We
थैंक यू
have
सो
Quack and
मच
we have
हेलो
Valorant.
300 के वाले
Thank you very much, Deskers. Yeah, it's going to be a
Thank you,
big one,
Saksham.
the gold and blue, and it's going to be the aim of pride. Who's
Talk
going to be
show
the
है,
one
गौरव
that
भाई।
represents Korea? And it
हमारे
comes
बुन
back
में
down
हाथ
to
निकाल
these two
ढूंढ
teams. Ham Quack,
टाइम
this,
मिल
of
रहा है
course,
वॉच
is
पार्टी के
Valdez.
अलावा टॉप
Yeah,
से
it's pretty
चाहिए
interesting. I think that, as they were saying on the
Just
analyst desk,
saying.
a lot of cheers going
300,
towards
like,
DRX. You
Ah.
know, this team that's been around for a long time, very dominant for a long time, but now it does feel like kind of a change in the order at the top, and we'll have to wait and see if DRX can try to reclaim that
Excuse me?
spot. I think, you know,
Excuse
Gen G
me.
obviously
Membership
with
का
the
आपका
more
mod okay.
significant results in recent times, obviously. But if DRX just win
301
one match
के में
and
कितना?
PRX
शर्म
won
करो,
against Gen G
शर्म।
as well, will be interesting to see how it shakes up at the top
कितना
of
दूर
the
है?
tier list, where there is a big
Right.
gap between these three teams. as I mentioned, PRX along with these two. And
Hi,
the rest of
Diya,
the
camera ko dek.
Pacific here at VCT.
Pinky,
DRX definitely
Osori.
does have that effect on teams sometimes. And, you know, first time that Gen G beat DRX, that could be a bit of a fluke, not really, if anything. But then if DRX beats them now, that's going to be a whole different story. Agent compositions, what can you tell me about this? It looks like nothing out of the ordinary for Gen G, but DRX has a little bit of a swap on stacks.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see him bringing out the KO. We also do have the Brimstone here, but it is bind, so definitely a map that I think DRX is pretty comfortable on. We saw some of the stats before we got into this map, and Gen G, obviously with the one game they did play, did not fare too well, whereas DRX have enjoyed this map for a while, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can come out strong here on their first map pick of Bind.
Yeah, and then the other thing also is just that battle of the rookies right now, right? Karen versus Bane, both on the Brimstone, but Karen so far has been the better performer, at least on this
मेरा favorite है, लेकिन Gen G जीतेगा लग रहा है.
He's always sharp with the aim, able to frag out when he needs
ये
to.
10 लोगों में
Meanwhile,
stacks
Binks
में
is
number one
starting
है
to,
मेरे लिए.
kind of get
बहुत cute
comfortable and get adjusted to all these different roles that he plays sometimes.
Yeah, I think so far he has put on a good performance for being a rookie, but I think, you know, as time comes along, they will expect a bit more out of him if he wants to, you know, stay in the roster and really have a big impact on this team, as it's like we're almost ready to jump onto Bind here for this first map. What do you think, Quack? You think DRX is going to take this first one and then Gen G sweep? You were a Gen G predictor yourself, but Bind is kind of an interesting map. Or do Gen G just come out here real strong?
You know, it is hard to say. I definitely am a Gen G predictor, but for this map, it has to be intentional because this is not a very common or normal, usual map for DRX to pick. They did this with the intention of countering whatever, you know, counter-stratting Gen G. And that definitely is a result of that map against Paper
Oh my god, what a speed.
an abysmal first half against Paper X in that one. 10-2 on the attacking side. Thankfully, Gen G is starting on the defense today, so let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, Gen G, they were, I think it was 2-10 on attack against DRX. But again, it's a rough match. It's a strong team. It's not a, you know, maybe the map's not going to play.
But how about the buff KO और जो suppress होएगा वो गोली नहीं चला सकता क्योंकि वो suppress है.
As we do see some pressure already headed towards A short here from DRX.
तो KO ulti खोलेगा तो कोई गोली नहीं चला सकता. क्या बोलते हैं?
An entire wall of smokes. It all disappears at the same time, so DRX trying to hang back, looking for the opportune moment to explode. Can't quite toxic screen creep in towards slams. They hop on over because of Stacks and Splash, but unfortunately the effect is not quite there. Munchkin, Meteor, some of them left undiscovered, able to frag out. And in an instant, we're back to 1-on-2.
Yeah, pretty interesting that Meteor, he missed so many of those shots. It was really close, and Mako only got hit by one, looks like, but able to pick up the spike and get that planted as well. And now he's got a pretty good position here in Showers, just to wait for Defuse to come in.
Got no utility either. Couple of shots and he could be dead, so he has to be crisp with this one. Starts off not too shabby. Munchkin down to 20, a single hit, that's enough. But the snake bite, it pushes him back. He has to sneak out, and he swings with a bat. Takes Munchkin down to the cages. It's gonna be DRX winning the pistol.
I mean, that was just insane from the side of Mako. He's able to clutch it just barely. He was kind of the last one in, right? But he does go ahead and just barely win this one. He's able to swap over the ghost. And then just essentially wins 3 1v1s in a row to clutch the round, right? So it felt like, you know, he was doing a great job, but also Gen G not really hitting those shots. He was so low, like just one good shot would get the job done. But I mean, you're not going to be able to do much on the last 1v1, but the first couple, I feel like Gen G should have been able to put the nail in the coffin. But Mako, I suppose he's got his evasive boots on today. I'm not sure.
It is Mako after all. But then again, I am thinking about Stacks right now. Last week, when they did play on this map against T1, DRX went with the Sky composition, now swapping over onto the KO. Something that, you know, slightly maybe a little bit more meta with the Sky nerfs coming through. Meanwhile, Gen G sticking on towards Sky.
पूरे
I
वर्ल्ड में सिर्फ
wonder
अन्ना खेल
if he has like some specific
We
lineups
should
or
look at it. Any
specific
comments?
ways to make use of his flash drive just to enable Buzz. It didn't work out too great in the pistol.
Oh boy.
This
भाई कोई
time,
तो चिल्ला रही है
slightly
heavy.
foiled by Munchkin, sneaking outside of hookah, able to take down first.
चलेगा जीत
DRX should
सकते
be
हैं
able to
उसके
get
पास
this
गन नहीं
plans
था
regardless. Note that it was 3 big rifle purchases from the side of DRX, and 2 guys sitting on the pistols, so it's kind of a fair fight in that sense to start off, but now Buzz has amazing
God.
gonna take one down.
That opens up new avenues of entry if he decides to push back.
चलेगा एक गन चलेगा
Balls, but instead it's just going to be
भाई मार्क
Stacks
को तो अभी
as
भी
well
बढ़
as
रहा है यार
Mako holding clean from Octagon. You only have Munchkin
बाइक
left
से
and
मरेगा
he's-
ना भाई वो
he
लोग हंस
knows
रहे हैं
he
बे
can't do much.
He's cackling on
It's like, what do I do,
भाई
guys?
वो
the
लोग
player
हंस
cam. He's
रहे हैं
like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna die to the spike here, as you do. And keep in mind that, you know, even though Bean went down with the rifle, Stacks is able to get on in there, pick it up, and so now they're gonna have 3
Which is what they
fantastic guns
started
going
with,
into
hey.
this third this third
मार्क को बढ़
round.
रहा है
Their sky is weak without her beasts.
Would you look at that?
I'm on it.
Should have the money here to buy a couple more as well. So generally, you know, you'd come into this round and it would be pretty advantageous for
Full
Gen
buy
Z,
versus
but
full
DRX
buy.
trying to match the firepower.
Lose all too much, and yeah, exactly. They're going to be able to buy back up just to match that, which means DRX does have a chance at converting this into a bonus. And if they do, that would be the perfect start against Gen G on their map pick.
Yeah, especially because, as we saw, Gen G not very well versed in the attacker side of this one, so maybe if DRX get a very
premier
nice
का
first
leaderboard
half
देखा
start and then they
नहीं
go to defense, might just be lights out quickly
आज
on the
देखते
first
हैं आज
map.
क्या है सैटरडे
But you can never really count out Gen G, so still very early on in this one.
आज
We'll
है
have to
ना
wait and see how they
premier
can readjust.
But for now, it
टुडे
definitely
सैटरडे
is DRX in control of the pacing of the match.
Okay.
Earlier
Huh?
on Pistol, it was like a slow creep
Saturday
up
कभी
towards
पूछ रहा
A.
हूँ
Gen G
आ
weren't
जाओ
expecting it, at least until they finally did. Onto the second round, it was a play in towards B. This time,
थैंक यू
DRX maybe
किशोर
slightly holding some defaults, but they're
आज ही
tossing a
खेल
bit of
सकते हैं हाँ
utility into the B site. It's keeping Gen G on their toes.
And there's still
भाई
gonna be a
रात
couple
का
of
एनी
people
भी है
on
ना
B
आज
at the
क्रेजी वाला मैच है
moments,
ना एनी का
which is just fine. 3 people on
Sensitivity
A
है
trying to
शायद
stop this one, but obviously a lot of smokes in their face, trying to back up the members of Gen G.
Just great timing on the
heavy
utility as
नेट
well.
डाला बे heavy नेट
You're right. They had 3 people, and they had the right sensing as well. Knowing that DRX might approach this site, they
Oh,
tossed
उसको
the
लगा मर
nades at
गया
the right time, but as DRX continues to push through and execute, they managed to take down
भाई
Gen
साहब
G. But look at the surprising peek from Lakia.
भाई
Bit of a
साहब
double. Plant might have been foiled for a second. Karen spots out a player. They have no idea that he's up here.
Oh, that's such unfortunate timing for Karin, though. It could have been just a free kill on the Foxy9 to make it a 1v1 versus a weakened Buzz. He's still going to throw down the volley, and he will be able to take this kill anyway, knowing that Foxy was still in that
have
corner.
you यार Foxy
Down to the last bit. Oh, Buzz had no idea where Karen was, and once again, the rookie proves
What
he's no longer a
what a
rookie. It's
round.
time we shed that title. He
What
comes
a
in and
round.
he knows exactly how to make use of his positioning and timing
हाँ
to catch onto the last suspected
कैरन के
player.
साथ गलत हुआ
DRX.
फिर सही हुआ फिर गलत हुआ
Take a
फिर
look at
सही
this
हुआ
entry. All 3 members of Gen G were just right on top
मेरे को
of
क्यों लग रहा है
the
वहाँ पे
site
फिर भी
right in front
जगह
of showers
था
here, so they were kind of stacked, but
मौली से बचने
DRX
का
did not expect Lakia to just full-on peek out of the smoke, picks up 2, makes it close, and gives Karen a chance to essentially just clutch it there 1v2 with
Like
a nice
Gen G.
angle up in heaven. So
DRX
That's
is
such a
one
smart move from Gen G as well. I feel like Lakia
well,
staying
both
hidden inside that
lovely
smoke
job
was something
thanks
that DRX did not
for the
expect
happy
whatsoever,
vibes
Valdez.
in the
Because
world
if
full of
you're DRX, you're
negativity.
thinking, yeah,
Love
it's
you,
probably going
yaar.
to be a 3-2
Kushal.
setup. 3 people
Look.
on A. Lakia's possibly
Thank
still
you,
rotating
Tushar.
over. They did not expect that move whatsoever. However, they did lose a lot of rifles in that process, so Gen G is going to be playing this round with
Caution here.
Congrats
3
for
upgraded
300k
pistols.
love you
Oh boy.
Rishikesh
Well, 4 if you count the ghost.
the ghost counts. Not quite.
भाई बाइंड में भी 3-1-1
Sheriff,
चल रहा है
but
भाई
At least they bought something.
सब लोग
Foxy9 just
3-2
hanging out
करते
here.
हैं ताकि ट्रेड ले
Not
पाए
gonna hit that shot. Meteor actually gets some damage down and
बहुत
stays
रिस्की है
at
बे
full
3-1-1
health.
बहुत रिस्की है
Still Gen G. Always deadly and lethal, even on the Thrifty. Both Cyphers playing with their cameras, but for now, Gen G has gotten the hint that it is an A hit. Neural Theft has been tossed out, and DRX make the call to go through the teleport. Texture manages to catch them through market though, because they pushed out. Great movements, and all of a sudden DRX are caught in a pinch. Snax is gonna have to fight his way out of this one. Another move through the teleport. He hops over, safe inside of Hookah. Mako has the positioning, but needs to push off some of the Gen G players as they try to continue to apply pressure.
It's getting pretty interesting. We do have the pit here that will be committed to in the 2v3. See a couple of guys upgraded to the rifles on the side of Gen G. And now Mako thinking about getting out of this pit and looking for a pick on a Meteor. He is out. They did not expect him, but Meteor's still doing a pretty good job. He will take the headshot.
मैंने बोला था 3-1-1 risky है. मैंने बोला था.
He heard the defuse, so he started to, get a little bit jittery, but then the swing from Gen G comes out. I mean, Mako definitely tried in that instance.
Very risky
sometimes it's just
3-1-1.
Meteor
Mind में तो
able
very
to
risky.
redeem himself from that first pistol.
Yeah, Meteor doing a great job
भी आता है बे.
in that
Play में
high
बनता
pressure
रहता है ये
situation,
मैप.
but pretty
सबसे ज़्यादा
interesting
play
from
बनता
DRX.
है.
They used a lot of utility early on. They felt like, okay, we have the advantage in terms of firepower.
तक
We should be able to take this
Gen G
one, but
जीतेगा.
so many 1v1s actually just went the way of Gen G, and Texture able to get that kill on the backside, and then this one obviously going to Meteor, and slowly, one by one, the dominoes fell.
Predict करो मेरी बंदी कब बनेगी. कभी ना.
Yeah, it really tells you that Gen G, even with the pistols, they are actually starting to take control of this match right now. Very intentional moves to take control over market. On to the next round, and this time it's going to be DRX with a slightly lesser buy. You've got the Bucky, you've got the Stinger, and they've rushed in. They haven't found any contact though. Gen G making sure to keep the distance.
कितना भाई transition में ऐसे full
Plant is going to come down. The cage falls as well. They are going to wait on that.
Hey, lag हुआ क्या वो?
Headshot from the Sheriff here from
BLD,
who's getting a bit of revenge here for what happened last round in Showers.
No spike plant yet though, Valdez. Because look at Lakia. He's able to watch these angles, trying to flick back and forth. DRX trying to keep him on his toes, peeking out left, right at the same time. Got the Seekers deployed though. Karen is here and ready to frag out. He's got the Molly. He's going to deploy it just to hold off Showers for the time being. Lakia goes in to investigate. Mako swings through the poison cloud. Lakia able to flick back onto him, keeps himself alive for just one more second.
और thirsty बे.
But firing off those shots, he gave away his position. Foxy knew exactly where to peek.
भाई बोला था भाई DRX जीतेगा. कौन बोल रहा था Gen G जीतेगा? बोला था भाई.
The smoke with a classic and just get the drop on the guy and take him down. Mako has been
कौन सी movie fighter देख रहे थे?
so slippery and sneaky this entire map so far, and is going to pick up his 8th kill in that one. This
रात को
shot
3 बजे fighter देख रहे थे. 3:10 को बंद कर
gave
दिया.
his team a chance, I think,
इतना
in this
blinded
one.
हुए थे ना हम लोग.
And from
Blinded.
Fox is able to lock it down.
तू ही बोला था, मैंने बोला था.
I didn't catch what he said, but the audience really liked that one.
I mean, I feel like it might have something to do
भाई
with that
एकदम
Sheriff.
jolly
You're
vibes आ रहे
absolutely
हैं बे
right.
मैप
It
में.
gives DRX like even odds in terms of numbers. and
Brotherly
firepower.
वाला feeling आ रहा है.
But Mako doing that move
Jokings हो
through
रही
the
है.
smoke. Same thing that
सब लोग
Lakia
हंस रहे
did.
हैं. तो
Both teams
translation तो
fairly
चाहिए
evenly
था.
matched. Just when you think Gen G has taken control, DRX takes it right back. Texture now trying to hold
भाई
the off
please
angle.
बोलो
Big
observer
swing,
lag
takes
है.
it down. It's going to be a bit of a pop flash, but look at Fox9 playing through his cyber cages, trying to retain control over Showers. Meanwhile, Stax comes in to take control over the site, and the spike has been planted. Meteor and Karen have
क्या
to
मारा
retake.
बे.
I mean, you heard Paper then
I
talk
just
about
hope that
kind of the
we
emotional
jab,
edge, that
Binks
emotional
में आते हैं.
feeling
It's
coming into the
like
match. I feel
मक्कल
like
reading.
TRX are playing with
Something we
such
देखी
flair
फिंगी
so
sugar
far,
free
such
लड्डू बने
fire
ना.
in their gameplay.
Love you,
Fox9 is
Saksham
like,
bhai.
I will hold the
बर्तन
showers.
कैसे धूप
Nobody
बनाते
else
अभी?
will challenge me in
भाई
here.
पानी नहीं है
He's just
लड्डू
hitting
कहाँ
some
से
ridiculous
बनेगा?
shots. They
चाय
plan
भी
on
बन
A
रही है
again.
आज.
This time it's an easy cleanup. 4 people stay alive.
Love you
Not
Saksham bhai
very
fighter
close
देख
this
रहे थे.
time around. But it looks like perhaps we might get a buy out of
ये
Genji this
किसका मैप
time.
पिक है? मेरा.
As
right.
yeah, it was
Mera.
pretty. This play from Foxy9 was
सारी
really the
teams as
highlight of
बैंड
this round
खेलेंगे
for
मेरे
me.
लिए.
Certainly. I mean, he's done a phenomenal job at controlling Shower so far. The way that he's making use of his
Bhai,
utility,
T1
the way
किधर है
that
बे?
he's keeping the attention away from some of these Genji players.
WATCHPARTY
That was a round where DRX's game plan went
WATCHPARTY
perfect. They kind of anticipated where some of the Genji players would hold, especially with Texture on that off angle, and they just went in. Everyone had the right entries, the right trades, the right protocols. Foxy staying alive inside of Showers as well.
नहीं मांगा लिया. Can you let me best
Pretty
agent
insane
for
stuff.
me?
Pretty early
Eyes
timeout call as
Premier
well from the side of
Omer
Genji, but I
or
would assume
Duel-
that Solo's like, well, this isn't
Duel
exactly
act bad
what
in it.
we prepared. So let's
Omen का काम नहीं
take
है
a little
Xbox
breather. We
You
were a lot
take
better on defense
Viper,
last time we played on this map.
you
Let's
take
try to figure
Harbor,
this out
Viper,
and see what's
Harbor,
going
Gecko.
wrong. Why we
You can
can't
play
really hold
no
this
duelist.
big pressure
Viper,
from the side of
Harbor,
DRX.
Gecko.
And DRX are coming at
Killjoy,
them pretty fast. I think that
KO.
DRX are getting a pretty good read on the tempo of the map so far, and
मजा आएगा
just
खेलने
getting in
में.
their faces, holding down Showers. Foxy9's doing a great job there, as we've mentioned many times, but also the entries have
हर
been
जगह
very
peak
clean
लेने
through
से Gecko
short
blind
as well.
फेंका,
And Genji have
उसके
just
बाद
kind of
peak. 10 second Gecko
fallen
blind peak.
apart and just let it happen so far, essentially. So I
No
think
duelist comp.
as a coach,
Best.
you want to take a bit of time to discuss and maybe try to readjust, because so far the defense has not looked great for Genji.
Yeah, definitely wanting to feel a bit more active with their movements on this defensive side. You don't want to stay too passive. You don't want to play into your opponent's
खाने को
game.
क्या मांगा?
And that's, I feel like, something that happened with that Genji match finals against Sentinels as well in Madrid. So definitely wanting to take matters into their own hands right now. You can see that they've adjusted into hookah control, a bit of an off angle, a bit of a crossfire being set up. Texture's contact
24 hours मतलब मैं
through
सोई
the
नहीं.
garden is crucial here, though.
पैर पे सोई.
I think he's got the
Mind is
information.
becoming attacking map in
I
Esports.
feel like they have a pretty good read on this
Executes
push
रहता है
coming
ना एकदम
in.
heavy
He's got
वाला.
showstopper as well.
वही सीन है बे जो टीम ने
They're just gonna walk
Haas running through. DRX is prepared.
जो
Buzz
टीम ने
with the
executes रोक
buzz
दिया
saw
वो
just
टीम
cuts them in half. Foxy9 and Mako able to
Oh,
trade.
chance
Meteor
था,
with nothing
chance
but
था,
our
chance था.
Guardian just tries to fire off a
Chance
couple of
था.
rounds, but Mako ends his life. It's gonna be
Yes
DRX
everybody.
with yet another round on the board.
मैप पे
Yeah,
ऊपर
two people
क्यों नहीं
stay
दिख रहा
alive
पता
as
नहीं
well.
यार.
Their economy is very healthy. It wasn't a buy round from Genji, so I like how they kind of, as you mentioned, they were active. They got aggressive. They tried to peek on in there. They got a bit of value. They didn't win the round, of course, but at least they took some guns out of the
Very
hands of
strict टेबल के
DRX.
नीचे बैठ.
And at the end of the day, they just couldn't quite check every
बैच
single
प्रीमियर का भी
corner in
देखने
the
गए ना
garden.
जुगाड़. आज खेलने
And
पड़ेगा ना
so
प्रीमियर.
another round does go over to DRX. Let's see how this next one is going to go. We still have 3 ults available here for the side of Genji.
And that's what this timeout was for.
अरे आज पानी
We've got
नहीं है घर
Texture
में.
on the operator now, on top of 3 ultimates, like you mentioned, Valdez. So very, very advantageous kit for retakes. You know, you're able to hang back. Maybe Texture whittles them down with that op. If he's able to get an opening pick, hang back, come back in with the showstopper. A lot of options that Genji can utilize in this round.
Yeah, they definitely can. DRX, finally, it feels like taking their foot off the gas pedal just
Let's
a
go.
little bit.
प्लान कर रहा हूँ प्रीमियर खेलने का.
Although, that hasn't necessarily worked out for them. I feel like the last time they
Premier
did this,
खेलना
they used a
पड़ेगा.
lot of utility, trying to
वरना
fake Genji
fourth
out
आएगी.
and kind of just were a
Fourth
little
आएगा
bit
चलेगा.
slower
Top 10
than
है
the
ना
pace that
qualified.
has been working. And it didn't quite work out in that round. But now they are going to group up fully towards A. Already the rotation coming out of Genji.
Yeah, having pushed out, Karen sees everything.
Here
Here comes the execute from DRX. Showstopper for showstopper. Textures connects.
ये diff था.
Buzz blows up.
ये diff था.
And Genji puts up a wall against DRX. It's the Viper's Pit deployed from Munchkin that keeps them in the game. Look at how it covers just around the
भाई
edge
neck to
of
neck हो रहा है
Showers.
Can
Invites Foxy9 along with Mako inside of it though. But as he peeks out, Texture
Just CBT
right on the
करके.
other side of the door says hello. Mako down to 1 HP. He drops the hit. Mako having to clutch this out, but the round's already gone. He just wants to keep his rifle or do as much damage as possible. Able to flick onto the first. But then here comes Texture, sounding off that operator again.
Yeah, that time
Which
around.
premier
looked
T69
like,
बोलते
the
हैं.
pop flash
First
out
आना
of short
चाहिए
was
वरना
very
celebrate
nice.
कैसे
Actually
करेंगे?
gave them entry in
Unbeatable,
onto
भाई.
the site, but eventually
Unbeatable
Genji
celebrate
able to hold on to get the pit down, and of course the showstopper for showstopper going the way of Genji absolutely helped.
भाई गलत है मेरे.
The angle out of lamps. That is going to. Doesn't require much of an
That's some
explanation.
enjoy कर रहे हैं game.
I don't know. I love it, dude. Like, both teams laughing heartily on the stage. You can tell that this is, it is a serious match, you know? They're trying to fight for the pride of Korea and all of that. But at the same time, they're old teammates. They know each other. They're having fun.
They are having a lot of fun, as you can tell. And now I guess CHUMMI's just going to say, well, we've had a couple of rounds that looked a little bit like this one. And I don't want to really see that. Just stick to what has been working. And that has been just pretty straightforward play, straightforward rushes onto the A side. Don't get too tricky, don't get too fancy with your play. And I think that should work out for you. That's my read at least. But let's see if DRX stick to the aggression.
Yeah, I feel like you're onto something as well, Valdez. Because in that previous round, Buzz used the showstopper. They tried to go in with some kind of a tricky execute, playing off of timing and all that, cutting noise. But Genji anticipated it. Genji's timeout from Coach Solar before definitely set them up for that specific trap. That's why Texture was able to secure a showstopper kill. That's why Lakia had the positioning to go in for that spray transfer. This time, DRX has to deal against Texture's
Avicii bhai, kaise ho?
So let's see what term he has in store for
Thank
us.
you for the membership.
As well, he was able to get in there and get kind of a opportunistic orb that does give him the Seekers for a potential retake situation. DRX are going to commit onto this B site.
Absolutely right.
Mango khane.
And it is a bit of a sound cue as well. DRX are thinking, where could Texture's operator be? We do not want to lose an early teammate to this boomstick.
Huh?
But so far, they haven't seen it yet. They know he's not holding the angle on site. Those nades have just been tossed out, so definitely the call that Texture's inside of hookah.
Yeah, there's just so much smoke in his face. I don't envy his position right now. And Lakia, the first one to go down. And Texture, we saw the flick from the opposite angle. He's going to insane stuff. I don't know how he managed that, but now he's going to switch on over to the Vandal. And Munchkin also picks up a kill.
Munchkin getting that kill. You're right, Valdez does give Genji a bit more numbers advantage. They've managed to make their way onto site, but they haven't spotted out the stacks just yet. A bit of a spray transfer, but just the dink, not the kill. It's gonna be Buzz and Bane holding from backside. Inside of hookah, inside of Garden, they managed to get their own. DRX still on top of things with the post-plant scenario.
Yeah, it was a 4v3 in favor of Genji in that post-plant scenario, but the four of them just understanding where DRX were, and they try to push on towards them. As, look at this, Stacks is fantastic.
Oh,
yeah, he doesn't hit the second shot, but he distracts everyone. And eventually Buzz and Bane pick it up. Just a little chuckle there from Buzz, man. None of these cackles and giggles we've seen from the other players.
I love it.
All DRX is back. Bhai, DRX बहुत काम खेल रहे हैं.
They do have double Genji scoreline
ये लोग को मालूम है पहला मैच
this
देखा था तब भी मैं
continues,
बोला था
we saw
ये
Genji's
DRX
tech
फाड़ने
half
वाला है.
last week or a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't great. So DRX having a good time. They just continue to pile drive through the smokes.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're just hoping that when that orb drops,
Round आ रही
there's
तो नहीं
not four
दिखाएंगे.
people in your face.
Yeah, अच्छी shot दिखा था.
He didn't get lucky. Oh, God! Curran, what the hell was nasty?
भाई
That was disgusting.
क्या गेम है ये?
This guy.
क्या गेम है?
His wrist, his hand is an extension
Stuck
of
नहीं
his
कोई कर
aim,
नहीं रहा
and
हो
the
गया
way
सब
that
क्या
he just
achievement.
like in the zone doesn't
Everybody
even
like
think
हो
about
गया
it,
भाई
just
300
flicks
के
onto
बस.
his head. Now hangs back and sets up the orbital strike if DRX continues to push through. And this is why Genji's always deadly, even when they don't have the best buys.
Oh, stuck था.
Yeah, they're just so fantastic at getting value where there might not normally be value.
30 seconds
Figure out a way. Let's see how this push. It does look like DRX will commit onto this B site.
They have a teleporter though, I don't know, 20 seconds and they
Guy
continue to walk
coffee.
forward. It's a death trap. Genji just
300
executes.
300.
Here comes the gigantic laser from up above, but Foxy9 barrels through. With nothing but a Vandal, he continues to push up.
ये गन देख के
Down
लग
to
रहा है
2-on-1 against Meteor. Meteor does have his Marshal, and he is known. Uh-oh. First flicky in with that. How can you shoot what you can't see? Lots of rifles on the ground, though.
So he'll pick up a Vandal, and I think it gives him a chance, but 2v1 with a pit up, this is so desperate for Meteor.
His health trickles away, has to step back out.
Oh, and Foxy9.
Right underneath Foxy's nose.
Oh my god.
He's got the position. There's just not really enough time.
Oh, man.
Arre.
Backs out of the pit. Fortunately,
एक
kind of at the
बंदे के लिए
wrong
यार
time. I mean, smart movements from
लीड
Foxy9
चाहिए था लग
because
रहा है
if I don't see him around, he's probably going to be either inside or away
एक बार
from
मेरी
site.
करके देख मयूर उनको
Foxy has been having a great split so far, and he gets another critical round in this one. The orbital strike comes down, he just stands and fires in it. He's like, no, I'm just going to get value before I die. And Foxy9, he picks off 2. And essentially gives them a chance in the 2v1 with the pit.
अभी आ रहा है देखो ये
Yes, they did
DRX
have
का
to
मैप
commit the
है
pit, but I mean,
Next
already
Gen G का
getting
मैप
7
है
rounds here on attack of Bind. You got to be feeling pretty good
Yeah.
about your position in this map already for DRX.
Oh, pretty damn good.
लो थे दोनों लो नहीं थे यार
7-3.
दो हिट के थे
Now Genji buys back up.
Hey,
If they
good,
don't
huh?
take this round, I could see this going 9-3, you know? It's a little bit crucial for Genji to pick up these rounds right now. They start to move out. They start to get more, retrieve more information with Lakia holding just right outside Octagon.
आ गया टेक्सचर
DRX not giving away too much.
Yeah, DRX waiting on this one
भाई
once
मेरे को
again. It
देखने के
does
टेक्सचर 30 मारते
look
हुए
like Mako's going to hold down in Hookah for a little bit, but the rest of the team is
30 मारते
definitely
हुए देखने
going over towards A. You see that Trailblazer gives some information, but that peek from Munchkin is going to give even more spots, at least 3 people over there. Heading on towards A. There's a big rotation coming in here from Texture.
ओ अगर
and
रेस
his
आता
buddy Karen trying to get the jump here on Mako.
Mako.
अरे यार अगर
Need more
रेस
catch
आता
him.
वहां से
That's half your smokes gone.
जीजी हो जाती
At the same time, so much information as to what DRX's game plan is, but Munchkin not quite able to get the heads up duel against Foxy9. He is him. He's been doing this all day around showers. Meteor tries to do what he can, playing outside of the smokes, but the plant has gone down. Now look at DRX's positioning. You've got Bane who's backed up because he's got all the utility, the ultimate as well, but he doesn't even need it. Stacks going in for the double kill inside of lamps.
Yeah, they really felt like they had to clear the lamps out, but it ends up backfiring because Stax is just so clean with it today as well. And if he's super clean like that, and the rest of the team is as well, DRX is not going to be stopped. 8-3 right now, and Stax picks up a 3K in lamps just by himself.
The hat trick to secure the round.
जीत गया DRX Pacific
I'm not
अपना दिल
too
क्योंकि पूरा
sure
इवेंट
about
PRX
the
जीतने
orbital
वाला है
strike
पूरा
being invested, but sure, why not? Let's secure the round just so that we can make sure that we have at least an 8-4, if not a 9-3.
ये
That is
क्यों
why this map pick was so intentional against Genji.
Yeah, it definitely was. Stax is like, this is my zone, bro. Like, you don't come into the Stax zone and take down Stax. It was named after me. And, well, he's doing a great job. He hasn't necessarily been the top fragger, but he's showing up when they need him most.
Starting to climb up for sure. Right up next to Foxy9. Back into it, Genji.
love it too
Buys up in the last round of the half. DRX executes along with the null command. Look at Lockett's positioning, stays hidden inside of smoke, peeks out at the right time. Karen comes back in as well. Texture now inside of the tube, swings out, takes down Bane. DRX is execute completely spoiled.
Congratulations on training के love you अभिषेक Dad, सुनने में आया आज World's Husband's Day है
Because of the smoke deployed right in his face, he's not able to peek out of hookah. If he doubles back, he's going to have to consider if someone might have pushed down B long. So firing off a couple of warning shots, he tries to bait out further information.
मैंने मांगा है कुछ
But Genji's not giving anything up.
30 seconds left.
Spots a hat. Oh, and the showstopper doesn't connect. Just a bit of splash damage, and Foxy9 tries to take the initiative, but way too many players. Genji closes out the first half, 4-8.
It's kind of insane that he even got the one kill there. With 28 health, but yeah, at the end of the day, didn't look very likely, and Genji did a nice job of stopping that aggression on the last round. Because the rest of the map, the rest of the half, not very good for them. DRX definitely in control, I would say, of the tempo. And it feels like everybody's really on point. Like everybody's had a big round. Outside of like maybe Bane, but everybody else is stepping up to the plate like Paco early on, and then obviously Foxy9 and Stacks. And even Buzz had that one round, right, where they're just popping off, getting 2Ks, 3Ks. But the execution was really the big thing as a team. DRX like they're a lot more comfortable on this map so far.
Definitely right. I mean, that's what
as a world's bestest husband of the bestest, मेरे को क्या चाहिए? वर्ल्ड्स हस्बैंड डे में मेरे को क्या चाहिए मेरी पत्नी से?
रुक डिलीवरी आई.
सोच
चैट हेल्प मत करना.
सोचो. How about शिनचैन? इसको मिल ही नहीं रहा शिनचैन. तुम लोग ने वो देखा है इंस्टाग्राम पे शिनचैन अपनी बुंडी लाते हिलाते ऐसे जाता रहता. क्यूट है यार वो. I hate my mind.
In that match. So it went 2-10.
Peace.
And then eventually PRX
iPhone मिल गया. Rixi भाई ने दिए.
Take the win, obviously, but yeah, hoping that maybe they learned a lot from that match and they can say, okay, this is how we've readjusted. Gotta see what they bring to the table this time around and not just say that it'll definitely be DRX's, and it's going to start from this pistol round. DRX pushing out of showers, just trying to clear it out. But that's about it for now.
Oh yeah.
Nothing
doing. Genji's hanging back. You know why? Because PRX pushes out on defense.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea, I think, to wait 10-15 seconds.
Now we're hearing a little bit more utility from both sides. Texture's nade will catch Bane. It's a bit of a lineup into the corner. I think Bane had no idea that there were explosives raining from above. Now it's going to be a bit of a teleporter play as DRX senses the rotations from Genji, but Texture holds back. Mako able to trade back out. It's going to be a 2-on-3 in this retake.
It's looking pretty good for Genji for now, but still a chance for DRX. Let's see if they can get on in here, but the angle from Meteor is too good. And he'll take down both as well. Just flips to 180, takes out Mako as well, and gets revenge for the first half. It's going to be a good start here for Genji on the attack.
Starting to heat up. I mean, I got to see it. Yeah, that's the lineup. There we go. Along with the Trailblazer as well, so he just could not escape. And then the rotational play. This is just a masterclass at how you want to work the map on Bind. So definitely reworking a lot of strategies on their Bind.
ECM, oh my god!
Yeah, definitely looks a bit better so far. We'll just mow them down with a Bulldog. Why not? DRX trying to challenge out here on long, but did not go well for them.
Love you.
And that's a big chunk out of DRX, but look at Bane trying to sneak in for some of these classic right clicks, perhaps. Does not.
Just मैंने तेरे को मोड़ दिया करके मैं एक special music 300k
special. Now just continuing to walk through. 300k special music not a great thing because it's free ult points for Genji. Every kill that they get, they're working towards their ultimate. Texture and Locky are halfway to theirs now. And there's still a full minute, maybe minute and 30, 40 seconds if they get the spike down. Oh, we've spotted Mako. Locky is like, all right, he's not an A. Let's go in for the plant.
Yeah, and Mako, I think he's in a pretty easy spot to get hunted down. He's at the moment just charging onto the site. He's not even going to waste his time and try to die to the spike. He'll just go in and die instead.
What
to the
other
enemy.
word could we possibly
ये क्या रहा है?
say?
Sexy है
Yeah.
बे, हाँ?
And it's a flawless round from Gen G. So
एक और लाइन है, ये भी ऐड
charge
करना.
built up
6
and
by hey,
feeling pretty
Binks
good.
का बेटा. ड्रोन ने
Got
तोड़
their
तो
position.
मुझे गाली देता. भाई
Fantastic. Just
भाई 2 लाइन मैंने लिख के रखा है, भाई एक
fantastic
सॉन्ग
start
होना.
for Gen G in the second half. It gives them
भाई
a
2 लाइन.
lot of confidence
You मैंने 2
as
लाइन
to how
लिखा
they
है,
might be
you.
able to come back from that 4-8. If they take this round, because of the ultimates that they've started to build up, and because of the cash flow that they've started to gain as well, it was a flawless round, mind you. So
चलेगा.
winning this against DRX, or even at least
Insane
taking
keyboard.
4 rifles away from them, would be a huge win.
क्या?
Yeah, definitely would.
Red
I think
color,
that
white,
Gen G
white.
are going to take this one a
Red.
bit slower
ये white है
and
ये
just
red है.
try to be very careful
White.
about how they approach this because they
कोई
want to
उसका
continue with
डिलीवरी
this
करता
lead
रहेगा,
that they
क्या
have. They
सोचता
do
रहेगा?
not want to
चिंचन की
give
बुंड मंगाइए.
any freebies over to the side of
Congratulations, Bunks
DRX.
for
Right now we do have a
300K.
couple of guys
Twitter पे भी
pushing
300 क्या होता है?
already through showers on the
Yay!
side of Gen G.
सीखो अश्वित
And
भाई
a
से
push on
सीखो
A seems
पॉजिटिविटी
likely at this
सीखो.
point.
मैच प्रीमियर उधर होएगा जस्ट सिंग.
Certainly, DRX trying to
भाई
hang
थोड़ा
back as
हरामीगिरी
well.
कर
So
सकते हो
they're
यार,
like
ऐसा मत करो
pretty
भाई.
reactive right now.
सारे
But at the
वॉच
very
पार्टी
least,
तुम्हारे
trying
लीडर
to
कर रहा हूँ.
tickle down the Gen G as they try to push out, but Mako receives first contact. Foxy able to use the angle
भाई एक सेकंड
to
कम
get
बैक हो
one
गया.
onto Meteor, but instantly traded. Bane tries to push out.
हाय
No,
सूजी, हेलो.
denied. This retake has been
Sir, Manga.
completely shut down by Gen G.
क्या बोला एडिट?
Yeah, they're just running around over on B, trying to save the 2 rifles that they have. And this is the best position for Gen G that they could have outside of just wiping DRX entirely. You're going to get a bonus round. You're going to take 3 rifles
Hey,
away from the
Suzy,
side
hey.
of DRX. You're just going to build up so much
क्या लिखा उसने
momentum
मैनेज करके लिखो?
as the push on A was just way too clean. And they look much better here on the attacker side against DRX compared to how they looked against PaperX. Maybe DRX
अभी मत कर,
might
नए
want
घर में
to
करके शॉपिंग
take some
वॉपिंग
kind of
करके
time
लगा
out and
दे.
rethink how they are playing this defensive
अरे
side.
अभी नहीं
if
भाई,
things
शॉपिंग
continue
करते
to go
रहिए.
in this
पहले
direction.
देखो साइट बराबर है कि नहीं.
Just might have to.
गूगल का इज दिस साइट
Talking
लेजिट.
about Gen G's position, they've got the
पहला
showstopper
check
now.
करो
They've got a lot of
ऐसा
money.
ये देख
They've
करके
taken
मैंने भी
3
40,000
rifles
का
away
सामान
from
मंगाया था. साइट
DRX.
के साथ पैसे भी गए
This
मेरे.
can definitely put them back up to DRX 8-8. I mean, we started off this entire map with like DRX in control of things, great aggressive executes, great
अभी
coordination.
6
Fox
by
9 getting a lot of
language.
kills. As we go in the second half, everything changed. You got Meteor and Texture
आप
starting
गेमिंग
to
के
pop
अलावा
off
क्या
now.
क्या करते हो
How
सर?
are
आई
you
मीन
feeling about your
बिजनेस
prediction
या
about this?
मेरे
It's
पास
still early times, you know. This
private
could go all the
business
way
है.
to 3 maps. I think that Gen
Binks
G have definitely
boosting
looked
services.
much better in the last 5 or so rounds, but
समझ रहे हो?
yeah, never count
2
DRX out.
करोड़
They're
में
still in the
आपको
lead for
मिलेगी
now,
एक
although this
immortal ID
round looks
और
pretty
एक
favorable for
riot
Gen
gun
G
बड़ी.
based on what we can see.
Nice words, but I hear the shakiness in your voice.
बिजनेस अभी थोड़ा सूखा है.
A little bit
Wait,
scared,
Anil.
but it's okay.
okay.
But you can always be
Because
the
I am
first.
worried. This is
Darth bhai, thank
DRX's
you for the
map pick.
membership.
And you definitely do want to start to see this evolution of DRX, the new era of DRX, kind of like what Paper Thin was talking about on the desk.
कौन सी साइट है भाई?
It
मैंने
doesn't
एक साइट से
happen.
एनीमे उठाया था रे.
Oh! Egg actually just might
Scam हो गया
buzz
मेरे
with the
को.
angle all the way up from heaven.
45,000
He
है,
spots
तो
and
बहुत बड़ा
shuts
scam हो गया था.
Texture down mid-flight.
Yeah. It's kind of insane, like,
What?
well,
हाँ कर ले भाई कर ले. मालूम है फ्रेंडली मैच है. कर ले.
Meteor off of timing, able to catch him down as well.
$1 million ही दे सकता हूँ.
Nonetheless,
वो भी
both
2
teams
ईयर
are
के बाद. मैं
throwing
आपका और
jabs
मेरा
at
डन
each
चला.
other.
30 seconds
And
left.
दो
it's
साल
gonna be
बाद
the
मैं याद
quick
दिलाऊंगा.
rotation
मेरा
from
1
Gen
million
G
किधर
all the
है?
way over onto the B
1
side.
million
DRX
dollars
is
convert करो. नहीं pounds है
completely
उसका.
read this. So players on the site, text stacks with the pop flash, but it doesn't quite work out. It's going to be Gen G who are able to play around the tube to secure those frags. Now, Lakia staying tucked away, waiting for cover fire to arrive on site. Buzz tries to deny
Pistol से
the
चल कर रहा
spike
था.
plan with the blast pack, but the trajectory was off.
you can see his reaction as well in
No,
the
it's not.
player cam. He had his hand on his forehead. He was not happy.
And if cash on delivery
With
is not
that,
there, don't
That's a
order.
whoopsie.
Maybe not expecting 2 people to be coming in from long, but He hit the first shot so well, but then he
Well,
kind of
आप
dropped the
GEELI
rest of it. Now it's up to Mako in the clutch, but there's not enough
please.
time. Not a lot of time.
Down to about 20 seconds. He's gotten dinked as well. He started off with like full health. Now down to 3. Good little burst onto Lakia. Oh, and the shot onto Munchkin. But unfortunately, no time because Gen.G has played their advantage to perfection. We have tied up the score 8-8.
Comeback
Yeah, that's 5 rounds in a row to the side of Gen.G, including the
$1500
last round
दूंगा एक साल
of the
बाद
first half. So
done scene
yeah, they look pretty strong. This first shot was Buzz from Buzz.
Found NHK ये देखो कर दी ना VPN वाली बात
Kind of dropped at the end of the round, and then it was up to Mako.
कर दी ना तुमने VPN
Trying
वाली
to
बात
clutch it out, and yeah, he's like, that's a shame. Got pretty close, and it's going to be a DRX timeout.
Well, Gen.G is back, baby.
I'm surprised they
Gen.G
didn't
is
do it in
back.
the last one, but maybe they want to wait until everybody can buy up and have a chance here because it is their final timeout.
57 months.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
Tesla, love you.
purposeful use of this one.
How's your Tesla?
But for now, I
सबसे
mean,
ज़्यादा flex है तृप्ति
you
कर
can
सकते
see that DRX still has a lot of fight left in them. It's like a very intentional way to position himself, the thing that Buzz did,
Love you,
because
Tesla.
knowing that Texture had a showstopper, he's very likely to
Very nice.
execute.
Don't keep
And I
on
think that's the
talking.
entire game plan for DRX right now. They're trying to get a read on how Gen.G wants to approach the map. So far, they've been doing a good job rotating over at the right time. It's just that sometimes in the retakes, in the way that Stacks pop flashes through, Gen.G are able to make use of the map, make use of the terrain just to keep themselves covered away from that flash.
Yeah, it has been pretty key from what we have seen so far. Feels like just looking at the score lines across the board, like we have
एक कर
a
सकता हूँ
bunch of
मैं
guys that are
live
up to 50
streaming
kills, but it feels
live
like everybody's
streaming
pretty
नहीं
much pulling
था.
their weight. You know, we don't have
Live
anyone on
streaming.
0 kills or anything like that.
No.
Everybody's
All the
kind of
qualities are
doing their
not good.
job. Nobody's too far below a 1 KD scoreline.
Exactly what you
even
expect
match so far. Yeah.
Yes, from the battle between the Korean giants. For now, still just getting a feel for each other. They know that there's a potential for some operators to be bought up right now.
old account जो head दिया
Buzz
था
having in his hands. Move bot through, Buzz trying to make use of timing, but there is a bit of an alert as to where he could be positioned. Gen.G trying to play very safe, very defensive. They're approaching with caution.
आप इधर है क्या करना जाना है या नहीं जाना
See the dart comes in.
The DRX spray by the bundle.
by heavy reader
So we do have a push that looks to be coming in here. It is only Stacks. Knife comes down. That's going to give him a lot of information to have his teammates start to rotate already. Only 30 seconds left. It looks like Gen.G will commit to this B site.
30 seconds left.
Not quite enough time. Buzz pops out the showstopper, but Texture flies down on him. And that's going to be the angel with wings descending onto the site, taking control. 3 players down, and no damage sustained on Gen.G's side. This is a perfect take because of a bit of a fumbled shot from Buzz.
Yeah, one fumbled shot, and also Texture getting in there and just taking him down before he could react afterwards. And the swarm just came in way too quickly, and that's the difference, you know, especially at the top level of Valorant. It's like you drop one shot, you're just a split second too late, and all of a sudden the enemy team has swarmed you on the site, and... Glad we get that on camera.
Because he's used to
last
play
round
on
ने देखा
DRX.
अभी एक shot देखा
Oh my god. I can't believe
all
what
the
we're seeing
fans.
about this.
No
Good
chill
shot.
from Lakia, although I didn't expect any chill from him. Well,
Okay, whoa. Yo, the crowd just went like, whoa.
4-8 था just saying
Crowd
by
was kinda
Gen.G जीत गया बे
shooting at everything, just seeing if he can catch anyone off, and
Gen.G जीत गया
Mako was like, okay, enough of that, sit down.
minus
This is where
$5,000
I'm like a little bit envious of not being Korean. A little bit. Because I feel like there's like some bits of nuance between the two teams, you know, like is DRX like the people's champion of Korea right now and everyone still wants them back up on top. Meanwhile, Gen.G's like, nah, enough of that. This is now our time to shine, and Lakia's here to like, you know, throw some shade.
Well, I think you don't have to be Korean to get that far, right?
Excuse me.
Kind of the obvious storyline, I would say, so far.
एक round ने जीते भी defense में DRX.
You know, if DRX continues to surge, if they continue to be a top team, they're probably going to continue to keep a really large fan base, which will always threaten the other teams in their region, regardless of how successful they are. It's been that way in many esports. As Gen G looking to get in onto the A site this time through short, but kind of have this choke point with 3 members of DRX waiting for this.
Ooh. Good peek out from Mako. He slows them down with his snake bite. Stacks along with the fragment as well. It's a perfect combo to choke out Gen G. Fortunately, a bit of lights out with a slightly lesser buy from DRX. There's a share of
मैंने बोला था कि नहीं DRX जीतेगा करके बोला था कि नहीं adapt करने में time नहीं लगता.
They have to shoot their way out of this one. The spike down on the floor. Meteor starts things out perfectly, but stacks, strafes left and right.
Cutie.
Yet another double kill to secure out the round.
Yeah, Stacks very clean on that one to make sure they can put the top around the rounds. But yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, I think they were only sitting on the 2 Vandals they had saved from the last round, right? So not a lot of firepower, but just this initial peak from Mako is really what gives them the advantage. And I mean, you also get the nade down. It's pretty rough. They all just kind of walk over it. And Stacks just does a great job of holding down the choke point. So kind of caught Gen G with their pants down before Gen G could get the push started.
That's such a pretty strat. You got 3 grenades.
Gen G अभी भी इतना बाप पिलर DRX पहले से ही है.
Can't avoid them all.
Oh
so once a dad, always a dad वाला scene है. Simple.
Somehow went to the other side. Oh boy.
Simple बात है.
That is an option you have.
By heavy nades.
So now they're going to come on in here once again. Stacks on the second. BOXY9, he gets the angle.
By heavy nade.
Stacks are going to shut this one down. Easy.
By Stacks ka nade. Heavy nade.
Great calling, great anticipation from IGL Stacks as he reads their movements. Had the setup on A previously. This time anticipating that Gen G, they're probably going to go towards B. And they just have the right angles to get all of the information. This comes down again to just how well the players know each other and how they position themselves on the site. Foxy was not initially out in the open, but he swings out as he hears the blast pack through. Yeah. With that, the triple kill that put himself back up on top. 19 kills and only 11 deaths.
Yeah, for Foxy, it's not even about, you know, super crisp aim in that moment. It's about the timing, as you mentioned, and the positioning, right? They just did not expect someone to be at that corner. And he just gets so much value as they push in through hookah. It felt a little bit rushed, but I think Gen G were just trying to, you know, up the tempo. But as you mentioned, I think DRX just read it. Stacks had the call to say, okay, they're probably going to rush into B, and both Buzz and Foxy were just so ready for it. And Foxy just got a great angle, picks up the 4K.
बस ट्रैप से भाई उसका नेड बाप
go
है.
back to the drawing board. They still have one timeout.
दोनों राउंड जो ये लोग जीते ना, Stacks MVP था. दोनों राउंड.
Before the end of this match, with how close this first map is.
Oh, I could feel like a potential overtime coming, Valdez. Are we ready for this? But it's just so fun to watch because we started off this second half with Gen G like 5 rounds in a row. Now we're back into it, and DRX are fighting back with all of their might. Stacks on the off angle. Meteor swings back out to trade. Now Gen G has the sight. Got Buzz on an operator in a retake. It is tough days for DRX as they try to close out this map.
Cage triggered.
Gen G. Very nice spot here. This time the entry a bit more clean. And I was going to swap over to the Vandal for now.
He has paint shells, but they don't know that Gen G are behind them.
They're just going to put up the pit. That defuse is going to be stopped here before the half. Oh, the spray is not hitting.
Karon though, Buzz!
Oi!
He's able to turn around. Trades up for Mako, and with the paint shells, puts Lakia away. If he gets the kill, he could stick the defuse, but Lakia's just toying with him. The ex-teammate comes back up on top. You did not make the right move, removing me from DRX.
That was just crazy. He was dancing like a butterfly behind that wall. I mean, they just could not lock him down. The fact that it got that close, though, I think, you know, committing to the pit, trying to hold the defuse. I think he tried to get it to half, and he came off of it just a little bit too early. Tripwire was very good to stop the initial engage, but Genji eventually got on the site, and then Locky is just playing with him.
And that's just the best thing. You know, we saw him with some shade earlier on, and this time he's the one who secures the round, closes it out for Genji. And because of that, Genji's back into control again. I was just about to say that DRX might be holding the reins this time, but now we've got Texture on the operator. You've got so many ultimates on the side of DRX, though, and if they cycle these right, they just might be able to come in with some secure retakes to put themselves onto match point first.
I wouldn't be too surprised. Oh. Bit scary. Dodging Texture's operator shot.
Texture bhai ke. Let's go.
Good. And it's going to get a read that there was a guy over there. But now, actually, a quick rotation over here from Genji to maybe hit the A site.
Viper ko diye.
Not quite the same setup with 3 members with 3 nades in this A short that we saw that one time.
You can see that Bane is positioned around defender spawn. He's setting up for that orbital strike to stop them down.
It does buy just
a little bit of time, but it's still 30 seconds. Texture has to make a quick move. He goes in with a Vandal. It's not the headshot. Instead, Bane and Foxy9 gets everything. Foxy9 again! A bit of a last-ditch effort from Lakia to go through the teleporter, and he has to get the timing onto this, but he does not budge. Anticipates and reads the movements perfectly. Times out his peak. Lakia has no joy in this round whatsoever, cannot secure a spike plant. And once again, the star of DRX comes back down. Spray the logo on the floor.
So we take a look at this first shot.
उसने उसको 2 बार हरा दिया ना.
See it actually from the side.
एक ही बार हारा.
Foxy just picks up.
एक बार हारना था बीच
2. Bane also got one from Lamps.
2 बार हारने के बाद थोड़ा ego hurts हो गया उसको. तुम्हारे विदित की गलती है बस.
That's a wall. So this is going to be the timeout called here from Genji, sitting at 11 to 10.
Let's go Genji.
Of DRX. So
let's go Genji.
Too late.
Map 2 लेकिन.
Yeah, that was
पहला map हार गए बे.
I gotta say, like just a few seconds of silence, and you're just like, whoa, that round just happened.
DRX जीता. लिख के ले लो.
It was pretty intense, that one. I think that Genji kind of had their entry, but we're not expecting
हमेशा गए ना.
Bane to hold Lamps as well as he did. Foxy, who has really been the MVP for me so far on this first map, to hold it down once again with the 3K. Just getting the vision through the box the one time. A little bit of help from his teammates to secure a 3rd kill and give them a chance to hold down the A site with, I think there were only 2 members on the A site, maybe 3. Just a little bit more spread out. And DRX, they can feel it, they can taste this first map. Even getting 1 map is going to feel good against Genji, and it might just give them the momentum to push on to a bit more. But Genji are definitely not out of this one yet.
These Korean Giants, pound for pound, blow for blow, they are making every round count. And with this timeout, there is a chance that Genji can turn this around on its head. 3 rounds in a row would give them the win over DRX. Buzz has the showstopper. Genji, a complete bag of pistols, and they just try to execute through. Mako with the positioning, and not an expected turn, and he takes down 2.
Yeah, that's one way to make sure they don't have any luck here with a bunch of sheriffs. Just get right in their face in the one spot they won't expect you to be.
He said that so many times in this match.
Yeah, you know, maybe they'll expect it from here on out. Like, he's done it enough times that perhaps they'll expect it, but it's still so difficult to try to whip that one around with the sheriff and win against his Vandal. So
I will say that the round is not over. Texture still has the showstopper. Not yet deployed. For now, trying to get the angles onto its DRX, but look at the coordination on these peaks. Everyone swings out at the same time. Multiple spots, whether it's showers, heaven, or just around the site. Bane puts the final nail in the coffin and gives DRX map point. Excuse me.
Yeah, map points here, and you see Genji finally going to be able to buy up. They still have those 3 ults, so they tried to send it, but I think eventually once they realize after this play, Mako picking up the 2 and then going through the teleporter, they just say, okay, hold on to everything. Well, maybe we can take a kill or something, but they're not going to commit to anything further, and they'll just try to win You know, a couple more rounds in a row from here on out.
Oh boy.
With the showstopper, with some seekers, and a pit. I mean, these are going to be very useful, especially if they can get the spike planted. For, you know, the seekers, the pit specifically. And maybe Texture can open it up. Let's see where they decide to make their play.
And check if it's legit. And do cash on.
So far, they've been trying to play this information game, Valdez. It's always the first 30 seconds of the round where they try to scout and feel out TRX's setup, but once you're up against map point, the pressure, the trepidation that you feel, something that you have to barrel through.
Let's go.
Something that they might not expect is Stacks lying inside of Luka with a judge.
Yeah.
Mako has a judge too, I just noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
maybe expecting to have to play into a pit or something, but here we go.
Oh. Swaps back over onto the Phantom as he hops out of Luka. Texture's showstopper will connect, but here comes Buzz with his own rocket. Oh, but Matter and Binks swings out, picks up the quadruple kill, and closes out the map for DRX. He stands up with an unexpected smile on his face.
We're so busy watching a blind Buzz in the air that Bane got a quadra. And we didn't even see how it happened, but DRX, more importantly, 13-10, big win here on Bind. As the fans, you can see, are extremely happy, especially because they know how strong of an opponent Gen G is.
So for now, DRX will take a big chunk out of the Tigers and Gen G, and our desk will break down everything that just happened.
DRX जीत गया.
Well, we knew we were in for a big one here with this match. I mean, Paper, then how many impossible plays did we see in just that one map?
Oh, an insane amount. I mean, how many people were shot out of the air as raises? Like, that Charon flick was absolutely bonkers early on onto the B-side exec onto Buzz. I mean, I feel bad for Buzz because you gotta be like, how do you do that?
Yes.
I think it was just a classic.
Do you feel like coming back to
it's unbelievable. I mean, tremendous plays all around from a lot of different players, a lot of people stepping up, even Bane getting into it at the end. So
love you, Easy. Thank you.
Back Thrifties as well. Sure, okay. That fourth round where Genji, technically not a Thrifty, but then they were all like on pistols except for like Texture was on a Vandal, and then DRX still they still somehow managed to get that win. DRX also got the Thrifty round after that. Pretty insane first map to get things started with.
Yeah, and it feels like this was a whole series, actually. It feels like we went through a whole best-of-3 series already with just how close it came down. It came down to like really small clashes. It came down to like 2v1s. It came down to timings in this one, and it just shows the mastery that both these teams have and just how well they know each other. We knew this was going to be a very emotionally charged match as well.
No, it was. I mean, you could see it early on. Like I could tell. You could sometimes tell just like.
Easy, just saying. जब तू फ्री में खेलता था ना 13-0 तो नहीं आ रहे हम लोग. Just saying Easy. Right now I'm like spitting facts. समझ रहे हो? Just saying. इसका ये भी रीजन है कि तुम्हारा IGL एकदम मस्त था. Thank you. हरामी भाई.
This is where it kind of gets interesting, where even though that was kind of the case with DRX, Buzz was at the lowest of, you know, the kill board.
All the best, yaar.
Kare kuch tufani kare. Even though sure DRX has their executes onto the site, Buzz turned into like a punching bag, you know, a way to get into the site. He gets traded off immediately, and everyone else just kind of funnels right after him.
जी थी वो टाइम पे, VLT थी वो टाइम पे.
Buffer some rounds in that second half when it looked like Genji was.
इतने सारे टीम्स थे.
Buzz became the boom bot.
Yeah.
वो भी थी.
I love that.
Samurai.
Like kind of like dipping their toes
वो टाइम पे रुचिर भी था वो टाइम पे. सब लेजेंड्स तो वो टाइम पे थे.
A lot more though. But yeah, look at this. I have to give it up to Foxy9 here. I mean, I just called him out in the pre-show, right? Like, oh, how comfortable is he?
Guys, भाई सारे के सारे लेजेंड्स वो टाइम पे थे. उल्टा अभी थोड़ा इजी हो गया. समझ रहे हो? अभी थोड़ा ई-स्पोर्ट्स इजी हो गया भाई. VLT भी नहीं है, रुचिर भाई भी नहीं है, समुराई भी नहीं है. अभी थोड़ा इजी हो गया मेरे हिसाब से. लिथल थी, एंड्रॉइड अभी के स्पोर्ट्स में वो वाला बात नहीं है बे, सारे लेजेंड्स तब भी गए। रुचिर बोला यार मेरे 150 रुपए, मेरे 150 बचे, टिबोन के भी 50 तो बचे रहेंगे मेरे हिसाब से। एक्सक्यूज मी, हाँ टेक्निकली वो भी लेजेंड तो था, टेक्निकली वो भी लेजेंड तो था, समझ रहे हो? है तो, और बोलता है वो टाइम पे वैलो नहीं आता था लोगों को, पागल। ये टाइम पे नहीं आता, वो टाइम पे तो आर पार भी दिख जाता था भाई। हाँ जिसका पहला वन टट्टी साहब की
हो गया।
नाइस। ये बढ़िया था। बैटल भी तो मत करो यार भाई। सबसे लेजेंडरी बंदे कौन कौन थे? मतलब सामी, राफा, सेक्सी बंदे थे। ये दो बंदे बहुत प्यारे थे।
मैंने एक सॉफ्टवेयर मंगाया,
सामी एंड राफा। उनको व्हाट्सएप भी किया था, वो लोग का रिप्लाई भी आया था। सामी का रिप्लाई क्या आया था? सामी थैंक यू बिंक्स करके आया था। नो बिंक्स, आई लेफ्ट esports फॉर नाउ, आई एम इन कनाडा फॉर स्टडीज। देख रहे हो सामी भाई कनाडा में, और राफा भाई का क्या सीन है? आई एम इन अमेरिका राइट नाउ डूइंग माई मास्टर्स। देखो राफा भाई अमेरिका में, सामी भाई कनाडा में, दोनों में से एक ने अभी तक सुपर चैट नहीं किया मेरे को। इजी भाई छोड़ दे स्पोर्ट्स, तू भी जा सकता है किधर। वेरी नाइस, क्यूट। सामी की गाली एकदम ओपी थी। मिस्टर बीप्स, हाँ ना, उसको भी लिया था ना अपन ने भाई। किस किस को नहीं लिया था भाई T69 में यार? वो भी तो था, उसको भी तो लिया था अपन ने, डायमंड प्लेयर होके।
किसको?
मिस्टर बीप्स करके इंग्लिश बात करता था ना। बैठ लो, मत करो यार। मैं एकदम प्यारा बंदा हूँ। प्यारे? हाँ, एक्सकेली के छोटे वर्जन हो आप।
There's only one goat in T69
समझ रहे हो?
edit.
बड़े सांप और छोटे सांप मिलके दांडे खेलो दोनों। There was only one goat in T69 edit by edit तो था, कुछ भी बोलो। अभी भी है, था भी नहीं, अभी भी खेलता है ना वो, सेम गाली खाता है मेरे से, सेम सेम। मतलब बग्स बाय को गाना चाहिए, कंसिडर इट डन, ये लव यू आर नॉट एमवीपी। मैंने 2 लिरिक्स दे दिए, वैसी सॉन्ग्स हो जाए, समझ रहे हो? एक वो वाला लिरिक्स चाहिए, बंक्स का बेटा हिस्ट्रिक्स नहीं, क्या क्या था वो? फक, मैं पीछे जाके देखो, मेरा अभी वो मिस हो गया वो। हाँ बंक्स का हिस्ट्रिक्स, हाँ ये वाला, बंक्स का हिस्ट्रिक्स बेटा ड्रोन ने तोड़ता तो एडिट को गाली देता, यो यो यो, ऐसा वाला। लेट्स गो। ही इज डाउन बैड बट कैन नॉट हिट हिम। चलो मेरी प्रैक है, मैं जाता हूँ एक राउंड निकालने। लव यू यार भाई, बहुत हार्डवर्क लगता रहेगा ना। कितना घंटा लगता है? 8 घंटा लगता है एक राउंड के लिए। लव यू यार। इजी भाई इतनी हेवी सैलरी मिल रही है, मेंबरशिप लो। चलो एसएमएक्स मैंने कुछ मिस किया, म्यूट किया था, कुछ मिस नहीं किया।
Alright, I'm gonna do what I've been doing that's been working for me.
B69 is officially
what I think will happen.
really?
Okay,
सबको
alright.
चांस दिया।
This has been
सब
working.
गए
Official
बे,
answers
सब।
in 3, 2, 1.
भाई टी-स्टैंड का दो ही चीज था,
What did we pick?
या फिर तुम ऑर्ग में जाओगे या फिर पूरा कंट्री के बाहर जाओगे, वैसा वाला सीन था।
It's okay, it's okay.
None of the above में सिर्फ एडिट ही है,
I need to stay space.
और कोई नहीं है, सिर्फ एडिट है, और कोई दूसरा बंदा है ही नहीं।
But we have Azurai and myself with B, and we have Papers
अभी
in with
shopping
A.
मत
But you
करते रहे,
mentioned
पहले
that
आने
this
दो।
is opposite. Oh,
Yeah.
what's your strategy?
No, I mean, I think B is just a little bit easier.
मैं छोटे स्ट्रीमर्स को पैसा नहीं है क्या भाई?
For
ठीक है।
Okay.
the attacker side on a
Yeah.
pistol. I
ये
mean, it's
सारी
a
अजीब
little bit
अजीब
easier to
things
get
Yeah.
through some of those defenses
Right.
initially. It's a lot easier for your opponents to like crunch on you as you're trying to plan a day.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, all right. Well,
Fair
we'll see what indeed happens as we step into our mat, and let's head into our agent picks right now for map number 2.
मच्छर मारा मैंने,
हाँ मैं नहीं बोला उसको।
फिर ना मेरा।
You're seeing our stage right now, and we are about to step into
Like का बोलो,
Ascent.
chat like
So,
करो।
What are we thinking here? Are we staying with a good old default comp? Yes, we are. No surprises here.
भाई पानी आ रहा है क्या देख तो भर के रख।
Your faces,
Oh,
your
madam.
faces are just like, well.
Not shocked.
Yeah. The only
Pहिले
thing I was
let
gonna
one
maybe
come,
hoping for
then
is
we'll
Stack
shop
brings
together.
out a fade, but that's about it. Yeah.
Bye
So
chat,
exciting.
bye 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 bye।
I mean,
It's a
देख
set.
एक घंटा हो
some
गया
teams
ना।
are messing around with the Rays. You know, like obviously May because he's just a goated Rays, but you do see in other regions Yoru being
Alright.
used. So I mean, I could see that
बाल्टी भर के
potentially
रखे।
sliding through. You know, Team Liquid just did it last night, but I don't.
सुन, बाल्टी बटक भर के रख और इंस्टाग्राम से वो मंगा 10 बकेट और इंस्टामार्ट से 10 बकेट और पानी। आज पूरा घर में हम वो करेंगे, वाटर चैलेंज। सारा पानी अपने को चाहिए, ठीक है, बाद में हम सोसाइटी में दे सकते हैं। 20 रुपीज फॉर 1 लीटर, कितना था?
From Foxy9, so that might be a point of contention here for DRX, at least when they're going to be on the defending side.
Well, we'll see indeed what happens as we step
हमारे यहाँ
into
बारिश हो
Ascent.
रही
Let's
है।
toss it on over to our casters.
भाई
Quack
आई एम
and
मिसिंग द
Valdez.
बारिश।
Thank you very much, Mika, Asterai, and Paper Thin. Yes,
Easy
we
money.
are back on Ascent, the same compositions, but
New
two
business.
different
फट से बे, घर आ रहा है।
teams. And you know, DRX might have had their way with this map before, but Gen G picking this one
बिस्मिल
against
बॉटल का
them.
क्या हो गया, वो भी
Maybe
आ
they
रहा
got some improvements made.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do bring into this one. I think that Gen G, they have a little bit of downtime after that first map. They say, okay, it was pretty close on Vine, but now
good evening,
our
love
reign
you.
begins. This is where the comeback
गर्मी का
for
हालत
Gen
खराब है,
G
बहुत खराब है यार।
begins. And they would pick this map for a reason, right? As you're kind of
क्या जो भी स्ट्रीम
hinting
लेकर
to.
लाइक करो, 3000 के
And so I'm
नजदीक है
excited
हम।
to see what they do have prepared for this one. As an early dagger does come out, and Munchkin and the team are getting out here pretty aggressively to challenge in A main. And now they're just running away from Buzz's frenzy. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade for now.
A little bit of a pick-off.
Oh.
DRX continues to try to push through. Again, it stacks his pop flash, and
Yellowish
unfortunately,
pani
not
aa
too
raha
much of a blind. Karen's still able to hang back around Generator. Then Foxy9 with the sharper aim. 2-on-2, spike not yet planted. Door gets shut. Locky sends out the shock dart and just narrowly misses Foxy9. He puts down the bot, but it doesn't quite spot out Bane just yet, who's able to drop down, pick up a bit of a frag. Still, it's gonna be spike picked up, 50 seconds to work with. Should be able to secure a safe plan at the very least. He tosses out the recon just to keep Lakia away. And then another recon back against him. Lakia with the movement hops up on top of Generator. Big noise.
जॉर्ड
He's
बे,
just
जॉर्ड।
confused.
कास्टर ऑफिस बोलेगा क्या, नहीं निकालना था?
Meshes with his head.
रूटर का सीन, प्रीमियर का सीन था ना, मोस्टली रूटर पे। कि मेरे को अभी दिन ज़्यादा बचे नहीं और मेरे को बहुत सीन बचा।
First, so it is going to go his way. Came
I don't
down
have
to
days
the
left.
1v1,
पूरा महीना
but
watch
Gen
party
Z
में
getting
गया।
aggressive out here. Wasn't necessarily expecting this, but ended up going pretty
जॉर्ड
well for them
बोलते,
at the
जॉर्ड
end of
बोलते।
the day. Even though DRX was able to get this plant down. Has a really nice shot here from Lakia. Kind of a half-hearted fist bump there.
वॉचमैन में
Like,
आपका
I know
रेवेन्यू
I'm
ऑफ
good.
रहता है,
And that's going to be a good start here for Gen
यूएसए
G
का वीपीएन
on
लगाकर
the
देखते हो,
defender's
उधर का
side.
कि ऐसा भी टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स है।
Because of that, they are buying up in
वैसा नहीं
full.
होता शायद, कौन पता
Oh,
है?
wow. Three
इतना सा
Guardians.
भरा तो पार्टी।
जितना भी है, ऑन रख के छोड़।
Not looking to leave anything up to chance.
खत्म हो गया।
दूसरा।
And this is a
अरे
map
तो
where
एक ही वाटर टैंकर आया रहेगा।
you're going to have to work with so much information. DRX just continues to try
बिस्मिल भी आ गया ना?
to buzz through. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out.
हाँ, मुझे बोलो।
Gen G are able to hang back and just
मुझे बोलो।
take the fights against them simply and easily. only losing the Spectre in this round.
Yeah, they'll be
भाई क्या लग रहा है?
Some
DRX
intense shots hit there
जीतेगा
by
या
Lockett,
जेंजी
who
जीतेगा?
already
देखो
has
मैप
5
जेंजी
kills
का है.
on this one, so
आप गेमर और
he's
कास्टर
going to have
दोनों
his
बन जाओ
ult
मस्त.
early in case Foxy gets his eventually. As this one, that shot was just insane. I mean, he's blind, he's got a paranoia in his face, hits another one over here. And then a third.
ये सब यहाँ नहीं चलता.
And Lakia is currently on top of this map so far.
आप गलत स्ट्रीम पे आए
Which is
हो.
why it's like a bit of an interesting thing to me why DRX wanted to start out on the attack side for this map of all things.
माफिया के
Normally
पॉम-पॉम्स,
defense is where you would be able to
रिबेल के
shine
पॉम-पॉम्स
more.
ये सब नहीं आते.
I
गलत
guess
स्ट्रीम पे आए
trying
हो आप.
to expose a lot of Gen G's setups and strategies, trying to take things into their own hands. Again, another bit of a pop flash execute, but doesn't matter. Munchkin able to turn the sight into a firing range. Foxy9's the only one left, and all of those rifles just scattered to the wind.
Yeah, Foxy, I mean, at the end of the day, maybe he just wants to back out of this one because that entry, it's like they went in, they tried to get a setup, but Gen G responded so quickly that it was almost like DRX were just caught in mud, and they didn't move, they didn't have anywhere to go, and Gen G were just firing down from the heavens on top of them, and there wasn't much recourse. DRX not really in a spot to fire back, so Foxy just gonna slowly and awkwardly walk out of this one.
And Pinky, love you.
Just trying to get out alive. Not sure that Gen Z will allow him to, as maybe trying to get the drop onto Munchkin. They're gonna pass for now.
Pitch deck, pitch it.
Trying to save, but still slight bits of movement. I mean, if you're just able to kind of anticipate, all right, he might have been around A main with the rest of the team. He's probably going to be around this side, around Gelato, if not, I guess, attacker spawn. And lo and behold, there he was. And if you look at what happens in this retake, I mean, first of all, quick rotations from Gen G, but also just, I mean, the way that they're hanging back. Stax's flashes are always ignored. Past 3 rounds now, DRX has just gone in with the same-ish execute, and they just rushed through. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Didn't work at all. They got picked off one by one. The guys are coming out of the smoke by themselves, just dying immediately to a Guardian. Now they're trying to get here quick and often.
But it doesn't work out too great, Valdez. Oh, look at Munchkin just feasting on the DRX's corpses. Meteor comes back in for the final trade. Almost an ace for the IGL of Gen G.
And yeah, Lakia was on top. Lakia still hasn't died, but now Munchkin has 9 kills. So he's kind of the main character at the moment.
That was just 1 round. He got all those kills.
Yeah. Well, he had a 4K in the round before with the Guardian as well. See, a similar push, not a lot of firepower from the side of DRX, but
giveaway grows out of Instagram
gets this one, and then he just holds. He just waits for them to peek it one by one. And there was a double peek at the end, so finally they trade him back, but
ये 4 चीज होना जरूरी है, ठीक है? Valorant
होना, but now at 4-0, DRX will call a timeout. They don't want to waste any more time losing, and so far Ascent has been very heavily to the side of Gen G, not just in round score, but even the way the rounds are playing out.
Clips ready रखना तुम्हारा whiffs के और अच्छे shots के.
It feels as though TRX are just trying to go through with a bit of a pacing mismatch. Everyone just continues to rush into sight, whether it's B or A. And Buzz often going in as first point of contact, but they're just not quite able to deal with Munchkin or whoever is holding around Hell or Generator on the site.
And
now because of those rounds lost in a row, Lakia is able to afford an Odin. Where is Achilles? He's not here. He's an operator.
मेरे पास इंस्टा नहीं है यार तुम्हारा इंस्टा नहीं है तो ट्विटर और डिस्कॉर्ड गिवअवे में
DRX finally got to buy
अगर तुम्हारे पास डिस्कॉर्ड नहीं है तो नहीं डिस्कॉर्ड तो चाहिए वरना कैसे बात करेंगे
keep doing it
डिस्कॉर्ड तो होना ही होना
get an ace with it
yeah I mean it is Ascent after all
वैलो छोड़ दे वैलो पॉइंट्स का गिव अवे हो रहा है वैलो छोड़ दियो
Is locking out on the
अपने फ्रेंड को पूछो किसको चाहिए क्या पॉइंट्स उसके लिए खेलो
It's the way of the world.
ट्विटर नहीं है तो इंस्टाग्राम
So
के
much
गिव
map
अवे में
presence for
सब
Gen G
होएगा
right now.
समझ रहे हो
DRX knows.
सब
Probably
जगह होएगा
have to watch out for B main. There are some players positioned, around A short. We don't really want to mess with that too much. So the smokes have been invested from Kara. He's only got one left, and now has to play around time. Cutting noise a bit. Some warning shots up around mid again. It's a very clear sensing to cut noise and push through B. Lakia should be ready.
बिग फैन भाई क्या सेक्सी रिकॉन
Buzz able to cut him down.
30 seconds left.
Now it's going to be Meteor inside of Boathouse, spots out the barrel, swings out, gets the frag onto Buzz, but immediately traded out by Stacks.
सेक्सी रिकॉन थी भाई
Yeah, it seemed like he knew they were coming in, but he was also at the same time not ready for it. So push came in, DRX get the sight, and now Munchkin is still alive. Texture has the operator. Haven't been able to keep this out of his hands just yet.
मतलब कैफे से क्लिप्स उठा के लाना पड़ेगा
Initiating utility, unfortunately doesn't quite connect. Mako and Bane just right underneath around logs, able to hop back up on top. Texture
और अपना
runs away,
सेटअप के भी
trying to
फोटोज
hold on to
रखना
his baby
अगर मेरे को ऐसा लगेगा सेटअप
They
की
are
और देखा हुआ
definitely
है
going to try to take this out of his hands.
हम लोग ने
Yes.
गूगल से उठाया हुआ है
He's going all the
तो
way
तुम लोग
around.
लाइफ टाइम बैन
Give
चैनल
it.
से खुद का सेटअप चाहिए
Texture was holding the angle.
I want it.
Still got about maybe 10 seconds in this one. A little bit less now. He's just going to wait and whine. As over the top. Oh!
Vaccinate दो ना vaccinate
Well, okay.
He's fine.
Texture.
many more milestones yet to come. We'll be there to
4-1.
celebrate all of those. Love you, Rishabh.
So off of a bit of a timeout.
Love you.
Just playing around the defensive setups a little bit and
I think it's
clearer
Oh!
retakes. Unfortunately, Gen G not quite able
भाई आप वही हो टिबोन के
deal
फ्रेंड
against DRX's
टिबोन बोलते थे
coming outside. I
वृषभ
mean,
पर
they're
चुमती
getting
हो
down
तुम
to Lakia with that Odin.
आप वही हो love you
Yeah, they made pretty quick work of Lakia that time around. And he's going to get a dagger down onto Stacks here.
39 months
Or
भाई
rather,
अभी
onto
unsubscribe मत करना
Munchkin
please love you
from Stacks. And now just trying to play the
टिबोन
game a
बोलता
little
था
bit,
वृषभ
trying
पर
to see
चुमती हो तुम मैंने
if they
बोलता
can
था
see
उसको
anybody
करो
here. Did a little bit of damage to Foxy9 already.
गंदा जब था भाई उस दिन जो मिला था ना मेरा
Nice
फैन
long shock dart in there as
बोलते
well.
मैं फैन हो गया आपने मेरी
It's pretty much the same
नाम की
thing.
क्या
I mean,
मारी है मैं बोला excuse me
both teams putting up some roadblocks around the
बिना
map,
clips के
whether
जान
it's B
से
main or A main.
हाँ
But
दूसरे
in all
दूसरे
these
जगह
little
पे है यार
units, there are always tiny gaps in the defenses, and that's what
if you
DRX
can't
is
join in
trying
one
to get a feel
giveaway you
for.
can join in other giveaway
So far, nothing much
बिग
towards
भाई आपका
mid.
ग्राफिक कार्ड कौन सा है मेरे को पता है
Yeah, it's mostly just been ignored, it feels like,
मेरे को पता है
almost. As they got a round win
बट जब
last
मेरे
time
पास
by
इतने सारे
rushing
मॉड्स
into B.
है बोलने के लिए तो मैं कैसे
Maybe they
बता
get it
सकता
again
हूँ समझ
this
रहे हो
time.
बराबर
Some smoke's already coming out here.
लेकिन मेरे को
Genji
पता
look
है
like
ये बात
30
तुमको
seconds.
they
मालूम
see this
रहनी
one
चाहिए
coming.
That's right. Might as well do the same thing. See what Gen G does to adjust. Lakia this time playing a much further defensive position inside of Boathouse. But thankfully, Buzz doesn't quite dash into him. Instead, it's just going to be the blades up on top
खत्म कर
around
रहे थे
Canoe.
Genji
Unfortunately, though, it's going to be Meteor starting things off with a couple of kills, and then Mako and Bane going in for the trades around
Bhai,
backside. 5 seconds
kaise?
left. The spike has to be planted. Mako gets it just in time.
Spike.
And
कैसे 30
this is
90
going to get
yeah,
pretty interesting now.
पता था मेरे
Texture
को,
alone
पता
with
था।
the operator looks like he will try to at least pick someone off before he gets in.
Interesting
Let's see how far he commits with this one. He's not going to hit that shot. Nice little
Oh,
peek
there's
from Mako
like-
already.
कुछ नहीं गया है
Takes a second just to
शमा नहीं तुम्हारे साथ
stabilize
brain
his
देखा
movement, but Mako
फिर chill किया फिर सो गए
repositions. Bane was in
Ekan
place to
bye
trade if needed
thank
as
you
well.
for the
I'm
membership
not sure if B main was the right spot, but anyway.
मेरे पास
Regardless, it's a
recent
win for
chamber से alt
DRX,
का
2 to
4K
4.
है मेरे को क्या मिलेगा
And it's just one of those rounds where the execute works out perfectly again.
Yeah, we see from the vision of Mako
Gali
because
chalegi, gali.
before this, the push from DRX was not good. But Mako got 2 kills. Bane picked up 2 himself. even ADSing in close range to pick up one.
कैसा जीता बे DRX
Really
ये
taking
round?
his time,
कैसे
very
भाई?
patient,
कैसे
but it works.
जीता
And
भाई?
DRX get in with essentially
इतना
just two of their
crazy hold
members.
किया.
And they even take the operator
Amen
out
वाला है ना ये?
of Texture's hands. Of course, he
Amen और
buys
Vine
another
वाला है.
one because he can.
Dot.
But if they can do it again,
Mr. Dodge
DRX, you know, they got a chance to come back in this one. It was looking very dominant in the first 4 rounds, but one timeout, and everything is changing.
Changing the winds for DRX's side. No Odin this round for Genji, so it's going to be the operator started off. Off of that warning shot, DRX makes the quick transition over onto the A site. It's going to be up to Meteor along with Karon to play around this, though. Pushes out outside of the dark cover, catches Mako as he cancels from the shadows. Karon's right back up next to him to trade, but Buzz finds an answer of his own. Now it's up again down to Texture in a 1-on-2, where he only has the operator. Goes in for the swing, catches Buzz, drops down, but doesn't have the animation finished in time. Foxy9 will be able to collect a round. Puts up the dragon for
DRX.
The first shot was so nice, very nice flick down, but then he just got slightly too aggressive. Didn't expect Foxy to just rush at him. Speaking of which, DRX, they ran from outside of B-Man straight over to Tree and straight in their face. I mean, Munchkin heard them coming the whole way. And it didn't really seem to matter. I mean, DRX kind of just ran them down. One crazy back and forth firefight in Tree, and Buzz made his way out of the A side as well. Got a nice little flank kill. Just one by one, the dominoes fell. We got pretty close towards the end of the 2v1, but Texture with only the operator in that scenario. I mean, he got the first kill. I thought maybe he was going to be able to clutch it, as speaking of which, he's got his knives now. 2 rounds of the operator, and he's like, well, I don't have any more operators, but I do have these knives.
And the one-up
Utils तो पूरा है बे.
Tailwind as well, so
Utils तो सबके पास पूरा
bit
है.
of numbers advantage. But keep in mind, it is a round where Genji is once again on a bit of a half-ish buy. Lakia might have a rifle. They've got all the ultimates. And it's always these rounds where Genji seem a little bit more deadly. Once again, Texture comes back up around mid, picks up one, goes back up towards heaven. Lakia along with the Hunter's Fury, able to collect onto 2. Bane's just completely dazed, only able to flick on towards 1, and then Meteor for the final kill. Genji puts themselves back up on top.
Yeah, all starts with Texture getting a pick in mid, and then he gets
उसने
another
एक
one.
और मारा ना?
Lakia
कहाँ पे मारा था?
lines up the 2 as well. It was looking like DRX were maybe going to be able to slowly chip back away in favor of this one, but yeah, just landing a bunch of body shots with those knives. Gets another one right over
thank
the
you
wall.
for the 5 gifted. Chat जिसको भी मिला उसको पकड़ के thanks बोले.
Knowing they're all in
It was
tree.
right at the edge of the Hunter's Fury beam too. Seems though as though like whenever DRX takes a little bit of time, Genji will make use of the space around the map. Just to
डाले Killjoy डाले
for where DRX is about to hit.
एक
So now
default
DRX
दिखाओ.
tries to go in a little bit faster into the A site. Buzz flies up and over on towards Generator. Now he takes down Munchkin. So slight bits an adjustment, but Karon was left undiscovered. Mako finally trades, and we're back to a 2-on-2. We've got lockdowns on both sides, ladies and gents.
This is about to get pretty interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if they do commit to them here. Foxy
Late post
cover
plant.
from Mako. They're going to let the plant go for now. As here comes the first lockdown.
Here we go.
To the second one.
लेकिन उनको heaven में gap
Oh my
है
god,
ना.
that's so annoying.
Oh!
Mako tries to make a move and Mako stays away. He has a bit more space just up around Wine. Meteor comes back in to take his fallen teammate's place, puts up the turret, needs to tap on towards the spike. A bit of a slight one-way on top of Generator from Mako. The counter turret spots out Meteor. So annoying to play against.
There's no way. I mean, there's just no way he's
Dude,
gonna.
I'm not
Shot.
Well, he got the one kill, but then he dies. So another round goes in the
भाई
hands of
जिगल
DRX
क्या
as they
BT
have
दे रहा है बे
made this
इनको.
comeback a thing. It is happening. I mean, they're not in the lead or anything like
जिगल्स
that, but
देखा ना chat?
started 4-0. Now DRX making it pretty close as Buzz. He got in and over, but it really came down to Mako able to clutch it here on the side. He was the last one in, and he did not miss a couple of big shots.
Yeah, DRX जीत सकता है ये मैप नहीं मेरे हिसाब से next
fist bump there.
I think they are going map 3.
Genji
का attack बहुत strong है.
Hold on, let me defuse first.
But yeah, he did a great job.
So vault हो जाए.
And that's what it comes down to, the slight adjustments. Before that, Buzz just dashed in along with Sax's flash. This time he went up on top of Generator. And then, of course, like you mentioned, Mako coming back in to clean up for the team. It's going to be the same execute this time, but instead of going towards Generator, Buzz uses his Cloud Burst on towards Dice. Unfortunately, though, he drops the Karen, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are here to back him up. Perfect protocols, perfect execution, and once again, DRX will seize control over the A site. This puts them back up, potential, pretty much gonna be 5-5.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see how Texture went
down.
Because,
left right angle
you know, they were kind of staying hidden, both him and Karna on the site, but somehow I guess Texture went for a peek and he just got his head taken off. He didn't even get to fire a shot, from what I could tell. Lakia spotted. He was gonna get this kill on a Foxy. Not gonna win the round, but let's see how many kills he can get. Just the one.
Not quite, I guess, anticipating the swing out from Bane. having fired off a shot, you know, Bane just knew where he was, so a little bit more prepared to take that.
Not helping.
Here we go. I mean, the flashes, Mako being able to shrouded step into the site. We don't really see Texture's death, but it's just clear protocols in how DRX wants to take A, and they've got so many variations of how they can execute that strat.
And it feels like Genji have tried to match those variations, but the last couple of rounds look pretty dicey in terms of their defense, which is why I think they call a timeout here, just to try to recalibrate, because, I mean, you're not killing anyone as they run into the site, and yes, there's a lot of utility being thrown in your face, but you need to have some counter flashes to go up to try to stop DRX getting free kills on your operator player on top. You know, Texas being taken out for free. And yes, Mako is kind of being a beast right now and hitting all those shots on the entry, just kind of playing the guy in the back, being the turret, but at the same time, you have to have a way, you know, you throw an extra smoke in that choke or something to give yourself a chance, because so far, DRX have been pretty clean on these entries.
It's just so hard for Genji to anticipate these movements as well. I mean, you don't really know if it's going to be a set play for A or B. And that's why it comes down to the initiators. I think that's why we have Munchkin in position to make a bit of a move on towards A main. Again, it is a bit of that half buy for Genji, though.
So this is where they're strongest, right?
Yes. Let's test that Fury, because for now it's working out. Mako has been taken down. No more smokes for DRX. Buzz able to fight back, though, but this means DRX has to push through, persevere into the A site. Managed to shut the door for the time being. Texture, though, just right up around the corner, fires off a couple of shots. Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, Texture just desperate. Try to take someone down, stop a plant, or try to hit someone in hell, but nobody is taking a single shot. And so far, the Sheriffs also have not quite rang true. Nice little spray as well to catch Meteor as he tries to run away. Binks here and Wine. He's going to pick up another, and Texture also goes down. DRX will clean them up. Just only getting that one kill onto Mako in their eco. DRX now, I mean, they're back in the driver's seat all of a sudden, 6-5.
Right back up on top. Their hands on the steering wheel. It's a little bit odd. Almost as if Genji's thrifty magic has run out. And that's what you have to think about it. That was a timeout from Coach Solo. Maybe it didn't quite work out for the round, but it has to for this one. Last round of the first half, we've invested a lot. It's back onto an Odin for Lakia, but also an Odin for Foxy9. He's set up, waiting to counter the wallbang spot. Doesn't catch anything, though. bit of presence. The rest of the team on A site.
Let's see what Buzz can do.
हाँ ना
He's
बे
pulled knives. They have 4 ults.
मतलब 2000 मिला करके
It's a buy
गर्लफ्रेंड
round
को
for
तुम
Gen
मूवी
G,
नाइट्स
but
लेके गए
I think DRX are
कॉर्नर
just going to
स्विच
send it again. They're just going to go with what has worked so far.
Clears out the corners.
एक तो
Initially
चैट ऑलरेडी
four
सिंगल
off.
है
Up on top of the generator. Oh, and he just swings and takes down
भाई
Meteor.
एचपी दिख रहा है बस का
He used to play Jet
हेलो
himself, so now this is going to be an open A site. The door hasn't been quite shut yet, though. Texture might be able to catch some of them as they hop on over. Instead, he does not.
yeah.
Stacks just narrowly evades and fires back at the tracer rounds.
हर चीज का लाइन
Now back into it. Still, the door left open. Dark cover through, and Munchkin able to push out.
Oh.
It's going to be the Hunter's Fury that catches Lakia, though, but there are still some movements coming outside of door. Buzz tries to hop on over, spots the head,
भाई
and just skewers
second,
through Karen's
उसने
skull. It's going to be a
जंप
7
करके
to 5
राइट
for
क्लिक किया तो
DRX.
साइड लगा
So, DRX, they started off really slowly from the attacker side.
भाई भाई एक सेकेंड उसने जंप करके राइट क्लिक किया है ना और उसको वहां से वहां हेड लगा आज प्रीवर आजा लवड़े इसने 300 के गाली दिया चैट एनी कमेंट्स चैट आई नीड योर हेल्प 300 को गाली दिया इसने
He's kind of making those really important members
Ad
of
band
Gen
kar
G
de bhai.
not really a
मेरी
factor
ad सच्ची
so
बंद है
far
मेरी
in this
जान
first
पे।
half.
That's why this is incredibly
वो YouTube का
dangerous. Why
normal
did you
ad
pick
है।
this map against
मैं
DRX?
ad
It's time
extra
to show
डालूंगा
us.
जब मेरा normal
Gen
stream
G,
चलेगा
they did
Watch
this
Party में बंद
for
है
a
मैं।
reason. For now on the attacking side, DRX has shown so much control. I mean, they've been trying to
Ad
toss
on
in
है।
some feints, some
चीचा वो YouTube ad है वो YouTube समझ रहे हो जब तुम मेरा स्ट्रीम विम खोलते हो तब जो आता है वो वाला है मेरा वाला कौन सा पता है जब मैं डालूंगा ना तब भी आएगा और वो मेरे हाथ में फॉर एग्जांपल ये देखो एड अभी अब आई थिंक लोगों को समझ में आ गया रहेगा
2-0, that's like what is
Wow,
going
yeah.
on? Like, how are they performing this well, and what
Yeah,
happened
yeah.
to Gen G?
बहुत टक्का है
I think
लोगों
that so far Gen G have played pretty well. I'm not sure if they're 10 out of 10 their full form right now, but DRX have really leveled up as well. I feel.
That's right.
को। नहीं है
I
बहुत
mean,
टक्का है बिल्कुल
Every player right now, it's going to be
Aya,
Mako,
Aya,
Foxy9, Bane even. Still though, Gen G tries to go in with quick moves, just like what DRX did
तो
before.
मैं वही बोल
But
रहा हूँ
unfortunately,
ये मेरे
the
हाथ
rest of
में
the
मैं
team was
कब
not quite able to
डालूं
follow
तो
up
मैं
with
नहीं
texture.
डालता कोई
So
भी
now,
वॉच पार्टी
Black,
स्ट्रीम
yeah,
में नहीं डालता वही बोल रहा हूँ
making
मैं
some calls, they're trying to hang back.
फिर भी गाली देते हो
It was a great one-way smoke from Buzz, and they should have known he was there in that position, especially Texture, who got in over the top.
सबको एक साथ नहीं आएगा लेकिन
But he was just
मेजॉरिटी
not
लोगों
looking
का
the
है।
right way, and Buzz just got a free headshot on
Laughs in
him
YouTube
as he
premiere।
was not there. And as you mentioned, nobody was able to follow up because there was just too much utility in the choke, and
Right here.
of course only the Jet got in. So
चैट बिंक्स ओपी
push
लिखो
very
और
much
ऐड डालो
stifled, as DRX did read it very well.
बड़ा दम की
They're just trying to set up around dark cover.
समझे
This
अब
only
मत
works if
एक्सप्लेन
DRX
कर
makes
रहे
a
बाबा
mistake and they try to do something cheap.
वॉच पार्टी में नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम्स में डाल दूंगा
Oh, okay, they tried to
Motherfucker.
peek out. Bane along with the
नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम्स
recon.
में एड्स रहेगी शायद ज्यादा भी
Just trying to
रहेगी
catch them off
Watch
guard.
Party-
Now having to swing back
वो
around.
थोड़ा
Gen G
balance
picking
करने का।
off these players one by one. They've evened out the odds again. Buzz with the
Ooh.
frenzy whiffs. Munchkin down to 1 HP, but it doesn't quite matter because the damage has been done. Meteor with the
भाई
double
अभी
smack
जेंजी
down.
कमबैक
Gen G
करेगी
able to
यही
secure the
देखना बचा है
pistol
अभी
still.
जेंजी कमबैक करेगी
Yeah.
फिर अचानक से
Sometimes
डीआरएक्स
in
को
the pistol
उठाएगा
round,
फिर
it's like,
डीआरएक्स
it
और कमबैक
seemed
करेगा और
like-
वो लोग जीत जाएंगे ये होने वाला है
Like,
They
मेरे
lose
को
texture.
लगता है
This might be it.
स्क्रिप्ट मिल गई है
like, well, also, it felt like DRX knew that they were coming in still from that angle. And
एक्शन
just
भाई
the
मेरी आवाज आ
timing,
रही है उधर हेलो
he checked in pizza, he's like, okay, he's not there, but then immediately after Munchkin swings, Meteor hits a couple of really nice headshots with the ghost.
पोस्टर कहाँ सेंड करूँ
Sometimes
आप
just
पहले
comes down to how
इंस्टाग्राम
you're
पे
going to hit those
मैसेज डाल
shots.
दो
Gen G were
मैं
just
आपको
better in
बोलता
that round.
I don't fault DRX for having the confidence to peek out though. But still, I mean, Gen G
हूँ। ये अब पोस्टर के साथ मेरे
shows that they
को
are not to
स्टोरी
be
वो
messed
कर दो
with. This map could
Tag
still
कर दो,
potentially
मैं-
be theirs.
मैसेज करता है सब इनकेस मैसेज
Some
मैसेज
cheeky shorty plays from Buzz though, and he tries to catch off Karen potentially.
या फिर मॉड्स को अपना IG दे दो IG.
No, neither side's gonna make a move. He's waiting for the whole team. Oh boy, Karen's still up around the top. He only has a stinger, so unfortunately the magazine capacity is not on his side.
ये लोग का तो स्मूथ चल रहा है.
Then it's gonna be the rest of the team that has already made a lot of space into B sites. BINKS69 with the classic, just tries to do a bit of damage, not able to do much.
He did a very small bit of damage.
Exactly 29 points.
Yeah. And yeah, if you're gonna swing out 4 people at A main, it's a free clown every time, especially with Foxy going down. DRX just hanging out in the market, trying to get as close as they possibly can to this spike explosion.
Not exits, we'll just die to the spike.
जो अच्छा लगा वही लेना, just because कुछ महंगा है या चाहिए ऐसा मत ले. जो अच्छा लगा वो ले.
Leaving Karen just to lurk outside of A.
क्योंकि already बहुत है यार.
See, Gen.G, they seem to have a good idea of where they could be, but don't want to take any risks as they break down the door. They run into the spike, and DRX will lose that second round. Gen.G tie it up with another pistol round 1 here on Ascent. That is the one thing that Gen.G do have in their favor. 3 pistol rounds out of 4 so far over the 2 maps. And didn't quite win the bind, but maybe now we'll see if Gen.G can have those clean executes that we saw out of DRX from the attacker side of Ascent.
Entirely possible. I also would not put it out of DRX's zone to turn this around on its head. Now they've got the full buy. They've brought out the Odin. Kane starts to fire and tickle off some of these players. Texture down to 30 HP. The 0 point just to push him back. They're trying to get the angle on through to him with the Guardian. And he does, you know, get punched up a little bit. Meanwhile, Munchkin lurking outside of mid in case anyone pushes out.
Yeah, Bane just clearing out main. And it's going to give some information. We still do have 3 members of DRX over towards the B side, but we see rotations coming in now. As it does look like this rotation from Gen.G over to A will be red, although as I say that, Stax just kind of hanging around mid. Wants to wait for a bit more information before he commits towards the A site.
Yeah, given this much time gone, and Buzz peeking into B main now. It's about time the DRX will get an idea that the rotations have been made over onto A. Stax, quick move up onto the top, but a great dark cover from Karen as well. Stax ignores it though! Stabs Gen.G in the back! You got Foxy9 and Mako on the side, just putting up a stalwart defense. And DRX takes the lead again.
So I guess fragments just aren't real. Just run through them and, you know, like, I think a lot of times, especially on
pulses, yeah,
on engages like that, it's like, okay, well, we've covered this angle because, you know, we've got this utility down. There's no way the guy's gonna come through there. But Stax just he throws the book out the window. He's like, nope. He's like, do not look behind you. That's what he said, and you know, they just assumed he would never do that, and it was just a great play from Stax. Gets the jump on a 2, and that totally just takes the air out of the balloon. That was the push from Gen.G.
That's why that's such a high-level decision, because he knows as long as you're not close to the center of that fragment, you're fine.
भाई कितनी खुशी होती है ना जब एक मॉड टाइम आउट करते हैं सारे मॉड्स एक्टिव हो जाते हैं.
Both Odin.
The Odin battle. Why don't we just have 5?
वो क्लास में एक बच्चा लेट आता है तो कैसे सब लोग ऐसे देखते हैं
each other from long range. Or maybe just through that wall.
We should do that.
सुनो मेरी prediction सुनो. ये राउंड अगर DRX जीती तो DRX जीती. ये राउंड अगर Gen.G जीती तो DRX जीती. ये है मेरी prediction. लिख के ले लो.
I just want to watch that. Not this high level play. Gen.G, it looks like they do want to head towards A once again.
Again, it's just playing around the presence. You know, if they're able to catch actually the slight skilled player from the Odin, if you're able to catch someone through the positioning, then it works out. But if it doesn't, at least you made a bit of noise, then you go in for the one-on-ones. A bit of an ace split down through against DRX. Mako was able to trade up at least one. So down to the 4-on-4. Everyone else has finally arrived on the scene. A little bit slow though, so Gen.G has the advantage in timing. They get to set themselves up. Stacks has stayed hidden away, so the pop flash works out great. But unfortunately, Meteor is just a little bit sharper, spins on a swivel, and takes down the final two. Gen.G ties things up 8-8.
Yeah, that they do. Get back on the board, and this time just a bit more traditional push. You know, they get on in, and we saw Stacks was trying to hide behind the boxes and wait until the very last second, but unfortunately timing does him dirty. As the second he pulls out that flash, Aaron springs around the corner, and yes, he got the kill, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. As pretty aggressively hopping off of heaven to try to challenge this one, it was not quite enough.
2-0 for DRX. लिख के ले लो भाई. I mean, good ideas, but still, Gen.G.
Trend के खुशी में
and the
न्यू
rest of
चड्डी
the
का
team
बात
having
पे
the
शॉपिंग
sense
कर दो.
to
चैट लाइक
fire
कर
the
दो,
general
5 के
direction
लाइक्स
of
कर
where
दो,
the
जो लोग
DRX
नए
players
नए हैं
would
लाइक कर दो
rotate from,
फट से.
which is heaven. So now back towards a bit of a
भाई नेक्स्ट ब्लीड वर्सेस DFM है ना.
DRX. So far, Gen.G has been the team to win out a lot of these thrifties. DRX not yet, not today.
भाई अगर DFM
still waiting
जीता
on their opportunity. They are going to stack towards A in hopes of making up for their lesser firepower by just taking better manpower trades. But at the moment, Gen.G is doing a pretty good job trying to feel this out. And so far, they haven't seen much of anything.
सेंटी होना ही है $10,000 में सेंटी हो.
Either team wants to give the other an advantage.
तुम भी डबल सेंटी मैं भी सेंटी.
If they get some kills, of course they would be able to pick up a couple of weapons, which would be great for their economy. If Gen.G picks these kills, though, a couple of these players, Lakia and Meteor, are closer to their ultimates, so that would mean a lot for the future rounds on this map. And a single advantage could mean the map going their way. Lakia listens to the footsteps. Foxy9 able to collect on the flicks. Now just trying to go for exit frag to keep Gen.G pinned down inside the site.
Yeah, Foxy has that Vandal. Maybe he could poke in, see if he gets someone. They're going to try to get in here, actually, as teleporting in, but Mako not quite able to get it done. Peter will just hold down the site. Foxy does get one, but that is about it. So clean round win from Gen.G.
Yeah, trying to relay off of the shot instead. Does not work out. But this is where I get a little bit worried now because
Fullback versus Fullback.
Players up on
अभी सीन ये है.
A lot closer to their
आ
ultimate.
गई है. अल्टी आ गई है एक की. Next round दो
Although we have a successful round from DRX in the second half right now. So far, Gen.G are still in control. Their attacks have been great. Hence the timeout from Coach Chummi just to turn things around.
Yep, second timeout here from DRX.
Then Blade अभी ऐसी सिचुएशन में कि आज जीता तो भी गाली खाएगा.
I feel like
so
far outside of the last, not the round we just had, but the one before that where they were challenging a little bit too aggressively on A as the spike plant was coming down. Outside of that, I mean, I think it's been okay for DRX, but they really don't want to give any momentum over the side of Gen.G. So just going to take that second timeout before things get a little bit too dire, because it really does look like Gen.G have risen to the plate here on the attacker side, at least. A couple of great reads from them.
Impact
saying, okay, well, just going to throw this KO ultimate out, see what we can see. Okay, let's just rotate on over to B, and only Foxy was able to get the one kill. Outside of that, a very clean round, so Gen.G really holding on tightly to their lead.
They could possibly extend this even further because of their ultimates now. That's what I'm a little bit worried about. So even with the timeout, I wonder where Coach Chummi is going to adjust. You've got these big tools, the Odin, the Operator, and in the hands of Buzz. They haven't really quite spotted out anything towards B. Mako and Foxy have to be prepared for this. The smoke tossed out at the right time. Foxy trying to get the angle, trying to anticipate the dash up from Texture, but he doesn't quite land the shot.
बहुत Instagram देखते हो क्या से? कल से stream रहेगा तो फिर थोड़ा सा emotional हो गया. Next time no more pain. Love it.
Now we even have a lockdown committed to here from the side of Gen G. See, DRX is going to back out of this one for now.
Done in मेरी जान case.
See if they even attempt to get in there. All 4 members just running away at the moment, and they'll say, okay, well, we got the lockdown, and I guess we'll just have to be happy with that. They don't have much of an economy right now, so they just want to hold on to their 4 guns, especially that operator from Buzz. So
who is winning? How are you? Right now, winning is Gen G, like heavy winning.
I mean,
and they are happy also. So मेरे हिसाब से ये map Gen G
every
जीतेगा.
little advantage counts, whether it's a rifle or an ult point or actual ultimates, or just taking away the ultimate from your opponent. But like I mentioned, it's going to be Gen G extending their lead right now. They can afford to lose rounds. That's the biggest thing that DRX has to worry about, the battle of attrition.
Yeah, this round is really going to be the big one. I mean, you could have said maybe the last one was, but the fact that Foxy couldn't quite hit that shot from Hell up on top of Generator just kind of... And also the fact, obviously, that they did commit to the lockdown means that DRX were like, you know what, this isn't the round.
Let's go the next one. Orb blow, ये सब छोड़ दो.
Really need this one, otherwise Gen G probably just going to run away with this map.
Lakia orb. Lakia orb.
By Mako.
Lakia orb.
Tosses out the paranoia.
Lakia.
Good little bit of context, wall banked shots and the turret. And then we've got the lockdown from Foxy9. Spike still planted though, but it does give DRX a bit of room to stretch their legs. We've got to watch for that flank up around A short.
That sure got detained out there. Foxy trying to challenge Mako as well, clean with 1.
Very aware, but then traded by Munchkin. A sudden repeat, and he takes down the diffuser as well. Buzz fires off another shot, but look at how Gen G are holding this from A main. It's planted out in the open perfectly. And then Hunter's Fury. Oh, Texture.
अगर इसको मार देता था ना.
With the movement, takes down 2. And that's gonna be Gen G. With the lead.
Yeah, might just be lights out for this one unless DRX have a miracle up their sleeve, because this, from Munchkin, he's really the main one. He wins in tree and then just a spray down to take another. And then, as you mentioned, this control from A main was fantastic. Even the Hunter's Fury committed to, just to make 100% sure. Even Gen G knew how important that round was for holding on to their momentum.
Momentum like this, you get map points. Okay. What?
Okay, Buzz.
The heck?
Buzz
oh, and he gets a 3rd. Buzz is pissed off. He wants blood. Unfortunately, only 3 bits of blood drawn today until Meteor puts him in his seat.
Maybe it's enough, though. I mean, he just kind of did it all by himself. That's before Gen G had any kind of setup. No push, of course, no spike plants or anything, so they're just... Now it's Karen and Meteor who are like,
maybe ऐसे call this six mid
this is awkward.
Well,
and it might just give enough money over to the side of DRX to start to get something going for them.
I mean, that's the most bizarre thing, Valdez, because he just like peeked out top mid, swings and picks up 2, just like without much assistance, without anything else.
Really, the only way that works is if he insta one-taps both of them, which he did. I mean, the fact that there were 2 of them up there in top mid as well, and he hits them both, and you could tell they really weren't expecting that. But generally, that's just like a 1-for-1 trade. Meteor is going to pick up 1. Make this a bit interesting. There's not a lot of time, but yeah, it's going to be Meteor going down. Still could get this plant, at least.
शर्म करो
भाई. Trying to pull off the 1v3 clutch.
काम वाला जगह.
It is possible.
Interesting. थोड़े टाइम के लिए ना Instagram बंद कर दो. Mind corrupt हो गया.
On the site. Shrouded steps as well. It's a bit of noise, but he has to work against time and speed. Oh wow, Foxy9 with the decisive swing out. I mean, we talk about Bane as a rookie. We often forget that
map
Foxy was the rookie from last year on the Sentinel role now this time, which he's doing such a great job at. But wait, I want to see that replay of Buzz.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Buzz's solo carry.
Buzz, you marvelous beast.
The fact that he doesn't get traded and then the flash over the top as well, just to open up a third kill.
8 hours
Team play
of
as
sleep.
well.
3:30 you slept.
I don't think I'll have an operator, but he does. Maybe he was
Eh,
talking
but
about
मैं
the
लुढ़को.
team, not 100% sure, but he was talking about not having an operator in some sense. But as we can see,
Series देखा.
he does.
Movie
So,
देखा.
Can't afford it.
yeah.
एक पूरे आखी 2 घंटे की मूवी देखी मैंने.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the enemy team.
कोई तो
Whatever
movie
it
का
is,
part 2
whatever
है
the
तो वो
case
देखा.
is, now with his in his hands, he has to connect his shots. Because Gen G are trying to match the pace, trying to go a little bit faster than what DRX can hold. Pop flash doesn't quite work out. Buzz able to connect the shot onto Lakia. Texture continues to push through, pulls out the blades too. Swatted down in midair. Buzz goes back in for a third. And now playing around the dices, it's going to be Karon who takes him down from A main. Spike planted underneath Hell. Null command popped just to give himself a second life too. No utility. Bane can't quite execute with the Hunter Fury. He's going to have to barrel through and walk down. Movement speed slightly deterred. And as he swings back, trying to think where Munchkin is, lo and behold, the final shot to put Gen G up on that point.
That's a big one. Buzz was getting angry. He was trying to put a stop to Gen G by himself again, but it was Gen G as a team who were just a bit better. Karan picks up 2, and then Munchkin finishes off the last. And that was a very close round, but Gen G picking up, and now it's looking like we're probably going to that third map. At this point, we did a split for the third map. See if Gen G can close it out.
That's what's pretty impressive about Gen G. Being able to keep the vibes up, being able to keep Buzz cool. They pour water on his head. DRX trying to pull off some unorthodox positions given their weaponry, stacks with the Spectre. And Gen G wanting to close this out. They play it safe. It's a bit of a default hold.
There they are.
Oh, the recon!
Well, that got very awkward for Stacks quickly. He's like, oh, oops. And then he died. Nicely played by the side of Gen G. Might just have the 13-9 in their hands. But still 4 members of DRX, and they do have rifles and an operator at least.
I don't know what that operator is gonna do. Let's go. Oh, wait, he spotted out the leg. He gets a 1! And he's got Blade Storms at the ready as well. I was going to say it comes down to Foxy9, but it doesn't matter if Buzz is here to help him out. Bane chips in with a Hunter's Fury, although it doesn't quite connect. Texture has slipped every single punch, every single cross. Now sliding up on top, he catches Mako square back in the head. Texture! The hat trick to close out the map for Gen G.
They knew where they were coming from. It didn't matter because Texture existed, got in their face, took down 3 people, and nearly melee range super cleanly. It's like they didn't even see him at all. He was invisible. Excellent stuff from Gen G to bring us to tie score and bring us to a third map.
I mean, this second half for the Tigers, they have just dominated DRX. And it's just such incredible stuff that our desk is going to have to break it down for all of us to see.
We do have a lot to talk about indeed about that match, and we are going into a map number 3 because Gen G was able to bring it back. I love how DRX was able to cut the momentum of Gen G even very early on though. This was a match that was very, you know, kind of like, oh, it's favoring DRX and you suddenly didn't know which way it was going to go, and suddenly Gen G brings it back as well.
Well, this was like just
बस ना सब अभी बोल दिया उसने.
ये लोग क्या देख रहे पीसी में? लैपटॉप में?
मुझे देख रहे मेरा स्ट्रीम.
Valorant from a couple years ago. It felt so awesome to see like both of these teams have great ideas on their attack.
Chat 4K likes कर दो. 200 बचे 200 ले लो 200 ले लो 200 ले लो.
Yeah, and I think it's also just how well they're able to follow up on those attacks. You see just how knowledgeable Genji was in playing that post-bat. Sure, there's someone from DRX that's going to try to defuse that spike. But
अल्फा भाई अब समझा आप हेटर क्यों हो. जी ने क्यों छोड़ दिया पता नहीं. अब समझा मेरे को आप हेटर क्यों अल्फा भाई. अब समझा. But still I love you.
These teams are able to perform at this level thanks to how
Like
solidified they are.
karo
Thanks to that, you have Stacks and Munchkin.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all starts with the IGL. It's their way to work the map. I mean, both doing a really good job on both sides of the coin. Kind of working the map enough that they can find those little openings. If they just get that little bit of extra
सुर्र
space.
करके हेडफोन डालेगा तेरे को सुर्र आवाज आएगा. उधर दरवाजे पे बेल वेल मारता है तो तेरे को सुर्र आवाज नहीं आता.
I mean, Genji in particular, like the way they've been playing throughout this entire year. Obviously, yeah, there are alerts from Munchkin and Meteor, but there's always at least 3 together in whatever they're doing at their main focus, and they're all trying to play in this sort of triangle-ish formation where they're trying to bounce off of each other. So if one falls, there's another one to step up right behind them. This time, Munchkin leading the way. You know, his bind was something to forget. Bounces right back and has a tremendous ascent.
so here's the flip side. We were talking about how, you know, good the attacking side for DRX was, right? Because we were mentioning this, you know, off panel or off panel where, you know, Fox9 feels like he's doing a lot of gravitating of the attention of Genji. You know what came on the second half? Absolutely nothing. He had like 8 kills.
यार ऐसा aim करने के लिए क्या
and
करना
that's probably
पड़ेगा
because of how well Genji was able to do their pushes. Fox9 couldn't really do his
या मेरी
standard
उम्र हो गई
alerts
अभी
because he
reflexes
was on a
slow.
killjoy. He has to be planted somewhere else, and Genji's executes were just so good that even when DRX are trying to, let's say, respond, they didn't really have that good timing. You'd see these kind of alerts that come in from Munchkin that was a lot more impactful than what we saw from what DRX was trying to do, especially on that second half.
Yeah, by that time it was too late for
Rose
Fox9
Antique
to have
के
any
साथ
real
duo
impact, right? But I
Yeah,
also think it was because Buzz had such a
मैं
great
तो
map,
रुकती
you know,
हूँ
here on
अंकित के
Ascent,
साथ
right?
कब
We were
खेलूं.
talking earlier about
क्योंकि मैं
how,
जब
okay,
clutch
maybe on
करती हूँ ना
the
तभी
Razer,
वो
it wasn't
ऐसे
really
cheer
popping off
करती है
that
मेरे
much,
लिए.
you know, back on Bind,
अगर ऐसा cheer
Fox9's
Binks
map,
करता था
but
तो
now
उसको
Buzz,
रोज
we saw
5
that
कप चाय
flick, for
मिलती.
example, over onto Catwalk, right? On two
Reason why
headshots
Binks only
versus
gets
Genji.
1 cup.
He's awake now, Paperthin. He
Yeah.
is awake and he's mad.
No, exactly, and they're going to need it. I mean, they need that angry Buzz. You know, Texture also came alive a little bit of that at the end there. Had that big
Anki can do your best.
for himself to get himself
Anyone
close
who
to almost
calls
an even
us
scoreline
Julo
in that,
Duo
but
is just
I mean, Buzz did look a little uncomfortable for like the first half of that map and a little bit with the operator, but then he started to get the feel of things underneath him. He had that sick triple kill with the operator as well. So now I'm just kind of seeing if DRX can kind of get him heated up for this split because they're really going to need him. Probably going to be the only, you know, potentially the only duelist. We'll see, but you know they're going to need him to really pop off on Raze if they're going to get over the line.
See, you're jealous to that.
And I think that, you know, right now it's a one-to-one. It could be anybody's game at this point, and we really do mean that, right?
Oh,
But I
इसकी
think right
earrings
now,
कैसी
speaking
है?
of games, we do have one of our own, and this is the most important game, I feel, for Aserai right now, because while we were discussing Genji and DRX,
Only friend
Paperthin and I
left.
going back and forth, Aserai was just like, how on earth do I rank up in this
He
game
was
over
falling
here?
so
He
fast.
was! He's like, okay, by week 3 I have to do this or whatever, but we do have to give it to
कल भी कर
Paperthin.
रही थी मैं.
We do have to give
I
it
told
to
you, you
stream
just
पे
got to
आती
pick
नहीं.
against what you think's going to happen.
That's a strategy
झाड़ू
I will
निकाल.
take to heart. But we're going to go over here. It's my first day and I'm already deranking. Haha, joke's on you. This is nothing new to me. Haha.
Okay.
I go down to
The viewers also go up
silver.
anyways.
The viewers do go up. You guys go up to...
I just want to add.
मेरा rank है
I
Wingman
have
मेरा.
simulations playing in my head
And-
about these kind of things. All right, and
माफ
it is
कीजिए,
exactly
छोटा.
what it could happen. And then if it doesn't, it means that the team that I picked like should win that particular
Look, look, look.
question.
Look.
Loses the round.
Look,
This
I want you to watch
okay,
this.
Okay. See this. See this.
I want you to watch this.
I'm looking. You know, I will take this loss. But see here, DRX pushed A site. If they pushed B, they would have won, and they would have, you know, planted the spike there,
बजारा
and they
जी
would
का
have won.
मैच देख. कल
Planted on
WATCHPARTY
A, and
में.
they lost.
नहीं.
See?
जाओ
See?
जाओ.
The massive copium
See?
sitting next to me.
I know. Like this entire time. That's what he was talking about. And now he's like strategizing, okay, I have 7 more wins to do and everything.
He's already planning out like his next.
I'm here for 4 days, guys. For 4 days, okay? I'm here till Tuesday. I have 7 more series to get into.
That's what matters.
Exactly.
This is what matters over here. It is quite attractive. I mean, like it's my first time here, and I'm down to silver.
And Will's right there on diamond.
Yeah.
Valdez.
Should we like? Is there something that happens if you go past iron? I have to ask.
I've got plans for that.
Oh.
I tried to do it.
You tried to do it.
I gave it a go, but
really?
now I'm winning because I'm picking against my gut instincts.
Okay,
So,
okay.
That's
interesting.
Yeah.
To be continued. We'll find out if there is a
Pune mein.
life beyond iron.
Jao Pune
But
wale.
right now, back into our series, right?
Hi.
Enough of these mini games over here. Let's go back to the real one, Genji and DRX.
Oh boy.
This, I feel like,
143
again, we
star.
keep talking about how this is a battle of like pride to, for that, classic of Korean teams, I suppose. But right now, it could be anybody's game. Both teams are at their
Damage.
peak right now, Favorton.
Yeah, they are. And this is a map where they both played very, very well for the most part. I mean, Genji beat Sentinels on that 13-5. Yeah, they lost the repeat in the grand finals at Madrid, but still they showed that they can hang on this map. They like to run the double duelist. Now, the interesting thing for the side of DRX is they just went up against the double duelist in T1 with Izu and Zaya player playing Braze and the Jet respectively, and they handled it incredibly well. And a big part of that was like Mako coming up huge, Buzz having a great game, Foxy playing a very solid Cypher. So if those things can continue to be there, I think this could start to lean a little bit towards DRX. They have very good fundamentals.
Yeah, at least from what's, what my takeaway from that is, it just feels like the win conditions that make DRX such a scary team is very much more doable on split than, with that Ascent. Because again, it felt like Fox and I just didn't have any kind of impact or presence on that second half. But on a map like Split, where he's probably going to be back on the Cypher, it's definitely going to be possible right now for him to step back in and be one of those, energetic players that is there for DRX.
No, for sure. I think we're going to see, like, we saw Foxy 9 earlier. We saw Buzz finally waking up. We're going to see every one of these players at their peak here in Split. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see Buzz and Texture potentially on that Raze. I'm excited to see the lurks as well. You have Foxy 9 potentially up against Meteor, right? Or maybe Genji brings out the double duelist. Who knows? Right now, we are going to step into our agent select as we head into Split. So let's bring up our agent select and head on over to the stage to see what's going on. And in the meantime, I don't know. Both of these teams, as you mentioned, have such history in this map, right? Both of these teams, I would say, are very comfortable on this map as well.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'd be shocked if there were any changes. Everybody's just trying to kind of out, chess battle each other today. There hasn't been much in the way of unexpected agent.
They by full enjoy कर रहे भाई. WhatsApp group इतना active आज तक नहीं देखा.
Right now, and so DRX got the advantage on Vine. Genji looks really, really good on Ascent. So now you come over to Split, a map that is home ground for both teams. Super comfortable. Obviously, looking at the double duelist versus the Cypher. Genji, struggled a little bit on the defender side against DFM the last time.
ये मेरा protest है आज.
If you can go kind of
आज प्रीमियर में होगा कैसा गेम से
आज protest जब तक पानी नहीं आएगा मैं टट्टी नहीं
मैं
करूँगा.
बोल नहीं पाऊंगी आप लिख दो यार कैसा प्रीमियर में गेम प्ले होगा.
Well, we're going to see indeed how this pans out as we step into Split. Let's toss it on back to our casters, Quack and Valdez.
Thank you once again, Mika asked right.
Hey, Strix, how about some gaming after the watch party?
Down to Split, and this is the one where
we
I feel
want
like
to
it's a
game with
complete
some
toss-up,
Immortal 3.
Valdez.
I don't know what to expect out of this one. It's so close between these two teams
मैंने
already.
परसों दो game के लब है anti-blind
I
game.
feel like it's just gonna go the distance. Maybe this is the one that we get the
समझ रहे हो
overtime
सामने
on.
वाला
We
KO
were
नहीं
expecting
था
maybe it was
फिर
gonna
भी
be
अपने
Binks,
teammates
but
suppressed है फ्लैश ही
I
नहीं
can
दिया.
absolutely see it happening
Light
here.
जाएगी.
No. But I am worried about
Light
one
जाएगी
thing
मेरी,
because
जितना होता
Genji
है
are the
खेल
ones
ले
who
यार.
left this open,
गया
but
तो
DRX are
नसीब
the ones who
करा.
get to
क्या
pick
कर
which side they want to start on. And Mako's
वरना bullet तो है ही.
defense
हाँ?
on this map is something to behold.
तेरा भी account
because
जाएगा
he's
bullet का
able
भी
to
जाएगा
slip
एक साथ
in and
मजा
out
आएगा.
of ropes like a monster. That's something that he's done in the previous weeks.
वैसे भी
This
viral
stage
होके
of
time हुआ.
VCT Pacific. Genji has to watch out for that. I think that's why you see them walking through mid instead of down straight into A.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's see where Genji will attack here at the end of the day.
वो कौन था बड़ा जो mid round में ID pass दिया था?
In mid,
अभी तू kill करके.
heading up to heaven. Foxy and Bane are here.
Foxy's the one with the angle, but Bane's the one on the side. The paranoia tossed out, a little bit slightly off. It's just the slippery movement from Meteor, strafing left and right. Both players instantly dealt with.
headshot खाता उधर.
The dive is just too darn good.
इसलिए मेरे को नहीं ले रही है
दे जिगल मारा
चेंजी वाले
Yeah, Genji got in there really fast, and DRX just were not able to feel that pressure much at all. Is Lakia okay? It's going to go down to Mako.
Oh no,
But another kill goes to Meteor. That's a...
तेरे को पता है DRX के प्लेयर्स कभी सोलो क्यों नहीं करते?
Buzz is alone.
Wait, DRX के players.
हाँ.
Near flawless for Genji. I mean, I don't see how Buzz can make his way out of this one. No util.
क्योंकि वो
So many
हमेशा
targets ahead of
stacks
him.
में
A wider swing from Meteor. And
बराबर था ना?
SGP
Oh my
the round.
god!
Not
see?
only the round,
Meant to
4
be,
kills
dude.
under this guy's belt.
Yeah, great start for Meteor.
हमेशा
as
lobby stacks
They just,
रहती है.
you know, they got spotted a little bit
यार
late,
समझ
and then
गई
the
तुम
entry
लोग।
onto this one was fantastic. Long range shot from
Yeah,
Texture,
I'm
and then just
missing
the swift
T-Bone
moves,
in these
Meteor
jokes,
back
yeah.
and forth, back and forth. And then he just takes everybody out. Very crisp third kill, and then this one eventually gets the job done.
एक कोई दूसरा
Just
वॉच
another
पार्टी
Tuesday,
स्ट्रीमर
bro.
लाइव है मेरे को टीबोन की आवाज ही
He's
सुनाई
back.
Actually, it's Saturday.
Oh yeah, you're right. And he's back on top of that jet. It's the double duelist, the Sentinelist composition against DRX's double controller.
कमर की मम्मी
So
दीदी
far,
होती रहेगी इतना बैठ के हाँ
Defense hasn't worked out great. Only been the first
कोई
round.
नहीं वेकेशन
So
लेंगे
let's see if this crossfire with the
वॉच
pistols
पार्टी
might
के
be able to do
बाद
something.
3 या 4 तारीख को खत्म हो रहा
And once again, it's the same thing where they leave Munchkin on the lurk. Oh! DRX tries
भाई
to make a
जीत
move,
गया
but
बे
instantly
जेंजी
gets
जेंजी जीत
slapped
गया
down.
गाइस कौन जीता
Yeah.
रिपीट आफ्टर
You know,
मी
Buzz
जेंजी
He was
Repeat
the
after me,
top
guys.
fragger.
Okay.
क्लासिक से मारा कैरन भाई
Not going to get a second
God.
kill here. But yeah, he was the top fragger. He had 7 first kills, and he was ahead of everybody on the side of Genji as well, individually. This time around, in 2 rounds in a row, he's the last one left alive. He did have kind of a miraculous performance himself, especially towards the end, peeking into 3 separate people and getting 3 headshots to nearly bring them back on Ascent. As this time Munchkin was the guy, and eventually they just try to peek out and get what they can get. But
देखिए ये सब गेम्स देख के लगता रहेगा
I don't
ना
know,
तेरे को
DRX just
ऐसी भी
faltering a little
दुनिया
bit,
होती है
especially
तेरे
if Buzz
रैंक
is not able to
के
quite
अलावा
carry them like he did on the last map.
Even then, like,
आज 5 मैन कर इसके बाद तेरे को दिखाते
just working against those odds in that
Sorry.
pistol, it's just tough.
डर गया
कल बहुत
This
चीखें
is the
सुनाई
round where
देती
they really need
अरे
to
बचा ना
cement their
ब्रिज
footing.
अरे ब्लाइट दे
Got Buzz
ये
up
तो मैं
around
भूली
mail
नहीं
room.
और हमारी टीम में
Mako
कोई
with
ब्रीच
his
नहीं
regular antics up around ropes.
अरे ट्रेड लेना
Vents.
ये तो बोली नहीं
Genji has gotten the information that they needed or wanted. So pretty soon it's going to be contact. Bane might be able to toss out the paranoia, but he has to back away, and Buzz needs to come back
मेरे को
in.
लग रहा है बे एक
give
दिन
him
आएगा
cover
जब ये
fire.
पिंकी गाली देगी
Tries to
उस
take down
दिन पिंकी
Texture,
के
but
1 मिलियन
very much still alive. Bane able to take
हाँ
down
ना।
Karen on the cross.
भाई,
The
लोगों को
default
मजा
from Genji doesn't quite work out.
जीत गया बे DRX जीत गया बे जेंजी हार गई
Yeah, that was pretty swiftly
भाई
taken
क्लीन
down, and now they're going to get that
clean
deal down, and
defense था
Salak is just running the other way.
8-4 स्विच होने वाली है
This
DRX
execution on
जीत
the B
गई
side did not
सॉरी
work.
जेंजी मिलता है
Nice shutdown from Bane and Buzz. Buzz up on Heaven.
बंक बैक सॉन्ग रेडी है
Down the
टोटल
side, throw
2
in a
वर्जिन्स है
Paranoia
एक
to
हिंदी
delay them.
एक इंग्लिश
30
AI
seconds left.
And
जनरेटेड
that's all they needed.
लिंक
So,
चैट में डाल दो क्या बाय कॉपीराइट का
yeah, just
कुछ सीन
maybe
नहीं
gonna
है,
try to get
Discord
an
एक
angle
इधर
here on a
डाल दो।
Foxy9 about
पहले
to be
mods
spotted.
सुन
हाँ
लेंगे फिर
डिस्कॉर्ड में डाल मॉड्स रिव्यू करे
हाँ।
A little
सॉन्ग
bit. 15 seconds left. Got his bulldog.
वाइब रहनी चाहिए वाइब रहनी चाहिए
Foxy9's camera
यार
on the
मैंने
other
देखा है
side. He
पर
knows he
ऐसे
has to
ट्रिगर
walk
विगर
through
होते हैं ना
mail
तो
room.
ज्यादा व्यूज आने लगते हैं
I mean, this round is over, but at the very
तू
least,
तो वाटर के लंबे
it was
गेम में
was
तो ट्रिगर्ड हो
exceptional plays from DRX.
अच्छा
I
है
mean,
ना?
इसी
very
में डालो मैं सुनता
लोगों को मजा आता है
minimal room for error. A slight mistime
भाई
on
मेरा
that
खुद
paranoia,
का
and it
सॉन्ग आ
could have
गया
been a different story.
ये
But because Bane was in the right spot, and he even Shroud steps away at the right time, Buzz instantly coming back in, they were able to slow down Genji's execute just enough
वाह
to actually shoot down every single individual member.
Sure, it's me.
क्या बोला
Yeah, sure, it's me.
ओह इट्स मी
He's having a
मैंने कुछ
English
और
pretty good
में
time.
बोल
Held down the back of the
यार
site
मैंने
very
कुछ और
well.
ही सुना यार
And Meteor, with all those early kills, already has his knives. So he's going to pull those out
Yeah,
here
best
in
है
round
Viper.
4.
क्या लगता है मीटर निकालेगा नाइफ में
Alright, let's see. DRX has
टफ लग रहा है
switched up their setup for now.
आपके लॉबी में आता है 2 राउंड में
Anticipating an A push, and that's why Buzz is hovering up around.
Hunter X, thank you for the 20.
इसको बोलो मेरे
Making
साथ
a bit of a
खेले
jump noise.
इसको बोलो इतना बज रहा है तो
Bit of presence made just to deter Gen G from continuing to push up A. I mean, push up.
हाँ ना
mid.
मैंने भी वही सुना
Seems like it's going to work this time. With the setup towards A.
ए मत जाना, ए मत जाना,
Members grouping up
ए
for
मत
this one.
जाना.
Buzz paint shells. Foxy Knight off angle. He's got the camera
This
as
is
well
sick.
if they are trying to push up ramps.
नहीं बोला था मैंने नहीं बोला
That's
था
exactly where Gen G are headed towards. Mako will be able to play up around the ropes pretty soon, but wow, great movement from Meteor as he floats downwards. Buzz not quite able to deal against Meteor. Completely evading every single trap, every single setup from DRX. Topped up by
क्या
teammate
मारा
right
ना?
now. Continues to hold the angle, jiggle in towards screens. Spots out a couple players now. A bit of a flash just to
वो
hold
गाना मेरे
DRX
को
back.
डाउट है यार, मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम सुन सकता हूँ, समझ रहे हो?
DRX
क्योंकि
potentially
ए
looking
वैसे
to
जनरेट
save.
किया रहेगा ना,
Yep.
तो वो लोग मेरी बुड्ढ मार सकते
And that's going to be a flawless round for Gen G.
They're just going to run out of that one. Meteor just a little bit too aggressive. A little bit too good on that play. With Meteor over the top. Already had his knives in round 4. He makes a big impact already.
बुलेट आया देखो
And
जुलेट भाई कैसा है, क्या रैंक है?
3, 2, 1.
चलो आरआर करो, चलो लाइट गया था, बारिश हो रही थी, चलो 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 क्या रैंक है?
Everything. Quick execute onto the A site. Hits a couple
एक
of
और
really
मीटिंग करना पड़ेगा, एक
slick
महीना तो हो
shots
गया
with
लास्ट
the
मीटिंग
knives,
से.
and Meteor now
लास्ट
has
मीटिंग
8
कभी हुआ था
kills.
रिस्ट्रिक्स?
And this is where Gen G really gets to
AI
demonstrate the
बुंड
full breadth
मारेगा
of their
तेरा.
composition. This is why they have the double.
मैं इसके लिए रुका था. AI नहीं है वो, मराठी में इट्स आई, समझ रहे हो? योर आई इज इक्वल. थैंक
इसके
यू
पास
यार,
सब कमबैक्स रहते मत करो
थैंक यू अर्स्ट्रिक्स भाई,
मत
लव
करो
यू,
यार मत करो
लव यू अर्स्ट्रिक्स.
सॉन्ग इज गुड हाँ क्या फुल सॉन्ग
Ready. This is starting to look like a Gen G
सुनता
round. Paranoia, shrouded step off towards the sides.
Language बढ़ गई,
Stacks
sorry.
able to fire back against Meteor,
ये गया.
eliminating the other arm.
Yeah, they're finally going to take out Meteor, who was sitting on 9
भाई
to
गाने
1
के लिरिक्स में मैं
in
क्यों
terms of kill to death ratio,
ये
and
मैं सुनूंगा.
Stack's just going to get the drop on him as he was up there.
That
in the
on stream
rafters.
शायद नहीं
So
सुन
now
सकते,
big
मेरे को doubt
rotation
है.
coming out
पहले
here
ना
from the center
Discord में
of G.
सुनो.
They're going to look towards
ऐसा
A,
कर,
but this is all
desktop
already
audio
being
mute
read
कर.
by
हाँ,
the
वैसे
side of
सुनो.
DRX,
Face
by
reaction
Stacks, who
हाँ.
is pushing all the way out, getting a lot of information
कर
for the squad.
डीसी पे जाओ गाइस
That's right.
डीसी पे सुन तो.
Hence the perfectly timed.
बुलेट इमो3 बन गया,
Tarkov
लव यू यार
fighting.
बुलेट. भाई रेडिएंट
They
होना
walk
ना
up
एक्सट्रैक्ट,
in
अभी बोल रहा
towards ramps. Buzz is right around the
हूँ. सुन
corner.
लो ऑन स्ट्रीम
He's got
चलेगा
pink
भाई,
shells
पता
too.
नहीं यार कॉपीराइट का
Might
क्या
play up
सीन
around
होता है ये
ropes.
सब में.
Foxy in the same corner,
कि
same
मैं उनका
position
देख रहा था
with the
तन्मय
camera
भाई
at
का,
the
उन्होंने
ready for
किया था
Buzz.
देखो, ये वाला एकदम
It's gonna have to be
Eminem's
pushed through.
voice
They
in
see the trap
Arjit
wire, but Bane
lyrics
just
ये वो.
plays around it. Perfectly
इसके लिए
placed
परमिशन और मिशन
crosshair.
लगती है यार.
Hurt the shrouded step from Karon.
Oi!
Foxy9 has an idea. Swings out, takes down Lakia. Down goes Karon, and then the last player.
भाई दोनों टीम
DRX.
अच्छा खेल रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है ना.
Perfect
एकदम
adjustments.
नाक
Yeah, I
टू
was
नाक
worried that
वो
Gen
है
G were just
करके.
going to run away with that
ये
round
map
for
बात
free, like they have in a bunch of the other rounds, especially with Meteor getting that first
म्यूजिक
kill
तो
in mid and
सेक्सी
then
है, हाँ
just
क्या?
मेरे को
going
यार
up
मेरे को
into
मन कर रहा है
the
सुनने
top.
का.
But this kill from Stacks, I feel
ये
like is the
first
biggest
half के
thing.
बाद कर.
It stops the momentum of the push on the B, and then eventually they have to
कहाँ पे,
rotate all the way
कहाँ
over to A.
डीसी
And
में
they
कहाँ
were
पे?
just so ready for it. They read it like 30 seconds ahead of time with Stacks pushing out of B, getting all the
General
information,
chat,
saying, okay, they're
general.
pushing on to A.
जनरल सेट पर नहीं रहेगा.
And
जनरल चैट
eventually just nowhere near the impact, especially without their jet on that one. So
ये
DRX get back on the board, keep this one
कॉपीराइट
close.
नहीं आएगा, इसको कैसे पता?
But Meteor
बनाया
definitely got
ना.
the hot hand still right now. Let's see if he
पर
can
नहीं
keep up with this
लेट्स
pressure.
नॉट टेक रिस्क मेरे को वार्निंग आ चुकी
They're just trying to play around that mid angle again.
Copyright
was
से problem
successful
मेरे,
taking
strike
down
से
Mako
problem.
from before, trying to do the same thing, or at least trying
Chat
to
पढ़ो
buy
मेरी,
attention
chat to
from
you.
some of these DRX players away. Because B Heaven has been an angle that they've been using very often, just to foil, just to give additional support to Bane. Oh, this second's a tripwire from Foxy9. It catches on to one player.
एक बंदे ने
Bane able to
किया मेरे लिए.
capitalize. Stacks comes back in for the trade, and then Genji continues to pile
खत्म
drive
भाई.
through.
DRX
Both
गया.
Texture and
Texture
Munchkin
नहीं ये Foxy है.
able to dismantle all further defenses. It's down to Foxy9. And he tries to play off with a boombot, but Texture.
Bye. DRX gone, bro. It's
Start
Genji
the heat up
era
as
मेरे को
well.
लग रहा है. Genji era.
Texture's just a little bit too good on that one.
जब तक
The
commercial
timing
use
of when they
में
push out of that
no
tunnel
issues.
was
तो
just a
stream
little bit too
commercially
crisp,
हुआ
and with one guy already in the site.
because I get revenue from streams, no?
So here, this initial paranoia from the side of Bane was pretty good. He gets taken out,
It's your
and then eventually
fault,
Texture's on the site. Nobody is able to take him
In a
down.
way,
He takes 3
your-
1v1s in a row.
He has used your
Gives us the
lyrics.
Let's not take risk.
and moves on to a 4-2 lead.
उसका एक Discord में एक channel बना दो.
At the top for Genji, and look
Binks
at the
song करके और channel में डाल दो
Able to
तो
blast back up mid into its mail room.
बाकी कोई सुन
Got the
सकता है.
showstopper at the ready, but Buzz anticipates the angle. His own
कोई
showstopper pulled
Discord
out
mods है यहाँ पे?
as a couple of Genji players drop into her tell.
Last player standing.
DRX
भाई
managed to
गया
hold their
बे,
own
Genji
with the
गया.
flashes, with the
Genji
cages.
गया बे.
No, what I'm
Foxy9
saying
and
is,
Bane
if
take
तेरा
Genji to bat
समझ
again.
stream में तूने जो part गाया,
Yeah, so Genji were
वो
looking
अगर
really
use
good
करके remake
on
करें,
some pretty standard pushes,
Okay,
right, where they
risk
just
में.
kind of go on in,
अच्छे
they
संग,
get
हाँ
their
क्या?
flashes in, they get their initiations.
भाई मेरे को
great.
सुनना है.
And this time they really try to up the tempo, as you mentioned, but they just kind of get sniped in the face. I mean, no showstopper value. Pushing out of smoke, this time Bane reads it really well. Whereas last time with Texture on the site, he was kind of mixed up, but this time he's able to hold down
मस्त
that angle.
song. हाँ क्या?
And it's a flawless. I mean, there was only like a bit of damage on a Buzz, and that was it.
Very
So-
similar to
नहीं
our
उसको
first
पहले
map
private
of
करके
A,
डालना पड़ेगा
because
रे.
both teams are reading off of
वो
each other's
song को
ultimates.
use
Yeah.
करके private करके डालना पड़ेगा तब मालूम पड़ता है.
But
Flame
once
आता
again,
है
we
या
are here with a
वो नहीं
Genji
है.
on a Thrifty by 2 Stingers, couple of Sheriffs.
नहीं. Butter tea
They've
तो
already
अभी भी
taken
है.
quick control over Vents. Mako has been evicted.
Ribbon का cover. चल.
DRX looking to push out, actually. Kron is going to be
Ribbon
taken
Ribbon ने
down.
अगर मेरे को
There's a bit of
copyright
damage
मारा
to
ना.
Stacks,
Tone
but
का है, tone का
There's this
copyright
guy
बोल
Tone,
for all
अच्छा,
seekers
tone.
as well committed to here.
अभी कुछ भी.
Stacks taking a bit more
English
damage.
version best. हाँ
That
क्या?
is going to push Genji back.
Groove है. भाई lyrics
Just an
कैसी
inch
है?
further than Karen would have
Tricks
liked.
है lyrics में मतलब
Seeker
अच्छी
sent
है.
out as well,
तूने
yeah.
गाया वही है ना lyrics.
हाँ.
A lot of information for
तो
DRX.
फिर copyright नहीं मिलना चाहिए. Lyrics मेरा है.
हाँ.
So DRX are pretty much controlling the map in full, putting up
Fuck
roadblocks.
मैंने trademark नहीं
wherever
किया मेरे
Genji
lyrics
tries
को
to push.
यार.
नहीं, it belongs to you.
Good little pop flash
नहीं
coming out from Lakia.
तूने YouTube का
And
पढ़ा
we
है.
get to create a little bit more space,
Anything
but
you
Bane's
do,
still just kind of falling
upload
back
it on
bound by
YouTube,
bound. He's got his
it's yours
teammates
or-
right around the corner to support. Ooh, Buzz, slight whiff, swaps over onto the
Last
shorty,
player standing.
drops the texture,
By
but
4-4.
it's okay as the rest of
4-4
the team
बोलते हैं.
collects up on all the kills. 4-4 for
technically it's your
DRX.
property only.
Yeah, Genji were making
तेरा
some nice
lyrics है. Voice
strides
मेरी
up,
नहीं है. ठीक है.
through mail and
आपका voice नहीं है. Okay.
into
voice
the
is-
tower, but at the end of
हम
the
लोग
day,
के इतने
the-
technicalities
just
में
read,
जा रहे
read
हो.
really well. You
अरे
got the
क्योंकि
snake
तू
bite
बोल रहा है,
delay,
इसके
from the
अरे
लिए
तो मैं नहीं
paranoia
सुनूंगा.
as well,
Discord
just
में
kinda
अलग
holding
channel
things down,
और
actually making
डाल
it a
के
bit
उसको वो दे
interesting,
दूंगा.
but
Shout out.
not
Not
quite
MVP.
enough. So starts off with this. Obviously, again,
Hi,
a bit of
Bunny.
like a half buy eco here from the side of Genji, but still they made things pretty interesting. Texture picked up
बहुत
the one
रश के
kill
जैसा. अभी तो इको
on the
था.
Buzz, but at the end of the day, no
भाई मैंने
reaction.
बोला था
Mako, they
DRX
hold on
जीतेगा
to their
भाई.
operator.
आज मेरे सारे predictions right
Buzz will
थे.
get his hands on that once again.
हिंदी वाला बहुत सही. दोनों सुनता हूँ.
Just pretty impressive stuff from DRX with how they are reading and controlling the map. If they keep this up, they will be able to keep the lead. Genji has been trying to play along with the pacing of the match, trying to keep things
क्या मंगाया?
fast and loose. But now that they have their guns, wanting to hold on to them,
Sexy
slow
song
things
है.
down.
ए
slow-
Discord
slow
mod
things
कोई
down a
है कि
couple
नहीं ये
of
बताओ.
dials.
Router पे सुन लेना ये करना.
Smokes out, but it's the traps from DRX. Foxy9, great variations on the traps, and he's able to take down two. Bit of a neural
By
theft being deployed
sexy
as well
trap,
as further
by
information
sexy
from
trap.
DRX. Even with the Seekers from Lakia, it wasn't quite enough. If Munchkin gets a kill, however, that might be a different story, as he would have his Viper's Pit deployed now, along with the spike plant. Karen's trying to play around this, trying to keep his teammate alive. Buzz trying to just poke and prod, but it's not quite going to happen. He doesn't have any teammates to work with.
लेकिन अलग से वो ड्राइव लिंक से डाउनलोड करके वो अपलोड कर देना. ये ड्राइव लिंक से कभी भी निकल सकता.
Playing the situation to perfection.
Wow.
और उसको mention कर देना.
Nice from Karen there right at the end. Genji making it pretty interesting. As you mentioned, the Viper's Pit was really the key. As members of DRX were trying to flood the site, deny the setup. But Genji are able to get it off and once again take the lead 5-4.
Genji heavy lead पे attack में defense में और मारने वाला है.
Generally, Bane and Buzz have been pretty good about holding this down, but not this time. Genji were just a bit better.
Driving की जगह वीडियो डाल दो. वीडियो है डाल दो.
A little bit faster than what DRX anticipated. Even with the Viper's Pit too, Mako was trying to catch them as the pit was deployed. They have to back off. Oh no, both duelists, pound for pound, going in for the trades again.
Audio है, डाल दे जो भी है डाल दे.
Question is, which team does this give an advantage to?
Copyright.
With the defense down on a 4-4, it's that much more difficult. Mako comes back in just to reinvestigate, but he gets punished. And pretty soon with Genji in the lead, could they be truly the new Korean super team?
Well, they've already made some pretty good strides this year, but they're looking to make another one here against DRX. Foxy9, nice angle from him. I feel like he had a, he had a fantastic pop-off bind. His Ascent was much more muted. But now slowly but surely making an impact here on Split. They're definitely going to need him. Oh boy.
What? Blind sprays too. Now it's Texture in with the rockets. Definitely much bigger impact. And along with the round wins, potentially swaying the audience's vote now. Bane is going in to clear all the corners, but he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Cover going out.
Well, that's one.
Yeah. Great little heads-up duel, but not quite able to... I mean, no way you would anticipate Munchkin right behind you.
Munchkin definitely can be pretty tricky. Sitting on 4-4-4 for his scoreline at the moment. Certainly the two duelists kind of carrying the bulk of the kills at the moment, but this from Texture, fantastic trade one back, and then Mako tries to get some information in mid, and that certainly does not work for him. And then they're not able to stop this push onto A. So that's going to be first timeout called here by the side of DRX.
Traveling मत डाल. वायरस वीरस का सीन हो सकता है. Traveling मत डालो. डिलीट करो. मेरे उससे डाउनलोड करके मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड्स में अलग से डाल दे. समझ रहा?
डिस्कॉर्ड पे ही रखो.
हाँ, डिस्कॉर्ड पे डाल दे. पता चला वायरस हो गया तो भाई बहुत वो रहना पड़ता भाई. गलती से कुछ हो गया तो.
He's kind of having minimal impact. Meanwhile, it's actually Bane who's up on top for DRX.
3 month no stream.
Yeah, I feel like Bane has done a pretty good job of holding onto the B site, and they have pushed there a lot, so he's gotten a lot of information, or rather, a lot of opportunities to pick up kills, and he's been doing well on that. But you're right, I do think that some of these veterans on the side of DRX maybe need to
आज प्रीमियर भी होएगा तभी हम सुन लेंगे और वही गाना बजाते बजाते हम उड़ मारेंगे.
Buzz, Mako, and Stacks, they don't have the numbers. They have had some good moments, but so far it has been Genji who have definitely been getting the better of them as a pit mid just to hold on to this.
Pit and a trick.
जीत गया भाई Genji.
But then with a from the shadows instantly from Karan towards backside, all of a sudden DRX's defenses have been completely nullified. Karen now backside, able to swing onto one. Vayne with a double kill starts things off, and then the judge. What a great way to respond to a quick play from Gen G.
Well, it certainly seemed like, you know, throwing down the pit, judge makes sense, but also if they are just going to rush into the B site, it's going to work out pretty nicely if he can get back onto the B site, which he did.
Love you are not a movie.
And now Munchkin's just
Lulli se bada
slowly
tumhara dil
walking away from this one. Just going to hide in the spawn for 50 seconds.
50 full seconds. What are we going to talk about?
Yeah.
But I got to say, I mean, this round starts off, there might be the From the Shadows play. It might be Gen G trying to pull a fast one against DRX.
No more jinx.
Bane
सच्ची वाला
was the
prediction
guy
दे रहा हूँ final
to
वाला.
turn this whole round around.
Final
He
वाला.
got
अब
the
मैं
first two
कुछ नहीं
double
बोलूँगा.
kills because he read
Final
the,
prediction है DRX जीता.
reacted quickly to the situation. And that's why, again, I mean, on this map, the rookies are actually giving us the performance that the team needs.
Yeah. His reaction time was pretty fantastic. Even though Karan got into the back of the site and he got a kill, Bane immediately was like, nope, I marked this guy, I take him down, really nice headshot to stop Karan from doing any further damage. Just gonna hang out in the sewer.
Just गाना सुना बहुत गजब गाना है.
Yeah, that is going to go the way
you.
of DRX.
Off of
They're
their
just being
timeout.
tied up here at the half. What's going to happen
क्या
now?
अभी Instagram के reels में मेरे गाने बजेंगे?
Here's back on the knives, okay. Might not need to use it just yet.
Yay!
Oh no, he is gonna buy up for his teammate. Now we get to witness Bane's kills. Wow, that was a one tap towards the end. I mean, the quick reactions from the entire team, really. But Foxy9 as well chiming in. As we head into the last round of the half, DRX try to adjust their defenses, and Gen G definitely
English
slowing
वाला
down their
अच्छा है,
pace.
but हिंदी वाली की beat अच्छी
Again,
है.
the previous
Not
rounds, they're
MVP
trying
pack.
to make full use of their double duelist composition.
यार वाइपर की वजह से वो लोग मिड आ ही नहीं.
And we'll see how aggressive they get after the half. When they got to play from the defensive side with the double duelists.
I would like
क्या
to see that.
बात?
Yeah.
इनकी
Trailblazers.
समझ रही है अभी game.
Buzz
15
spotted.
years later.
But it looks like Bane's got
मजा
another good
आ
read.
गया,
Is he going to expect a knife to the
सारा
face?
प्यार MVP को. MVP का नहीं, sorry,
Kind
not
of almost
MVP.
does. Paranoia sent out as well. 50 seconds left for this round.
अरे काहे जा रहे हो वापस?
And with that little bit of
Bhag,
mid presence,
Raze, bhag.
DRX just continues to hover up around these sides.
Action
A bit of a
भाई,
rotation
आगे
pulled
बढ़ो.
over after spotting the
Just
blade storm
तारीफ
from
किया था
Meteor.
पिंकी का.
पर नहीं होगा रे.
Great
देखो,
call to
Cypher का
rotate
trap है,
right
वाइपर
back
जा रहे हैं.
though.
3 लोग.
क्यों नहीं
Gen G
होगा? Heaven
has an
control नहीं है
option to
उनके
go
पास.
through ropes, but they're afraid to.
नहीं.
Or it's
They
not,
around Gen
not
G.
exactly afraid to, but they're being very cautious because they know that Mako could be there. Instead, Mako is actually
Boल रहा,
right around
Heaven
hell,
control के
where
बिना
Meteor
NHK.
takes him down. Stacks and Foxy9 though with the setup. Right around backside, the cage proves too much for Gen G to handle. Along with a triple kill and one more from Stacks. DRX ties things
मेरा
up.
prediction
All
है.
tied at the half here in
मैंने
map
already
3
बोला हुआ है
between
DRX
Gen G
जीतेगा.
and
मेरा
DRX.
prediction यहाँ.
And I have no
Already
idea who's
बोला
going
था
to take it
मैंने.
from here. I
मैंने
feel like DRX
prediction
definitely did do
बोला
some good work at the
मेरा
second half of the first half, if that makes any sense.
नहीं.
Just to
अब
try to
सीख
claw their
जाओगे
way
मेरे
back
से
in this one
prediction.
and really try
आज
to
कुछ
mute
काम नहीं है क्या? इससे
Texture and
बैठे हैं?
Meteor as much as
पानी
possible.
में.
Because Meteor,
बाल
you
दो
remember, he
फिर.
had
ये
some
3:30
knives in
बजे
round
आने वाला था,
4, he
check
had
कर अभी.
9 kills.
नहीं आया है ना.
And
एक कान
I think
पे
towards the
खाली
end he
है.
was only on 10, right? So he was held to only 1 kill. They were able to try to nullify
Oh my
that.
god, yeah.
And so Gen G's, certainly their momentum was stopped quite a bit. And that gave DRX an opportunity to make their way back into this one. They got some better reads on the defense.
किधर गया मेरा
And now we're
society
going
वाला?
to swap sides. And I am curious to see if Meteor and Texture are going to have the same impact that they did on the defender side compared to the attacker side.
ठीक है?
I kind of like that there are an even number
Huh?
of Gen G and DRX
Yeah.
fans, although there are more DRX fans online though. And that's the thing,
हाँ,
because
450
this
को ready रहो.
entire matchup is once again about proving who's the better Korean super team. Gen G has already put a dent into DRX's armor. If they can take this map, if they can start out the pistol round like they have done so many times today, And that would spell trouble for DRX for sure. The rookies have done so well for themselves today so far. Let's see if they can keep that up. Bane and Foxy9, great defenses in this first half. Now onto the attack. What are they going to do?
DRX हराएगा तो बोल सकता है लाके को इसलिए
I feel like I'm most curious about Bane's impact, you know.
He's
playing the Omen, probably going to be the follow-up man behind Buzz, who's going to get the majority of the initiations going for the team.
भाई ये लोग का अटैक heavy है यार, heavy attack है ये लोग का.
Off angles, away from the team, lurk a little bit, but let's see what they go for. As right now in the pistol round, they're going to all group up towards this A main area and look to push in.
Getting tagged up a little, aware that there are some players up around the sides. Now going back in to clear out the actual site itself. Nobody's around. It's a free plant out in the open for heaven right now for Stacks. This might mean that some of the DRX players might continue to push through screens. But Genji's right around the corner, up around ramp. Bane left undetected. This could be the biggest thing that turns the entire round around. Mako swings out because of the snake bite and then strikes Bane. One shot through the back. It's going to be Stacks who holds out the front. Karen tries to push out from screens to take control over the site, along with his teammate who is on the spike, but Foxy9 just steps right through point blank range. A couple of shots from his ghost to take them out for DRX.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Bane kind of lurking out there towards the A main area, just behind everyone. He was undetected, and he was just able to get so much value as they were pushing in. The timing was perfect. Starts off a little bit of a trade, but then Bane on the flank here. Foxy9 just sprays through, picks up a second, gets the job done. I think he said he was low on health. I'm not 100% sure, but either way, it was Foxy9 and Bane. The two of them, the two younger guys on the squad compared to the other three. And they are the ones pulling the heavyweight today.
So much on this map. And I really feel like it's possibly because they are, the younger players, that they are doing some of these unexpected moves. The protocols to leave Bane behind, surely, but also for Foxy9 to like run and gun with a ghost into the spike. On to the next round now, and they've managed to buy up a little. We've got 3 rifles being held up.
क्या नाम है यार सबसे पहले क्या नाम है ये
Genji, they've managed to rotate in full to A. Meteor has his Marshall.
चप्पल्स फट रही है इसलिए वो नहीं मार पा रहा.
He is alone. He is gonna step out of the smoke and take Stacks' head off. That's gonna give them a bit of a chance here.
यहाँ से मैं भी इतना sexy मारा है ना.
Match made in heaven.
Marshall.
Oh god. The paint shells though. Just tickling Bane, well, not even. It actually did not connect at all. Okay, 10 HP. Just saw that. It
still counts.
That said, as the retake goes through without the right guns and all the utility from DRX,
8-6
completely stifling Genji's movements, they're going to have to hang back. I don't think they want to give any more free alt points.
Next round भी लोगों full buy होने वाला. DRX का.
Yeah, I think they're just going to chill back there.
It's going to be a full buy versus a full buy.
Foxy is going to see texture.
And Genji be like bye-bye.
He's got some backup from his teammates just to spray through. Takes a little bit of damage, but not a big deal. There's no more ult points. And just a couple of members, actually 3, of Genji to run into the spike. But that is now 4 rounds in a row to the side of DRX, certainly making this interesting as they hold on to the lead for now.
Perfect. And it just says so much about how every round is going to count. We are nearing the end of this series, and DRX have been starting things off. They haven't been great on pistols so far today, but as we go into the second half,
I got the spike.
The rookies, were showing their impact again. Bane got a couple of kills from the elbow position on the side in that round. Now just working with the team to kind of hang back.
Buzz might be kicking himself for that, but it's okay. It was a very thin angle.
इससे ओमेन को ये तो पता चल गया कि वाइपर वीमेन है क्योंकि साउंड वाउंड से वो
even still with his double bullets, we're not seeing too much. Texture wanting to stay around the site to make use of his paint shells, but toss a little bit too late, too shallow. It's gonna be DRX who strikes him down. Karen comes back in just to support. Not just support. He's got a couple of kills now. Spots out even more. Continuing to hug the pillars. He keeps himself alive. Just waiting for reinforcements, and Stax tries to fight back, but without the weaponry, it's gonna be Meteor that strikes back. Foxy9 now back into the fray. Looking to retrieve the spike. Might see the barrel if he has the right angle. Meteor spun around the wrong corner. A fox in a hen house, and he clutches out 1-on-2.
Oh, that is incredible. Foxy9 again steps up to the plate, and he gets the job done. It seemed like they didn't quite know which angle he was going to come in from, and he gets the drop on a Karen, and as you mentioned, Meteor just kind of totally lost. Shout out to Genji, though. They made this one pretty dangerous, especially Karen, you know, dancing around the pillar, buying time for Lucky to get in, pick up a kill, but then Foxy9.
Whoa! And that's what it is. You've got the perfect start now on this second half to close out this map.
69, love you. I
just
shouted to
find
you.
their vengeance against Genji. I mean, it might have been paper thin in the video, the doorman to deny DRX that Masters Madrid play, but let's be honest, it was Genji. Genji were the ones who shut down that door in Stax's face. So it means so much if DRX could take this map.
And they are so close to doing so, just 4 rounds away, and so far they've been in control. They pick up the bonus with a clutch from Foxy9, who again was such a huge impact maker in the first map of Bind. He was really the one carrying the team, and here he is again on top of the Cypher on the third map of Split. Him and Bane up on top. So timeout called here by Genji. Obviously they're not going to have much in terms of guns or anything right now, but we'll see if they can mount and come back. Been good on thrifty rounds. It would be really nice just in a mental way to pick up a thrifty round or to just have a good round in general and build up into something more, maybe get some momentum for their squad.
Desperately needed.
There.
For now, DRX very much in control of things. Just gathering a little bit more information, creating a little bit more noise. You also have Mako very well at holding down the angles. If someone pushes out, it doesn't matter. Genji not able to hold down vents or mailroom, and there are so many options for DRX now. But with the majority of the forces right around the B site, they just continue to dominate the paint shells and the bullets to take down Genji players holding the site. This is a flawless take for DRX.
And Lakia has a button, so he's getting in there one way or another. We'll see just how fiery he's going to make it, but yeah, DRX really taking advantage. I thought Munchkin had the angle with the Sheriff, but he was just a little bit too slow in mail to hit that shot. Maybe could have, you know, traded 1 for 1, give them a little bit of extra time, but not quite able to land it. So yeah, should just be flawless here from the side of DRX. Buzz is going all the way around the back as well. Expecting.
Oh, he would catch Lakia.
Back to back aa rahe to nahi.
Oh no. That would just be the clean round for DRX. No joy, nothing found from Genji's side. At this juncture, 10-6. You got 4 rounds in a row. 6 if you count the previous half. And everything is going right for DRX. I certainly hope there is a bit of an impact from Coach Solo's timeout, because if not, then this series is going DRX's way, and Feldes is going to be very happy about his prediction.
Absolutely. Always thought there was a chance. DRX definitely seemed to have leveled up coming into the split. And this was going to be the moment to prove it. They might just be able to do so. They're only 3 rounds away. But this is the most important round. Gen.G have to win this one if they want to have a chance.
Economy and everything. Heavy investments. Lakia able to trade out, but instantly traded right back by Mako. Neo Theft being deployed by Foxy9 as well, and that's so much information. They see the rotations. They see that they have the timing to set up on site.
They're going to get in. Gen.G certainly trying to go for an unexpected play there in the hallway, but now let's see how the retake looks.
Well, this is just perfect. I think Karen has to Shrouded Step through somehow. The Snakebite doesn't even tag Mako. Oh. And it's like a perfect, you know, multiple crossfire setup. If they walk through pillars one way or another, they're going to be dead in the water.
And that's it.
Unbelievable. That could have been the entire map right there.
GG. पैसे नहीं है, knife है.
Gen.G just totally flat here on the defender side. They have not taken a single round. They try to get aggressive out here, but it's traded, you know, 2 for 2, and DRX gets set up pretty much for free on the sites. They get the Neural Theft in, they get so much information, and it just delays the chance of Gen.G to have any chance to go for the retake. So now Meteor's got knives. They still have the ability to buy up some guns. So they have lost quite a few rounds in a row here, but it certainly does feel like DRX are totally in control at the moment.
I might have actually just wanted to see a double timeout for solo, but I guess we don't have that yet. It's going to be Karen with the Judge to try to catch Buzz. He's able to take down Karen, but he takes himself down as well. Munchkin hiding in cheeky corner, able to take down Mako. So round with Gen.G pulling off some unexpected moves, actually flips the table around.
अभी भी possible है comeback. Comeback अभी भी possible है.
Pretty tricky with it, I'd say, in this one, and it pays off in a big way for them. The Judge play in male.
Oh, the triple stack.
Don't do it, Foxy. Oh, he's so
up, down,
well,
7th
Gen.G
floor.
Finally get back on the board. 7th round for them. I said the round before was really the biggest one, but
13-6
gee, they find a way to make this next one important as well.
I mean, good read from Karen, to say the least. We're starting to see DRX going for some more common pushes. And the teamwork working out for the team, but for Gen.G side, they have to make these adjustments, and with weaponry like the Judge, they actually make it work because DRX don't expect it. Now we're back to Meteor on an operator. And it's time to shine. Fortunately blinded, he's not able to see anything. Buzz now trying to play around the site. With further utility from Bane, he is enabled. He has awakened. And it's the double kill that puts Gen.G down in the dumps. How do you retake a scenario like this?
पहला रेस घुस गया, उसको डॉक किया, फिर बाद में ब्लाइंड किया, अटका के मारा.
Never mind though. Just a bit of off timing, able to catch down onto a couple of players, but Stack straight right back. Still very much in control of it. Bane having the angle. It's all down to texture. He's made a lot of individual impact before, but can he do it again? He doesn't have the time on his side. Swings into elbow, catches onto Bane, but look at the double peek from both opposite angles. One up from heaven as well. Stacks will be able to secure match point for DRX.
Comeback नहीं हो सकता, बोला था मैंने.
Just a beautiful entry there. I mean, they get so many
flashes.
Love you.
Chat जो भी stream पे नए like और subscribe करो.
Also the way Buzz plays
और मेरे सर के ऊपर चमकीला नंबर
बढ़ाओ. Spray them all down, but yeah, I mean, they had paranoia in their face. There was a trailblazer. I mean, it was a million things in their face, and there was just no way for them to hold on at all.
Crazy. Completely and utterly Valoranted, fellas.
Munchkin alt mark.
That's when you can't see anything because of all the utility thrown at your face. And this is potentially the last round.
Let's see if they have any hope of stopping the onslaught that is DRX at this point in time. Cam's going to be playing here in male once again. But it looks like DRX wants to slow things down. They just know that at this point, there's not a lot of ways to mess this up. They just need the one round.
Gen.G is feeling the pressure from this as well. They've hung back so far. Saving the Viper's Pit too? It's all down to Texture and Lakia if it is the A site. And Lakia's in a pretty open position. I'm very concerned. Buzz definitely looking for his flight path into the site. Pretty soon it's going to start off. Texture tries to slow him down with paint shells, but an unsuspecting Stacks comes up from vents. The Seeker is out just to push Gen.G further back as well, but look at where the spike is going. Oh my goodness, sudden rotation through. Munchkin has to stay hidden. Bane still right on the site. He doesn't see anything much, and he's waiting for his team. They finally arrived. But all the footsteps around Munchkin, they have not yet found him. He tries to go in for the spring transfer, but darn, only able to get one. Lakia and Meteor now right around the corners.
GG, guys.
But they don't have the position. It's the same setup from before. One in garage, one a pillar, one backside. A multiple crossfire. Lakia's got the flash. Spotted out Buzz. He doesn't have the time. Meteor has to go in quick alongside him. They have to dismantle this crossfire right quick. Able to get down the first, but then Bane swings the double kill to close out the map. DRX back on top against Gen.G.
Well, that was a very dominant second half here on Split. DRX do declare that they are the better Korean team on the day. It got pretty close down to the third map. It could have been anybody's game, but especially that second half of Split, DRX made it very clear that they were here to take the win tonight. Shout out to Gen.G, they had some nice moments, but was not enough to match DRX here.
And it really makes you think, like, what is up with Gen.G? They had such an incredible performance from the weeks before, such incredible performances against bigger teams. And then when it comes down to DRX, DRX has shown improvements. DRX has shown evolutions. Could this be the new era of the Blue Gods, Dragon and DRX?
Feels like it at this point, I would say. You can see they're very happy there on the stage. They know the impact.
Let's hear it. Hindi, English, ठीक है. Syed Numan bhai, thank you. I love you, Syed bhai. By Hindi, by hair. लिरिक्स तो है. जब ट्यून बजा ना वो वाला मस्त है. ओ सेकंड हाफ बहुत बाप है. मस्त है रे. भाई हिंदी वाला वर्जन अच्छा है, उसका सेकंड हाफ बहुत बाप है. हाँ, सेकंड हाफ बहुत बाप है. वो स्लो वाले में ऐसा लग रहा राइम नहीं होता, फास्ट होता ना तो ऐसा लगता राइम हुआ. ठीक है, अभी देखते हैं MP3. अभी इंग्लिश वाला है. ब्रो इंग्लिश वाला का स्टार्ट का बाप है। भाई इंग्लिश वाला बहुत बाप है। सॉन्ग का लिंक डिस्कॉर्ड पे। कौन सा गाना है? अरे डिस्कॉर्ड पे इंग्लिश वाला बहुत बाप है। MP3 बेटर लगा, MP3 बाप है भाई, MP3 वाला बाप है ब्रो ना भाई। इसका एक 10 मिनट सॉन्ग विद म्यूजिक वीडियो भाई, अभी मेरे को मेरे समझ गया, अभी मैं समझ गया। एक म्यूजिक वीडियो चाहिए, समझ रहे हो? 10 गर्ल्स यहाँ पे, 10 गर्ल्स यहाँ पे, मेरी एक गाड़ी ऐसा जाते हुए, समझ रहे हो? आसपास सारे एमिनेम भाई, मेरे ये भाई वो भाई, भाई एक म्यूजिक वीडियो मांगता, एक म्यूजिक वीडियो बनता। क्या बोलते हो? नॉट एमी भाई जॉर्ड यार, थोड़ा कॉफी राइट्स मिल जाता तो हो सकती है ट्रांसफर। भाई सेक्सी था। आ, एक सेकंड रुक जाओ। चालू नहीं हो ना? झिंग 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 झिंग। ला 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 ला, रुक जाओ व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में डाल देता हूँ। डन सीन। पिंकी, you missed the song. You missed the song, dudes. Oi, you missed the song. भाई इतना पेज खुला है। कौन सी वीडियो की बात हो रही है? सॉन्ग नेम प्लीज है, एक फैन ने बनाया मेरे लिए डीसी पे। चैट लाइक करो। इंग्लिश झाड़ है। हिंदी वर्जन का लिरिक्स विरिक्स बाप है, लेकिन स्टार्टिंग में वो स्लो होता है ना, उधर थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट है। लास्ट सेकेंड हाफ में जो फास्ट जाता है ना, वो बाप है, वो भी बाप लगा मेरे को। गिव अवे का क्या है? होगा होगा, टेंशन ना लो, सब जगह बोल के करेंगे, सब जगह बोल के करेंगे, सब जगह बोल के करेंगे। Hey, Kyuta, what you doing? पानी आया? अभी ये का मैच है, ये का मैच है। पानी आएगा बबो? लिरिक्स अच्छे कंपोजिशन चाहिए। हाँ
दे मेरी बॉटल दे।
पानी आ गया, मेरा बॉटल भरा हुआ है।
पीने का पानी आया
मैं भर के आया।
वो देख कांच का।
ये गाना सुन के जा फट से।
अबे इधर मेन क्या है?
अरे
गाना
पानी
तेरा या ये
गाना।
चुप रहे।
जेलस जेलस फैंस। जब म्यूजिक वीडियो आएगा ना ऐसा 10-10 ऐसा रील्स के बीच में मैं तब देखना पिंकी। Who won DRX? This is right to every shot to make them sexy है ना। अंडी मंडी है लाइन किसने चुराया तो किसने चुराया अभी तक। सेक्सी था भाई नॉट एमवीपी भाई आप हो यहाँ पे यार लव यू यार व्हाट डू यू डू फॉर लिविंग डू यू वांट टू डू अ म्यूजिक वीडियो विद मी वाईटी पे नहीं सुन सकते क्या रिस्क नहीं ले रहा है मैं क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी है ना सॉन्ग नेम क्या है बंक्स बाय पेलो सॉन्ग नेम मस्त बनाया भाई अगर कॉपीराइट वाला मिल गया ना तो मैं इसको अलग से इंग्लिश वाला वर्जन अपलोड कर दूंगा मेरे इस पे स्ट्रीम पे टाइटल चेंज करो हाँ टाइटल चेंज करो चैट में लिंक स्पैम कर दो नहीं पानी आ गया जाओ ना क्या हो चिल में नहाना तो है बाद में जाऊंगा एने के पहले नहा लूंगा लल्लाहु बिल बिन भाई क्या होएगा आज यार जीत अगर जीता ब्लीड तो बोलेंगे भाई हाँ डीएफएम के सामने जीत अगर हारा तो बोलेंगे भाई डीएफएम के सामने भी हार गया इट्स अ वेरी टफ सिचुएशन फॉर ब्लीड मेरे हिसाब से टफ सिचुएशन है आज एने में किसका मैच है भाई आज हैवी मैच है भाई हैवी मैच है ला 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 एक सेकेंड ला 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 एक सेकंड रुक जाओ डीसी लिंक नॉट वर्किंग कोई सीन नहीं रूटर पे आओ कुछ टाइम बाद रूटर पे करेंगे सही टाइम पे आया 3 मिनट के भाई देखो लिरिक्स मेरे थे लेकिन फीलिंग्स उसके थे क्या पता अगर जॉब के बाद अगर टाइम मिलेगा तो वीडियो भी बना सकता हूँ नॉट एमवीपी उसका कॉपीराइट मिल सकता है यार प्लीज मेरे छाती पे फेंक के मारो ना ए कॉपीराइट वाला सीन नहीं है रे ऐसे वो क्या तो I just got it confirmed guys are you ready to listen some music love you यार गैस म्यूजिक सुनने के बाद नॉट एमवीपी को प्यार दे देना, ठीक है ठीक है। अरे रेडी, एक ही गाना सुनने का टाइम है, वो वाला सुनते, माय फेवरेट।
Woke up this morning, check the screen. BINKS69's blowing up, living the dream. 300K, yeah, that's the score. Valorant champ, couldn't ask for more.
Yeah.
BINKS69, rise to the top. With every shot, you make them drop.
Yeah.
300K, what a scene. Living the life of a gaming king.
From
zero to hero, the climb was fast. Every gameplay, a moment to last. Headshots, flicks, and clutch plays too. BINKS69, there's no one like you. Valorant maps, you know them all. From blind to split, you never fall. With teammates cheering, fans by your side. BINKS69, take us on this ride. 69, rise to the top. With every shot, you make them drop. 300K, what a scene. Living the life of a gaming king. So here's to you, BINKS69, 300K, number so fine, keep grinding, keep soaring, never quit, cause with BINKS69, we're in for a hit.
ओपा 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 हो जाए, ओपा भाई। अभी लग रहा है बड़ी वीडियो चाहिए थी, बड़ी सेक्सी बनाया था। सेव करके रखने दो, सेव करके रखने दो भाई, सेक्सी बनाइए भाई, कुछ भी बोलो। गेम चालू नहीं हो। हिंदी वाला वर्जन सुना है? हिंदी वाला दोगले हो आप, क्यों? एआई ने बनाया क्या? उसने बनाया ना, नॉट एमवीपी। कौन से एआई से बनाया, क्या बनाया पता नहीं, वो तो वो ही आंसर कर सकता है। आजा हिंदी वाला सुनते। हिंदी वाला मेरे को कौन से पार्ट से बाप लगा वो सुनो, ये देखो
भाई चीता का गाछ बिंक्स का है स्ट्रिक्स करता है वो सबसे डिफरेंट। वैलोरेंट के में जैसे प्रो स्टेटस स्लो नहीं तोड़ता तो एडिट को गली देता। बिंक्स है एक यूट्यूबर, वो सबको एंटरटेन करता, गेम प्ले में है मास्टर, जीतेता वो बार। वीटो के सब्सक्राइबर्स वाले कमाल है, वैलोरेंट के बेहतरीन वो है सुपर फाइन। बिंक्स का है स्ट्रिक्स में जो नहीं तोड़ता तो एडिट को गली देता।
ये पार्ट बाप है यार।
सब्सक्राइबर्स वो है वैलोरेंट का राजा, हो जाओ रेडी सबके लिए, क्योंकि ये है बिंक्स69 का नया एंथम। अब सबको बचा लो, ये है सेलेक्शन।
भाई सेक्सी है भाई। सेक्सी है भाई। हो गया भाई, भाई सेक्सी बनाया भाई, नाइस सॉन्ग। दोनों बाप है, हाँ बे। सिक्स बेटा कैसा लगा आपको टूट के? एक स्ट्रीम स्टार्टिंग सॉन्ग, एक एंडिंग सॉन्ग, क्या बोलते हो? इंट्रो सॉन्ग अभी ये होगा, लेट्स गो। बस सेक्सी था ना, मस्त था, मस्त बनाया भाई। लोगों का सोच क्रेजी क्रेजी होते जा रहा है। हाँ, क्या क्या करते हैं वे लोग। नॉट एमवीपी भाई, लव यू यार मेरी जान, लव यू। हो सकता है गिव अवे में एक आप कंफर्म विनर हो सकता है, पॉसिबल है। आई एम सोल्ड, लव यू। मस्त था. क्रेजी निंदा. मॉड उसका वो आईजी लेके रखो ना प्लीज.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are about to head into our second series of the day, Bleed versus DFM. Let's take a peek into how Bleed is feeling today with Jen.
पंकड़ो सब भर के मत रखना, हो सकता है सॉल्व हो गया रहेगा प्रॉब्लम.
Hello, Scary. Now, let's see your victory dance to hype us up for the Bleed versus DFM match, okay?
Okay.
Okay, now you gotta do that when you win today, okay?
Okay, got it. I will do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have something to look forward to, another additional thing to look forward to if Bleed wins. We are holding Scary to that promise that he will take that dance with him on stage if they can get past DFM.
गाना सुनेगी? Are you ready? हेडफोन डाले.
बस चिल्ला रहा है कब से.
हेडफोन डाले आप.
नहीं सुनना मेरे.
प्लीज यार, प्लीज आप.
मेरे को नहीं सुनना.
अरे प्लीज किसने नहीं सुना अभी तक?
सॉरी बोल.
सॉरी. हेडफोन डाले.
बर्तन धो के आई बोलता है कुछ भर मत ज्यादा.
भाई इधर आओ. एमएनएम भाई वाइब चेक हो रही है.
Woke up this morning, check the screen. BINKS69's blowing up, living the dream. 300K, yeah, that's the score. Valorant champ, couldn't ask for more. BINKS69, rise to the top. With every shot, you make them drop. 300K, what a scene. Living the life of a gaming king. From zero to hero, the climb was fast. Every gameplay, a moment to last. Headshots, flicks, and clutch plays too. BINKS69, there's no one like you. Valorant maps, you know them all. From blind to split, you never fall. With teammates cheering, fans by your side. BINKS69, take us on this ride. 6-9, rise to the top. With every shot, you make them drop. 300K, what a scene. Living the life of a gaming king. So here's to you, BINKS69. 300K, a number so fine. Keep grinding, keep soaring, never quit. Cause with BINKS69, we're in for a hit.
BINKS69 हर जगह बोलना जरूरी था.
हाँ भाई, मेरा गाना है हिटर.
हिंदी
वाला. टाइम नहीं है, जल्दी.
अबे नूब कहीं का.
देखो भाई, सुनो भाई, चीता का गाछ.
हिंदी वाला. एक स्टार्टिंग सॉन्ग, एक
है वो सबसे डिफरेंट.
वापस चलाओ, सुना नहीं मैंने. क्या बोला?
हाँ, ये पार्ट वापस.
देखो भाई, सुनो भाई, चीता का गाछ. बिंक्स का है स्ट्रिक्स करता है वो सबसे डिफरेंट. Valorant game में जैसे pro status. Slow नहीं तोड़ता तो एडिट को गली देता. Binks है एक YouTuber, वो सबको entertain करता. Gameplay में है master, जीतेता वो बार. Vito के subscribers वाले कमाल भाई. Valorant के बेहतरीन, वो है super fly. Binks का है streaks करता, जो नहीं तोड़ता.
पंजाब
subscribers अब है Valorant का राजा. हो जाओ ready सबके लिए. क्योंकि ये है BINKS69 का नया. सबको बचा लो, ये है selection.
इसका म्यूजिक अच्छा है. उसके लिरिक्स अच्छे हैं, इसका म्यूजिक अच्छा है.
सीधा. Sexy da.
Again, help out the case right now for DFM when they're so starting
flashbacks
for this next win.
I have absolutely love as well the confidence that DFM win has given May, right? Suddenly he feels like he's invincible, and you gotta have that confidence, especially when you're going against a player
नहीं गया हो गया ठीक
made a name
हो
for
गया
himself, right? Here in Pacific, of course, it's like it's new ground for him as well. He's adjusting as well, but it's still a matchup that is definitely like, there is a clear underdog here. May is definitely wants to prove himself here against somebody who's competed all over the globe.
Yeah, and that's crazy to think that maybe May is actually the better duelist in this match. Like, coming into this year, you would think, oh, this is going to be a tough task for May. Now you're completely flipping that script. You're thinking,
now you're like 50-50.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for Ye because Ye seems a little bit off balance. He seems like he's not quite as comfortable, not quite as confident as he would like to be. And I get it. It's a tough situation that Bleed is in right now for, again, a bunch of different reasons. But he needs to kind of figure himself out, start trying to get like that ace we saw on Ascent last week, see if he can start getting more plays like that underneath his blow, cut the legs of out underneath them and outdo a May.
Yeah, and again, this is such a big one because, I mean, it showed there in the graphic that they have like 3 matches remaining. And remember, if Bleed loses this, the next matchup for them is Gen.G and DRX. So that's
Yoi versus May.
That's an oof.
That is a massive one. It's just gonna get harder and much more difficult at this point for Bleed. So this is their best shot. This is their best chance, right, going into this. And for DFM, this also is a massive opportunity for them to really show that they are the team that can take the wins. So right now, let's jump into our map picks to see what these teams have got. We have our coaches here and we have our IGLs at the ready. What are you thinking, Paper Thin? I think I'm expecting maybe Ascent and split bans as well because Bleed have been banning that out, and for DFM, I think they're gonna stay away from buying.
Yeah, I think we know what DFM is gonna ban, but Bleed's been changing it up a little bit, so maybe they aren't feeling comfortable on certain maps with this new lineup with players. And yeah, so Icebox this time, a map that they've been struggling on. The standard ban. Yeah, Bleed's pretty good on Lotus. That and Ascender, their 2 best maps. So not bad, not a bad choice at all.
I mean, Bleed have been one of those teams where I feel like they've also had like some out of nowhere hooks on their map bans. So I was kind of thinking maybe even a Sunset. They had a pretty good match against Zeta Division there. We're talking about how Zeta Division didn't have the best depth Phoenix on that particular map against Bleed. Redlow was really coming out of nowhere to get a couple of good kills. So that was also, I think, something in contention. But Lotus definitely puts a lot of emphasis here where we saw May just manhandle Gen.G that, what was it, like 30 kills, 20 kills above Texture. Even though, sure, they lost, but he was firing on all cylinders on Lotus.
Sure, and he's probably riding on that confidence as well, right? He's probably thinking like, okay, I know this map, I know the moves here, but that's something also, it's a card that DFM have then shown and that Bleed are gonna know how to deal with. For Bleed, big question for me is like, how have they solidified themselves? Have they finally come together? We know that the pieces work. We know the pieces are good. It's a matter of how that jigsaw puzzle comes together.
Yeah, and I think that's why DFM chose Split over Sunset here. They're pretty good on Sunset as well as DFM. We saw it against T1, but this time around, it probably is like, all right, look, Bleed hasn't a chance to play Split on the stage since kickoff. So with this new roster, we might be able to kind of catch them at a point where they're not quite prepared. They might have been expecting Sunset. I get what they're doing there for sure. So yeah, DFM has to be feeling confident after that Gen.G match. Like, they played that map pretty darn well, and they probably feel like we could have done a lot better on our defensive half. We could have really shut Gen.G down had we done XYZ a little bit better. Now let's see if they can actually put it into use.
Yeah, and I feel like, DFM right now, they are, they are riding on a high. Even against Gen.G, it felt like they did a lot better than, a lot of people were expecting them to. I mean, a lot of the panel as well as
Yeah, absolutely. I guess one of the things that maybe I add as a critique here for DFM is it felt like there's one particular player that seems to kind of struggle to follow the flow of the team. We're talking about how DFM's very strong when they go for those aggressive 5-man pushes. It felt like Medusa was the one that was kind of lagging behind ever so slightly. When they're gonna go for that contact, it feels like he's the first one getting picked off, even though May was the one that's getting into the site faster than he was. So these kind of things would definitely hurt DFM if they can't address it right now in their match against Bleed.
That is a good point, and
sexy
Medusa is
बनाया।
also one of those players that I'm eager to see the next level of, right? We do see some, shades of brilliance from him, but sometimes it comes maybe like at the right time, maybe at the wrong time. We need a little bit more of that consistency. Final question for you guys. As we're entering week 3 here, this match is like one of the probably the most high stakes match that we have, especially for these two teams that are somewhere teetering towards the bottom of our like wonderful tier list that we saw earlier. There, how do you think these teams perform under pressure?
I mean, I think that DFM probably has a very slight edge here, just because May's tremendously confident. If your duelist is popping off, that's generally going to lead to some level of success. Even if you're not maybe taking maps, you're making them really, really close.
मतलब sketch मतलब पेन उससे किया है तूने हाथ से फोटोशॉप मेरे को लगा तूने स्केच किया है इमेज तो है ना तभी बजा नो रे बाबा फोटोशॉप भदीर मेरे को लगा स्केच किया है तूने
At the turning point right now, it's now or never at this point. So I feel like that plus the pieces
मैं
that
वही
we're
सोच
talking
रहा
about
हाथ से
should
इतना
come to
सेक्सी
emerge
कैसे
right
बनाया
here in the series.
Yeah, definitely. I think so as well. You brought up a very good
Must-
point about Bleed still having, those communication issues. And it's a major problem,
Good.
especially on a stage like this, especially on a match like this.
उसमें भी मेहनत लगती है मैं मना नहीं कर रहा हूँ लेकिन स्केच में ज़्यादा मेहनत लगती है
DFM has a much better foundation so far, but we're going to see as we step into
W
our
songs
second
W Army
series
congrats
today,
for
it's gonna
300k
be
loves
Bleed
you
versus
loves you
DFM.
too
Let's head on
Karan
over to
bye भाई मेरा एंथम लगाओ इसमें भाई मेरा एंथम लगाओ भाई हेलो
Nation focus me.
That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season.
वाह रोमित भाई वाह
Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked it
फोटोशॉप में मैं मतलब भाई एज अ ग्राफिक हाथ में मना नहीं कर रहा यार अच्छा किया यार
Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy, watch me bank a score up in the ball.
a match to prove that one team can live up to their hype and that the other isn't a one-win wonder. You just gotta love how contrasting the red and the blue is on that stage. You can see just how far apart these teams are in everything, how much they need this win, how far apart they are in terms of their journeys as well.
क्या लगता है
No doubt. I mean, it is really interesting. I think there's a lot of hype with Bleed coming into this season, so certainly expectations came crashing down to earth, and
कितना टाइम लगा
this could be a bounce-back match. Again, they can win. We've seen them take maps. It's just a matter of getting it all together, with these new players, with the new communication systems, with the different language barriers. For DFM, it's like continuing to build on some of the good things that you're starting to show. You're starting to show good protocols, good defaults. Now let's start to build on top of that and get the rest of the players behind May firing as well.
You just gotta love how these DFM players are smiling. They came together and they kind of have this sort of like nervous energy that is so positive. They're like, we did this before, we can do it again. On the side of Bleed, though, you kind of feel this like stern kind of like we need to prove ourselves because as we mentioned, the pieces in Bleed work. They are stellar players here. We just have to know how they fit together, and can they do that under this amount of pressure?
It's hard to imagine because again, this roster just came in from split one kickoff. It was two players that was still again that just went away from the team that was Egoist as well as I think it was Crazy or some point. So again, there was so little time for Bleed to get this working for themselves. Not only that, they also had don't forget Ye that was playing on so many different roles. Darion was the one initially on the duelist, and now Ye got his
कोई उसका मेरे को इंस्टेंट दे देना मॉड
where he's back on the duelist, but then he's not able to bring out that output that we were kind of hoping for, since maybe it's because it's been a long time or whatnot. There's so many things that is countering Bleed right now, and like you mentioned, there is maybe that's the reason why we have that stern energy coming from them.
Well, here we go into our second series of the day. Bleed versus DFM. Once again, here are your casters, Quack and Valdez.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be Bleed versus DFM. Hey, I'm Quack. And
DFM
this is Valdez. Bleed's looking for their first win, but DFM's looking for their second.
Yeah, I think that both of these teams have showed some good sides of their play, but also for the majority, unfortunately, haven't really shown what they're fully capable of, but I'm glad that they've shown a little bit. They've taken some maps here and there, so we know kind of what to expect if either of these teams is going to win. Kind of unsure who to favor in this one. You know, a lot of us did predict DFM at the end of the day, but Bleed, I think, has a chance, just like DRX had a chance in that first one against Gen G, even though they were the underdogs. Maybe Bleed just come out and have a good performance, right? They could just, you know, maybe this is the day. Maybe it just takes them longer than every other team. And I think we're going to figure that out very quickly here as we do move on to Lotus for our first map. I mean, yeah, looking pretty standard.
Nothing too different. Everyone's pretty much going for the same thing. If anything, it is that mirror matchup. So it's a bit of a test to see who's going to be better coordinated or who's going to be calling the better strats. In the past, or at least every time that Bleed has played, they've always picked Lotus. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge for DFM.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to get that going on their first map here for this best of 3. Our first match, win 3 maps. Would not be surprised if this one also goes 3 maps. I think, yeah, these two teams could be very
Let's go, baby!
It just comes down to, as I said before, the form on the day, you know, who's going to perform to the higher level. We saw last time Bleed came out, Zess and the A really put up some big numbers. Hoping to see them have a similar performance. Same could be said of May on the other side of DFM. Certainly takes that duelist role into his own hands and tries to solo carry the team. Obviously enabled by his teammates, but definitely the guy who pops off more often than anyone else.
Definitely the guy that we want to pop off as well, but as we start things off, another thing that we have seen in the past weeks is, I guess, slight differences in how some of these teams operate. And, a lot more teamwork coming from teams like, you know, Team Secret or RQ, whereas Bleed sometimes you don't feel it as often. Lotus, if anything, is the map where they would be able to show that to us. And they have to do it right now. No better opponent to defeat than DFM. No better opponent for DFM to beat than Bleed either. We start things off very safe. Not a lot of contact, not a lot of information from both sides.
Yeah, it looks like DFM here playing from the attacker side, trying to see if they can get some contact and get a little bit of damage done. So far they chipped away at Retla, but that was about it. Haven't committed to any of the sites at the moment. Big stack here from Bleed on the C site, actually, trying to get ahead of if a push was going to come in, but DFM are waiting until pretty much the last second to go for an actual push, which is pretty split at this point, but the spike is heading towards C.
Okay. Zest hears this as well, but he's backing off. I was wondering why he's not tossing the C's or just getting a better position, but trying to hold things up from around Waterfall. DFM's working against the time. There's the C's, there's the paranoia, but May, with the crosshair placement, still able to snap on towards Ye's head. A bit of a trade going through, and then Mace fires right back. He's got paint shells at the ready as well, and that does not give Zest any room to work with. So you already have the site, you already have the plant, you also have Anthem coming up from behind. How can Bleed retake? It's not going to happen too soon. There goes the first body. Right clicks onto the second. A bit of a whiff, but nonetheless, a cleanup from Cess. And it's going to give DFM the first win.
It was pretty interesting because Bleed, they were kind of stacked on the C side. It looked like they would be ready for the push to come in. And they got onto the site, and you know the utility usage was decent, but it's kind of rough when May gets blinded and he still picks up a couple of headshots. It's like, okay, well, felt like the positioning was good, but May's crosshair positioning, as you mentioned, was just better. And he was able to lock down a couple of kills. Team was able to get in with a pretty safe push without much of an answer from Bleed this time around, and once he gets set up there, you know, it's pretty difficult to retake that one.
Sometimes that's all you need, right? Like just that few seconds before your screen really goes blind, and May's still able to get a sense with the muscle memory to aim over onto his head. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Bleed. I mean, the ideas are still just about right. But nonetheless, May wins out the battle against Ye for the time being.
May versus Ye. Ye versus May.
That's right, that's right.
Who's got the better raise?
For now, it's going to be May. But I would not put Ye down. I mean, a lot of respect to all players on the server right now. As Bleed pushes out onto Mound. Oh, with the classics. Scary lands the shots.
Right.
A bit of support coming out from Retla as well. And he continues to pepper them full of bullets. 9mm and DFM has to fall back. It's going to be the Outlaw that gets the first pick up from DFM. Cess trying to barrel through, but it's not going to do all too much. Scary now. It's on for the third kill. It's continuing to shoot through with the pistols. Are you kidding me? Do not give me a classic ace in the second round. Neff tries to stabilize the team. A round almost gone horrendously wrong due to a classic.
Yeah. I mean, it was a classic 4K, which is bad enough. How did they let that happen? They were like, oh, okay, you want to fight us? Sure. Surely we'll just hit our shots. You know, your head's peeking above Mound. Like, that's easy enough. We got a Bulldog. And then they just kind of miss everything, and Scary doesn't miss a single shot.
That is the most impressive thing for Bleed right now. I mean, as the controller, he's being supported by his teammates to push out, to collect all of the kills. The IGL calling such a strategy as well. I mean, perfectly matched. A little bit misinformed for TFM, if anything. Ye down to low HP.
It's a 1v1 here between these two. I mean, Ye also has a classic versus a Vandal.
Look, if Ye wins this.
Also, there's a turret.
Okay, okay.
Just hold it.
Faking the door a little, I guess, and Ye just decides to hold it, thinking that maybe he's gone through the other side of the door.
And apparently that was a clutch. Fantastic clutch going the way of Ned. Excellently done.
Yes. He's out by 4 kills now. Well, Scary has 4 kills of his own. Okay, I really got to see this because it was not much utility. You got the pink shells, I guess, coming out from Ye. But Scary, just perfect, pristine crosshair placement. Nothing too far up or down on the y-axis. And he's just able to smoothly go from head to head.
Bleed by 10-2.
The rhythm and how he controls the recoil of the classic as well at that range. Because of that, you don't have that many guns on DFM's side. Light shields, if any. Anthem on just Sheriff.
Yeah,
Very
they have like
take the gun.
two Vandals.
Ooh.
Bit of damage already done to May, who with the Vandal himself is trying to get his team out ahead, but takes an aggressive angle and takes some damage.
Right. I mean, the desk was right. There is a lot on May's shoulders. He's often the one trying to look for those opening tools. Rotations made across the board, but the spike still hovering around A.
Toxin screen down.
By
Trying to pull the rotations. If they're able to take down A as well as Scary right now, that would give them the A site. That's what DFM's looking for. May tries to blast back in. Manages to do so, but at what cost? Oh boy, Scary.
Yeah, it was pretty close to getting his head taken off, but May essentially already is. Down he will go. Scary takes him down, gets the contact, sees the pressure, calls his team over.
Just doubles back. Easy contact. Continues to collect. Quadruple kill and pretty much DFM's dreams of winning this round dashed down in the dirt.
Thank you, Ramit, thank you.
Taking a little bit too much time. Just Bleed doing a phenomenal job at controlling the map and doing early damage to DFM.
Yeah, Scary able to pick up the majority of the kills. Really crisp stuff. I mean, you know, pokes out, doesn't take any damage, and then just lines up. Very nice crosshair placement. Sees Cess as well. And, you know, a little reaction, but so far seems like he's pretty locked in. Talk about Ye versus May all we want, but
nah, it's Scary.
Scary is actually on top.
Scary बहुत
with
Scary भी
a
बहुत बाप
4K
खेलता है,
classic
Darren भी बाप
epic montage.
Best भी खेलता है बाप.
Yeah, well, it's good, you know, if they can get another person. We saw Zest, we saw Ye have their moments. If they can get another one on that list, maybe Bleed have a better chance.
For now, though, DFM trying to change things up. They want to be a little bit more decisive, Veldis, about how they want to hit a site. So a lot of utility just to take control of a round. They don't want to repeat of that classic round. But then holding just in case they lose any early players. Sneth on a bit of a lurk will be able to find Ye's head. Now rotations pulled and split across. Perhaps slightly easier for them to take down. No, still playing around the door.
And they could go quickly into B here. We do have Zest in position trying to feel this pressure, but he's got a lot of utility in his face. As now the push is going to come into C, actually.
Wow. And Bleed continues to fall back bit by bit. Darren takes down Anthem. It's going to be a simple trade. It's almost as if Bleed wants to play for retakes. Looking for some of these simple duels where they're not able to trade. They don't want to allow DFM to trade.
Scary is pretty scary right now. He is so locked in.
I believe that's like his 9th or 10th kill at this point. As he continues to work with the rest of the team, they're all kind of split up. He's got his smokes, and that's what he's known for. That said, it's not going to do all too much if DFM has the spike and they're playing the time of it. Zest trying to take matters into his own hands. Scary makes use of Zest's position to come back in for the clutch. He's able to get the defuse as well. 11 kills right now in round 4.
What is going on with this guy? I mean, he's not missing a single thing. And this one is a real clutch.
Like watching how the fight plays out, right? That's really how Bleed operates. Because Scary is the IGL now. The first 2 rounds where he got all those kills as well, he gets the information because he makes use of his teammates to go out and retrieve the information for him. And then he's able to collect all these kills.
Yeah, he looks so happy.
Yeah, because he's finding these clutch moments. Yeah. But remember, if he wins, he's got to do that little dance.
He does, yeah. Maybe he really wants to do it. That's why he's popping off so hard. He's like, I gotta get that dance in. I gotta show everybody my dance.
There.
Uh-oh. Wow. A little bit of an unfortunate whiff from Ye.
That's going to open things up here for DFM to potentially push on to B. It's almost certain at this point. So there's some extra utility in. Here comes May as well.
Nice. Along with the lockdown and the blast packs, just to bypass a bit more utility. They get a little bit more space, and now it's spike plant. Scary continues to play it safe. Not really exposing himself too much. Waiting for his teammates and reinforcements to arrive. Gets further information. Oh, he actually
interesting.
lets the ultimate complete.
Oh fuck, Viper lineup भी है.
The rest of the DFM though, because the spike is down, because they've got showstopper,
Viper
they're
lineup
actually
भी है,
hanging
need भी
back.
है.
Spike continues to tick away.
Look at this lineup. And the snake bite down as well.
Oh,
showstopper. Just buying time.
Too.
Just gonna let it happen. There's not much they can do about that. Lots of nice lineups there as May will go down, just making 100% sure that they do not defuse that one.
I
still like that. I can respect that a lot from DFM. I mean, first of all, incredible shot from Medusa onto Ye. Secondly, making use like clear strategies to push back Bleed, get the spike down, and then lineups and strats to secure the site.
Imagine using strategies instead of just shooting them in the face.
I know.
Crazy.
But which one's more fun? The classic kills or post-plant lineups?
I think shooting them down and you know, getting the audio cues definitely feels a bit better.
Well, if you like people shooting things down, I got a surprise for you, Valdez.
But a win is a win, right? So
yes.
Even if the lineups are what get you the win. Gonna be feeling pretty happy about that. And DFM, pretty nice setups so far, but they did have to use Showstopper, Lockdown. They didn't have much firepower in that last round, which is part of why it feels very nice that even though they used those ultimates, you know, they still got the win. They got a lot of money back in their pockets. They're able to buy up now.
Bomb grenade out.
And get into a position where they can actually challenge for the future rounds.
Toxins going up there.
Back to their pistol round strategy, though, Bleed. Pushing out together as a bit of a squad just to take control over B main, check the pillars, they can play around the door. That would be cool as well. But unfortunately, a bit of contact being received. Darian cold and alone. Just gets the information, but also a bullet to the face. Viper's Pit now available for DFM, and that blocks off Waterfall.
It's just so much crucial space being denied. I mean, you can spam all you want, but it's going to be difficult to even get that lineup. He's trying his best.
The on-the-round calling from DFM, from Anthem, so far has been great. I mean, they're holding out defaults, slowly moving across the map, sustaining minimal damage, and once they get the sensing for Bleed's setup on the site, that's when they go in, and Darren's none the wiser.
Yeah. Darren goes down. Bleed are just going to save after this one. Viper's Pit committed to. So they used 3 ults to win the last couple of rounds, but I'd say 100% worth based on the current state of the game. Unfortunately, they're not really able to punish Bleed on the backside of it, but that's just fine.
I love how we can like kind of hear the audience clapping a little bit off of the win.
Yeah.
As soon as like DFM fans.
ये लोग कुछ combo
because
करके
it's
रोक
not like
नहीं सकते
super
क्या?
loud
Left में
roaring
split,
of
right
applause.
में
It
seize
makes you
nade.
think like it's like tiny golf claps. Like, oh yes,
Yeah.
fantastic.
I mean,
Combos
especially
तो
after
है
a
Bleed
round
के
like
पास.
the last couple where it's like, oh, we had this very strategic, very nice entry onto the site, and then nothing happened for a minute.
Very fanciful.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, the chess match rather than the boxing match.
Where are
Bit of spam. Gonna do a nice amount of damage already. You've seen May and Sessa already taken a bunch. Somebody get Achilles on the line. So Odin's getting too much value.
I do admire it though, what Bleed is trying to do. And I admire how DFM is trying to call their way around this map as well. But if you pay attention, Ye has pushed out to Mound. Great positioning to be able to pick up on a single kill if he's able to find it. The question is, will DFM anticipate it? Foot's been spotted, Prowler's been used, and he unfortunately has to double back.
It's a great read from the side of DFM to clear out Mound like that because he had pretty much a free lineup if he was not rooted out there. Scary, back on the board.
Pretty decent awareness from Anthem, but scary as well, just to stay tucked behind a little corner to fire off safe shots against his opponents. Now Zest controlling trees still. Definitely not a place that DFM wants to explore. So we'll head into B instead. May trying to seize the space, but unfortunately he doesn't have the pacing or the timing. Darren will be able to shut him down. Neth is the only one left on a bit of a lurk. And the entirety of Bleed's squad working against him.
10 seconds left.
Swings that again, tries to take another, but kind of just tries to stand his ground, get some value. He's not going to just run away from that one.
Let's go, Bleed. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Cluster, you know, some low health bars already. They didn't quite root everybody out before they actually went for the plant. Also, the fact that they lost a couple of members before going for it just made it feel a little bit desperate. So Bleed back on the scoreboard at least, keeping things close. Pick up their third round win.
Neither team really seeing a need to invest timeouts just yet, seeing as how it's pretty evenly matched for now. The IGL's needing to do all the work here, trying to secure a strong lead. So A doesn't quite work because the Odin was there. Now we're headed towards C, but guess what? Ye is here with an operator still. Flicks the shot out towards May. I guess we have our answer for now as he pulls out the showstopper. DFM no longer able to break through this door set up around C site. Instead, they're going to go through the rotating door towards B, potentially. Holding up around pillar. Scary. Playing it safe around A main, excuse me. Unfortunately, receives contact against Anthem. Ye will continue to explore. Sound off his operator. That puts us down to 2-on-4.
Yeah, Ye has just been, he's been desperate to get value out of this, and finally in this round, it's very apparent that he's getting quite a lot of value out of the operator. Already 3 kills, 1 with the showstopper as well. Medusa gonna pick up another kill for himself. Certainly making things interesting here. Bleed still in control, but now Anthem gonna take out Redline. Medusa, another one. And it's all up to Darion now. All of a sudden, somehow DFM find a way to get this plant down.
They're just split up all across the map, and divided they fell. DFM worked together with this little buddy system where Medusa struck from behind, and now they've gotten the sight. Darren's got his work cut out for him. Turret and Nanoswarm available, but he goes further in just to explore first. Catches Anthem off timing. Slightly more doable, but will Medusa get the drop on him? He hops off at the halfway mark, but Medusa just a little second faster. Hence DFM up by 2 rounds now.
Yeah, nice try by Darion, but that was not a round I think that Bleach should have lost. I mean, they got 4-2. So many initial picks that go the way of Ye, and then it's just a couple of members that are trying to opportunistically peek. They get caught off one by one, and eventually it goes into a 2v1 scenario in favor of DFM after they get 3 picks essentially for free.
Fortunately lost, and it makes you wonder if it still is some of these like communication or language barriers. But whatever the case is, it's unfortunate and it's tough. Each and every single one of these players definitely have the individual capabilities to pop off, just like what we saw from Ye. You know, sometimes Alice, you get dealt the cards that you have. You have no choice but to play them, however, the best way that you can.
Cover going out.
So back to it, trying to control A rubble. Smoke set up, and then they fall back.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, DFM certainly not scared to take their time. Maybe getting the read that Bleed is just going for these very risky peaks alone, oftentimes, and maybe trying to get value out of that.
Paranoia through. Advantageous duels as he peeks out again, trying to hang back around the corners. And that's just incredible one-on-ones. DFM not quite having the confidence to take it on against him.
Cover going
30 seconds left.
3 members gone now. We're back in another 2-on-4 situation where a single player is taking out 3 players.
DFM's comfort zone.
Please.
2v4. Shouldn't be, but well, let's see how Bleed, they kind of lost from the scenario last time somehow, but
10 seconds left.
Well, yeah, there's only 10 seconds left, so they're just going to wait.
Unfortunate.
And that should be the end of the round. Doesn't look like they'll even push, but definitely a better look
Ek
this time around. Nice
round
defense out there from Rumble,
a
especially from Scary, who was able to line up some really fantastic angles to allow him to take a bunch of consecutive 1v1s.
That's just incredible. I mean, I gotta see this again. Because the way that he takes on some of these duels, isolating every single little angle, he knows when they're about to peek out against him, and he hangs back behind the little corner of the wall. And he uses that little spot to actually wallbang against them. Very incredible stuff. It looks a little bit cowardly, but it's the right way to take on those duels when you don't want to expose yourself to too much.
That's the best way to play.
Tactical.
Yeah, tactical. It's a better word for it. So Bleed actually calling the timeout here. Even though they did win that last round. Just saying, okay, well, it's not exactly the cleanest game I've ever seen, so let's take a moment here early on, somewhere halfway through the first half, near the end of the first half, to say, okay, let's calm things down, let's fix this here, and see if that does work out for them.
I mean, yeah, right? Like, it's not the cleanest rounds, but some of these plays can be really clean, especially when you have these players from Bleed who are able to perform to such standards.
Scary बहुत मारता है.
Then you got to think about the timeouts as well because
Scoreboard of lead.
Lagia has some kind of an idea, you know, to take the lead in this first half. This is their map pick after all. They might have fallen to Zeta last week, but there is a chance for them to really take this win against DFM. Remember, Bleed are still looking for their first win in VCT Pacific Stage 1. A couple of shots fired through. Still kind of controlling around it. Scary looking for an angle as he plays around the door. Very smart.
Love you.
Just gonna ping it. It's funny too because we talked about Ye versus Mei in terms of the Raze battle. Both of these guys are on the bottom of their respective scoreboards. Ye trying to come out here, trying to challenge from behind the smoke, see if he can pick anyone off. He will not be able to just yet.
Very controlled plays. That's it now. DFM having the coordination and teamwork to take multiple duels along a single player. Take down Zest and Scary. Getting the spike down now. Trying to catch the time against Ye, but Ye's just a little bit sharper. Reloads and waits for teammates to arrive. Darren does have the lockdown if he's able to arrive from behind. Medusa, though, does he have the awareness to check around his back? Alarm bot goes off. That should give him all the signals he needs. Gets the duel on towards Darien. Retla trying to fire off and trying to hold Neth back. Neth continues to push out front by himself. Now Medusa joins Neth, and they together walk in towards the Viper's pit, where Retla will be able to spin around and spray them downtown.
Much needed
Back
round
up 5-5. Lead. Managed to secure the round.
Yeah, nicely done by Retla there at the end just to get that pit up and hold on for dear life. Again, not the cleanest gameplay I've ever seen, but a win's a win. Yeah, nice angle here, you know. He's able to go for the double peek with Retla as well in order to get that pit online, and then essentially just sees where the shots are coming from, and Retla is able to spray them down. No problem, Retla.
Language.
I mean, it's incredible because DFM, I mean, both teams sometimes, they have these advantages where they're actually able to sneak out rounds. Medusa was able to hold it down with Seth. But once they tried to walk into the Viper's pit, just kind of not covering each other or some slight misnomers due to not so well coordinated plays, they actually lose the advantage to Bleed, and that means it's credit to individual performances like Retla. As they tie things up 5-5, now Bleed does have a chance of turning this into a 7-5 first half. DFM tries to go on the aggressive into the site, but they burn down to the defensive setups from Bleed. May still kind of stuck in there. The call has been made to hang back, and as he tries to step back out, Scary along with Darren will be able to find these angles.
7-5 bolte.
Shoot them down. 6-5.
Yeah, got pretty delayed by that lockdown, and then a couple of dinks, nice shots there from Darion from range to just push them away. Lockdown did get destroyed, but they were already backing out, kind of on their hind heels, not really ready for the pressure. Really good position there, kind of delays the push as well, and then Scary up top as well. Able to line up a couple. This guy is really on fire. I mean, he's almost had 20 kills before the first half is done.
Oh my god.
So,
remember, 4 of those were classic kills from that second round.
That did happen, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me.
Double the top fragger from DFM. That's unbelievable. Now, Nightfall has been invested just to either push DFM back or get further information. DFM's already lost a player now. Trying to find another opening.
They got a little crossfire here. And that's going to be a kill going over to Ye already, but look at this. And now they get contact, and then Zest is able to swing out and take down another.
Please, Bleed.
Big advantage to Bleed here as DFM. Looks like they have fallen off the horse a little bit.
Just a little. We'll see if Cess can bring us back from the brink. from the shadows
अरे तू हटा
back
मत सक्षम
in towards
रिट्रैक्ट
A
मत कर अगर
site.
तेरे को नहीं दिख रहा है तो
Goes in to
30
check
seconds
stairs.
left.
एक बार पिन
But
हो
look
गया
at
तो
the
हो गया
position.
अगर तेरे को नहीं दिख रहा
This
है
is
मतलब
great. How they're holding around these
वो है
smaller corners, not in open areas. It's going to be tough for Cess to find even a single one. And if he does, he finds Darion. Retless should be able to swing out. 10 seconds, and he takes a little bit of damage. Scary right behind him. Will be able to secure the frag. That's a 19-1 for Scary right now. As Bleep ends this first half with a 7-5.
चलो enjoy कर रहे हो लोग.
A little whoopsie.
Yeah. Scary gonna end the first half with 19 kills. And certainly the main character at the moment with
अरे तो
multiple
why
big clutch
mess
moments
with us this
for himself.
wrong और हम
DFM,
support
not the
करेंगे.
cleanest
अरे
attack
भाई
side, I
मेरे
would
को
say.
एक बात बताओ रूडी भाई mess with us वाले नॉर्मल गेम है ठीक है एक गेम में अभी हम कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे तो लोग बोल रहे तो बोलने तो ना क्या कौन सा तेरे घर पे आके बोल रहे रे बाबा हाँ क्या हो गया अभी ये गेम खेल रहे तो सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ और कुछ बोला भी उनको मिल जाएगा कर्मा वाला सीन कोई सीन ही नहीं है क्या करेगा हेड दे के क्या मिलेगा बे हाँ
Here from France.
That's so cool. Sign in Korean as well.
नहीं नहीं
I mean,
आपको नहीं बोल रहा
I do feel as though it really is because slight moments of hesitation from some of the DFM players. But apart from that, also Bleak doing a really good job. That's a really cool drawing. Wingman. Bleak doing a really good job of stopping DFM as they try to execute. You always have these traps from Darian, maybe Retla, a well-timed snake bite or two, or maybe just Scary holding down a position by himself, and DFM not having the coordination nor the confidence to really dive in. Slightly different from the games that we saw from before. We'll see if they can redeem themselves in this second half, because if not, right now, Bleed are in
आज
control.
MBR का एंट्री सॉन्ग आएगा
Yeah, they definitely are. I'm excited to see how fast they're going to come out here. And how spicy this is going to get for their attacker side. I think when they've got this much momentum, you really want to put on the pressure as much as possible. Let's see how their pistol round is going to look at first. They clear out Mound and now immediately rotate over towards A.
They do have that toxic screen that allows them to walk up, take control of the door if needed.
Toxin screen down.
Well, it's a little bit more crucial for DFM to take matters into their own hands. Calling from Anthem can really shake things up. If they are to find that lead again. Sends out the Prowler, doesn't see anything around pillars, opens door. We know they're not around C. So Nets calls should be accurate. But it's a little bit too short, too shallow. Bleed has the timing to get the spike down and a little bit further for Ye to peek out and get a single kill.
Yeah, just free entry into A. Trying to go for the retake, but that one pickoff on Annette is huge here for the side of Bleed. Is now everybody just running in towards the site, and they know exactly which direction they're coming in from. There's a lot of work to get done here from the side of DFM, but they've only got a couple of members left, and Anthem is super low. That's going to do that. So Bleed right back on the board with an extremely dominant pistol round just to get it started once again.
Bleed just knowing how to ride this bull. They know exactly how to play this map. That's why they picked it, especially on the attacking side, with the rehearsed strategies, with the way that they know how to go around the map and get information as to how DFM are defending. It's that much better for them. Meanwhile, DFM, they try to get some of these reads, but it takes a little bit too much time. The rotation's just not quite fast enough. Maybe the decisions aren't quite informed enough. It feels like.
Wow.
हो गया ना 50 kills carry क्या?
Well, that significantly decreases the chances of a classic 4K here in the second half.
Oh, yeah.
I know we had it in the first. I know a lot of people were very excited.
The chances were like, what, like 25, 50% before, and then with that now it would go down to like 1%
now. Scary.
record तोड़ेगा 47 का नहीं.
Continues to pad his stats as he finds more targets to click on. Picks up a couple, now swings along with his teammates, always behind them. Cess, along with me, just trying to possibly find some right clicks or two. It's not quite going to happen. They know they have to die to the spike, so just trying to set up for it.
I mean, Bleed, they had a decent position to deny it as well, I feel, but maybe not wanting to take any chances themselves, and they're just going to wrap around a little bit too late.
9-5, 9-5.
Site will be 9-5.
चलो, next round भी
In favor of Bleed, and that is their 6th round in a row. And I have to say, I mean, a lot of the last bunch of rounds as well, there has not been much of a fight in the side at DFM. Obviously, this round you weren't going to be able to do much, especially with some free kills going more in favor of Scary, who can hardly believe it himself that he's up to 21.
I mean, he is up by 21. That is incredibly impressive. You have to admire how every single one of his movements is so tactical. Even when he got that first kill, he had a one-way smoke that gives him a bit of an advantage, even if his opponent peeks out against him. There's always these tiny little tactical advantages that he gets that enable him to make such calls, to find such kills. With Bleed up 9-5. With the full buys now from DFM, hopefully they have a little bit more confidence to get some information and get some reads against Bleed.
See some trickery there. DA, sneaking past the Viper wall, trying to open the door and see if they could pick off the guy at Mound, but Sass was able to feel the pressure back away and survive. So it doesn't get picked off. That could have easily sparked a full-on rush from Bleed into the C site, but not going to be the case.
Prowler to check pillars as well. They've rotated onto C. They don't see anything. The Hot was invested too. So they should be rotating fast enough onto A. They're making the moves now. Neth tries to spray them down as they take control over tree. Main on the site. 30 seconds left, and Bleed needs to get the spike down. Great way to kick things off. Spots out the first, and Ye has been eliminated. The rest of Bleed now. Nobody wants to push out a tree because of that smoke. 10 seconds left. Now they make their move in. 6 seconds, and the spike starts to go down, but Anthem is here, and he's ready to wreak havoc. 3 kills, and then the final one coming out from Cess. DFM getting the good reads because of the information gathered from B, from C, and Bleed taking a little bit too much time. And this round also comes down to how well-timed that dark cover from Cess was.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. I think they gave a bit too much time over to DFM, as you mentioned, to just kind of get in position. DFM have been a bit slow, to respond, so I feel like Bleed were getting a lot of advantages by just kind of getting in, being decisive, making plays, but that time they just, they waited, and then there was like 3 utilities right on one spot, which easily all just got sprayed down, and it was just like, huh.
That's right.
Well, that wasn't really the entry we were looking for, so yeah, Bleed not gonna like that one. And now May out of Mound is going to be spotted by the turret, and he had support of 2 other players, so already pushing in here is Bleed.
Both teams trying to play as cautiously as possible, but sometimes to their own detriment. Nightfall now being invested, but Neth able to answer back in kind. That was a single peek from Ye. No support. Retla might have been able to use that timing to sneak up onto stairs, but he knows that he can only hold this position now because he's been spotted. The rest of the team, though, trying to get the spike over onto the site. A sudden peek out along with teammates now from DFM, and it's too many targets for Retla to hold.
Yeah, good duck as well from A just to avoid the line. Medusa up top here, and he is not going to win that one. Scary. Padding the stats even more.
Wow.
Yard.
Always good on the one-on-ones. Zest here to back him up as well. Down to low HP, and Cess now is looking for the final target to hit. Spike is not yet planted. He does have his ultimate, though. He's going to make use of it to bring himself all the way across the map.
Spike
Cutting out space, and that's going to be Cess now trying to find his positioning. This is where Scary shines the most. Even with low HP, I do not want to doubt him whatsoever.
He's got a nice lineup here onto where he planted. Let's see if Cess can suss this out. Looks like he has.
Almost घुमा था शायद ना?
A fantastic shot as he swings out.
Woo!
Anticipates him. Omen players, no Omen players. They're bromans.
तेरे का मुल्ला अलग क्यों दिख रहा है? पता नहीं.
Yeah. Well, a little bit of a Dr. Seuss moment. Susses him out for sure, Valdez.
Yeah. Yeah, Ye kind of solo peeks in that, even though he doesn't have audio, it doesn't matter. They take out Retla, and then, you know, honestly, Bleep should not really have been in that position. They did a great job to clear the site. Scary picking up another couple of kills. Pretty happy about that one. But yeah, they got pretty close, but now it's DFM, a couple of rounds under their belts. And this is getting closer by the round.
That's right, 2-round deficit for DFM to catch up onto. Just got to be a little bit more decisive. I think that's the beauty of Valorant, is that you have all these interesting agents that enable you to find tactical advantages, even if you don't play, you know, that safe and that slow, that cautious. Sometimes you need to have the confidence to be able to dive in and find your shots and have your teammates here to back you up, and that's exactly what DFM's trying to do right now in this retake. The Nightfall sent out, Showstopper deployed. He's looking for Ye, and he finds him. The explosion goes off. Now Cess comes back in for the trade. It's been with double kill. Anthem snaps on towards Retla. Darian coming back in to trade up, but down to the 2-on-1, he sees them stacked up, and he's trying to play around the corners just like Scary does.
Almost,
but Anthem swings out against him, takes the initiative instead. DFM now 1 round away from tying things up.
That's a pretty chaotic round that time, but getting in onto the B side, the Showstopper to take down Ye as well, as the two Rays still battling at the bottom of the scoreboard in the 1v1. But yeah, they were able to get on in there, and it was made pretty close. But DFM once again continuing with their onslaught. And that was a bit of a buy round last time from Bleed as well. So now they're just going to have to lose even more momentum. And DFM now definitely feels like they are in the driver's seat.
So last game itna fun wala tha, abhi stress wala hai.
One away from his own Showstopper, hoping to get revenge.
Whoa! All right, I was just going to say, very much better from DFM as they take more space across the map, but then once they start to expose themselves in these open areas, you get that shot from Ye, picks up the Showstopper, tries to swing it through, but the space has been made for his team until Medusa swings back around on a double kill. Ratla takes him back down, but the team from DFM has arrived on the scene. Darian and Retla, both Singaporean players. They know each other really well. Hopefully trying to play off of each other, but just proves too much to hold and handle once you have utilities and the entire force of DFM running up against you.
A hell lot, bro.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, nice try from Ye. Does open up the site a bit.
A hell lot.
He was very close to hitting a Showstopper, but Medusa did a great job of just evading. And then he lines up 2 incredible headshots as well. So credit to him for holding down the site, giving time for the teammates to come on over and kind of avoid a catastrophe if they lost to 5 sheriffs.
I love that. I mean, we said, you know, especially on the desk, that there's a lot of pressure on May's shoulders because he's often the entry fragger, opening things up for the team. But now we're seeing Cess and Medusa finding some of these frags, finding their impact in the map, which is exactly what the Doctor ordered for DFM. Taking decisive control over Mount now, which funnels Bleed towards other sites. That's where you have a lot of traps and Killjoy utility up around A. Anthem ready with his Prowler to get information outside of B pillars as well.
Just gonna use the swarm grenade just to make sure
Has he fired his Odin yet? Oh, a little bit.
Of course, I mean, if you have an Odin, you got to fire through some kind of wall. Otherwise, you're not doing it right.
That's true.
You're not sitting there with the Bucky in a corner. You got to make yourself known. Speaking of which, Ye is leading the charge for the team.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
You should be able to hear these footsteps up around heaven now. Toxic screen comes up at the right time. Oh, snake bite too. Look at this. You even have Cez with a paranoia. They try to open the drawer to maybe barrel through C, but there are many, many obstacles in front of Bleed's way. I mean, who's going to be the first player to throw themselves in harm's way to open it up for the team? They try to fan out, but now 9 seconds left. Spike is taking way too long. Cez is already prepared to take them down as they try to walk on through. That's the second shot now. Anthem with a double kill to give DFM the lead. They didn't have it at the start of the half, but now in round 19, round 20,
timeout.
They put themselves on top.
Call a timeout after that round, and they do. I mean, the timer stopped. That was. I mean, they'd gotten themselves into a position where. By the way, great play here from Made. Just once again, we saw this actually in the first match as well. Just run through the swarm grenade in this case and get the jump on them without them expecting it. They think they have that closed off, but yeah, I mean, they were in a position where it's like, okay, they're either going B or C, and there's only 15 seconds left. And so everybody on the side of DFM is just waiting on B or C, and like throwing a bunch of utility into the choke, and Bleed are like, well, I guess we'll just try to send it to C. And they just get absolutely mowed down, and with nobody covering the flank.
That's exactly like.
Just felt a bit desperate.
Yeah, really unfortunate, because you want to have this game plan. You know that.
ये देखो 1080 का कमेंट देखो FNS wants to join Breed to get them a win and leave 1080 by 2 क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा उसका आंसर देना क्या वो मेरा रिश्तेदार है हाँ जो मुझे कोई फर्क पड़ेगा हाँ या को वो तुम्हारा रिश्तेदार है जो तुम्हें बोला कि इधर लिखो क्या करूंगा मैं इंफॉर्मेशन का थोड़े से बड़वे से हो
I do feel like you're onto something. I think Bleed should have some sort of set play. But let's see, it's actually going to be May. Comes out here quickly, looking to punish. And he just gets blinded, still gets the kill! As the rest of the team is there to back him up as well.
Why match pointed
Instead, it's going to be DFM with the decisive set play.
Well, that's something you could do, you know, opponent calls a timeout, and you're like, okay, here's what we're going to do. Let's get right in their face. Do not allow them to set whatever they want to set up. And we'll just take them down first.
That's incredible. I mean, this is how DFM could actually reach map point first.
There.
Now just holding up around the edges of this dark cover where the spike is.
Dono guns save
Not quite sure how Bleed can fight their way out of this one. If anyone's going to do it, it has to be the two of these players. Oh, given their familiarity with each other. But look at what's happening. Darren's actually running all the way across the map. He's on a bit of a solo mission.
Sure. Might as well. And they don't have the spike, but at this point, maybe they're just trying to survive.
Save is not
hold
a
on to their
problem.
guns.
Save
I
is
mean,
not a problem. उनको एक और
just trying
मौका
to get
मिल
to a
रहा है
safe
next round
spot
कुछ
here in
करने का.
Rubble where they know
Save
DFM
is not
are
a problem.
not. And with their
क्या ये
economy in
upset
ruins,
है?
I mean, trying to
ये
hold on
upset है कि नहीं
to a
पता
couple
नहीं.
of
है upset.
rifles to try to give yourself a chance
ये
to win
भी
the next
upset होएगा.
round. Perhaps this is their best play.
30 seconds. Oh, okay, 10 seconds.
10 seconds
इधर में
left.
देख रहे हो हाँ वो refresh.
Medusa just trying to craft some random timings so that he doesn't get his shot at it. Yeah, both teams just trying to play it safe and trying to hold on to whatever advantage they have.
Save the vitality.
I definitely did not expect. I did not think that DFM was going to go hunting.
ये ने scary होगा upset.
So
ये
now,
होगा.
economy not great for Bleed. They do have a lot of ultimates though.
Yeah, they do. It would have been nice if, you know, they could have used a couple of those in the last round when they had the rifles to get something going, but DFM just got in their face too quick.
Just fantastic stuff from DFM. Whether or not it's the coach or the IGL, great call to seize the day around C. Carpe diem. Now we're on to the next round, and it Bleed trying to make use of their current weaponry. Pushing up on towards A. They do have control over Rubble, but here is that Odin. It is a stationary turret, though, if you're firing off on this thing, so you're still susceptible to wall bangs, and that's what Bleed is looking for. Oh, brilliant shot from A.
This time it feels like Bleed are just like, okay, we're just going to send it, you know?
They kind of have to.
Yeah. At this point, they are pretty committed. But there's not a lot of rotations, not a lot of, you know, change-ups in what they want to do. It's essentially just let's slowly push forward and try to win some duels.
That's right. At least Retla opened up the door, so there is an alternate route if they want to take it. I have to respect Ye a lot, though. I mean, look at how he's trying to open things up for his team, pushing up front, you know, smoothly, safely checking every single corner. But unfortunately, a team not quite there with him, and DFM are just able to pick apart Bleed. Each and every single one of these members from the squad just fall down in the dirt.
Yeah. And they're not able to use any of their ultimates. They're not able to set anything up, not even a Nightfall coming through from Zest. You know, some shots fired through, but it's almost like they're trying to set something up, but they don't actually ever commit to making the play.
7 rounds in a row for DFM now. And I think the thing that the straw that really broke the camel's back on this map was the one after the timeout.
Yeah, that went so heavily in favor of DFM that it was like all the air was taken out of the sails of Bleed. And now it just feels like a very one-sided affair. Scary, already going to be taken down, and he's the one with like 27 kills. So the one guy who had the big hot hands from the beginning of this map is now down. Keep in mind also that this was Bleed's map selection.
Oh.
And you know, they've looked decent on this so far this tournament, but tonight it's kind of hard to say the same. And DFM have risen to the challenge in a big way.
You should run.
Truthfully. Again, I mean, the battle between these two teams, Bleed's looking for their first win, and DFM's looking for their second, just to prove that their win against T1 was not just some kind of a silly fluke. It's not just a one-time wonder. Definitely trying to make it happen again now. Both sides having the ultimates to barrel on through. Another Nightfall sent out into C site. Trying to take control of things. Retla making use of his Viper's Pit. You do have a bit of a counter from Anthem's Nightfall. A lot of utility being tossed through, but still not quite enough space. Zest, unfortunately, trying to hop back over into a safer position, exposes himself, and that's going to be a shot down. Bleed. Darian tries to take matters into his own hands, holds the angle and takes down 2. But Neth with the operator chimes back in. Initial pit falls. Retla still alive and up and running. Ye trying to protect his teammate as best as he can. But unfortunately, the numbers prove too overwhelming. And the teamwork from DFM exposes some of the positioning from the Bleed players and gives them the targets they need to hit in order to get 13 to 9. DFM closes out Bleed's map selection.
Yeah, great job from
Kaise 27 kills by Scary. A full star team against DFM. Kaise plus a heavy lead, I guess 9-5.
More relaxed on their end.
Yeah, and as the match went on, they seemed to find their groove a little bit. At the beginning, it felt like they were a little bit off in terms of their coordination, their communication. Players kind of peaking when they probably shouldn't, being out of place. I mean, it it didn't help that Scary was
DFM
absolutely
just
popping off
improved.
in the beginning of this match, just
9-5
absolutely
मतलब
dominating rounds. But as time wore on, they seemed to
उतना
kind
भी
of
बाप
get
बाप
their
निकला था
ideas together, get
DFM
their
में
heads on
यार.
straight. Even in that last round, you saw with the counter pit, like setting
Old
up
वालों
for
ने
it,
बाप
you know,
बहुत
spraying with
बहुत
the
बात
Odin to make
किया
sure that
लेकिन
space is clear so they can get the pit down, do all these things properly on the back of the Nightfall as well. Like, once they got in kind of a groove, they
क्या
never left
पता
it.
भाई सर
Yeah,
के
and what
ऊपर
seemed to
भाई,
be, you
सर
know,
के ऊपर से गया.
the rise of DFM in that first map
Twitter
came
पढ़ना
like
पड़ेगा
this
अभी, लग रहा है.
slow,
आओ.
like just crucifying
Underestimated,
fall for Bleed. There were some rounds on their attacking side where it
पहले
felt like
तो
they didn't know
डिफरेंस
what to do.
देखो
They had
भाई,
like what?
यहाँ पे
One round where
MVP
they had
14
56 up
किल
on
पे,
the
वहाँ
clock.
पे
Is it going to be B?
26
Is it going to be
डबल
C?
किल पे वो.
I don't know what happens. And, again, Pepperton's absolutely right. 26 kills here on
14
Scary.
इधर 26
And
इधर.
this is amazing, but in the sense that
Scary
he's got 19 kills in
bhai,
like the
Yanzi.
first 5 rounds, that means that he only had like
Look, I am
only
a-
a set a couple of kills coming into
One
the
minute,
rest of this
be
entire
right
game. So
back.
Bleed definitely came to a near screeching halt in some part of the second half.
Yeah, I like that you brought up that awkward round for Bleed, right? Because it feels like that was the point wherein things started to fall apart for them. Suddenly, they weren't as clean. Suddenly, they weren't as confident. Suddenly, they weren't pushing in as much, and there seemed to be some kind of drop in communications as well, which can be very dangerous for a team like Bleed.
Yeah, it felt like eventually, like, maybe some of the preset ideas they had coming into this and things like that, like their script ran out, and that's going to be where they start to falter, where they just don't have those built-in protocols and ideas behind them to rely on their communication to make adjustments on the fly. And that's part of the growing pains that this Bleed roster is going to have. And I don't really, again, want to dog on them too much because they're in a really tough situation. So they're doing their best. It looked really good. Like when they were kind of in the beginning, when they're in their form, when they're playing good trades, setting up good crossfires, doing all that kind of stuff, it looked pretty clean. And you can see that the potential of all these players on Bleed is very, very, very high. It's just they can't consistently put it all together.
Oh yeah, we were talking, backstage, right? On paper, again, this roster is actually incredibly stacked. It's incredibly scary, right? Not just because Scary is there, but again, these are very, very skilled players. It's just the circumstances that they're in where they can't perform to the level that they want to. And you obviously know that they do want to, right? On the side of DFM, though, I felt like they were actually, Bleed was, getting into the rotations a lot faster, a lot better coordinated earlier, in the earlier side of the map, rather, for more so than DFM, right? DFM was playing very passively at some point, and they weren't even on attack at that point. Once the side switched, Bleed was like very, very aggressive.
Yeah, and it looked like it was going to work. I think it was 9-5 at one point, right, for Bleed, and then all of a sudden DFM just went on an absolute tear. And that's the unfortunate part of Bleed this year, is you can see the glimpses of brilliance. You can see the glimpses of this team really potentially making a splash in Pacific, but so far it eventually just kind of, fails to happen. They have so much firepower, but they burn too bright, right? Like, and then they just get extinguished.
Yeah, and again, now coming into Split, which feels like such an unknown for Bleed here. Sure, DFM did lose that match that we saw them play Split on, but that was against, a very strong team in Gen G. So that, and them still having some pretty stellar performances throughout this one, it's definitely going to be a cause of concern here for Bleed. And just looking quickly, step back into that Lotus map, there were some of these rounds as well from Bleed where it felt like Scary was doing a lot of his own. It felt like Bleed wasn't really assisting him, maybe because they felt like, Scary can handle his own position and they wanted to secure other spots or something of that manner. And then there was also points where Bleed would just take fights when they really shouldn't, when, there was the utility dump from DFM on Mound, I mean. So these kind of like weird decisions for Bleed to take fights where it might not have been, too wise to do so really cost them some very crucial rounds.
Sure, but I would say actually the same for DFM.
Yes.
They were making those mistakes as well, especially when, earlier in the map when Bleed was on a roll, especially when, Scary was looking, really, really scary and really, really on point. I thought that he was probably going to take the whole series by himself at some point. But yeah, I think that for DFM, you're still seeing a lot of mistakes. And if Bleed knows this, they know which buttons to push.
Yeah, and I mean, I think part of the problem for DFM, why they had such a slow start, was May was not playing up to his normal potential. Now, he started to kind of get it together towards the end, but when you look at like kind of what DFM's been doing this stage in terms of their like XV number situations, right? Like let's say 2v4s, et cetera, I went through and looked at them in almost every single odd man situation when they're on the back foot. They don't actually win rounds. Like they literally have like a 0% win rate in like 2v4s, 3v5s, all these crazy situations where if they lose that first player, it's almost round over.
They need the numbers advantage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They need the numbers advantage. They need May to be opening up space for them to have success. And that's something I'm worried about as time goes on with DFM. I think they're okay for this game, but going forward against other teams, I think it is going to be something they need to address.
So speaking of which, because we do have our little game that we always play here, which Asarai is very, very excited for, we have a question here. Which player do you think will get more first kills on map 2? Is it going to be Yay or is it going to be May? So we have our... I had to do it. Come on. I had to do it. We have our little... what do you call these?
Paddles?
Paddles?
Yeah.
Paddles?
Paddles?
Okay. We have our paddles here for Bleed or DFM. Obviously, raise up Bleed if you think it's going to be Yay, and raise up DFM if you think it's going to be May. I do this with one hand. It's so challenging. How does Victoria do this
just pick
so
one.
gracefully?
Yeah, like, we do it like this.
All right.
I'm not showing you which paddle I'm picking. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Even I can't, go against my instincts on this one.
Yeah?
May was too good on this map against Gen G. It's hard to imagine, especially with him coming together towards the end of that Lotus.
One word. He's meticulous.
Dun 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 dun
Good job,
dun
He's
dun
amazing.
digga.
Good job.
Hey, dun digga.
You're doing so great.
Congratulations.
This guy. Congratulations to you. You get another pun in.
You know, puns don't move you up on that board, right?
You are not
By
competing.
May
No.
jita?
Just like
Voting?
me, I'm shooting my shot, you know?
There you go.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. All right. We'll give that to you. But I also think it's gonna be May there because I think that that wasn't a pun. I was really talking to you. Okay. I think that Scary is having a great series right now. I don't think that we'll be seeing Yay with the numbers in this one as impressive as we think that May is gonna have. So I think that it's probably gonna be Scary and May for this coming map.
Could be. I mean, the only thing is we don't really know exactly what this is going to look like for Bleed. You know, we did see it against GE, but that was the other iteration of the roster. It was the beginning of the year. Things are very different now. Who knows? Maybe this is just a map where Yay feels comfortable just in his own, skin. It's not the most complicated map.
Ready
in the world,
up,
right?
yay!
It doesn't require, I think, frankly, as much
Yay
communication
wala
as the other maps like Lotus, which is a much more intricate map. So maybe you can just get an operator and go to town. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about the the stats that you said with DFM. The stats that I remembered I pointed out back then with Bleed is that Yay has one of the lowest first kills win percentage in any of the duelists that we've had here. Sure, he's gonna get that first contact, but he doesn't usually get that W. And looking at that Lotus stats real quick, it's kind of still the same thing that's happening for Yay here.
Yeah, I think that it's I don't think that it's not going to be a poor performance. Indeed, we could see something we could see Yay finally get his moment here.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be like the numbers that question specifically said, right? But we're going to see indeed as we step into our next map. It is going to be Split, and let's check out the Asian comps that we're going to be seeing over here. Any predictions here from the Asian comps? What surprises do you think we're in for?
I think you could see Bleed lead into double duelist. You could run Raze Yay and then Jet for Darion or something. Like that would be kind of cool. But yeah, exactly.
There you go.
I think this is probably the best thing that Bleed can actually do. Just let their players pop off, go to town. It's Split. Everybody knows this map in and out. If you keep the call simple, this could go their way.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Darion, he's a Swiss Army knife here for Bleed, but again, he was primarily a duelist. Now we're gonna hopefully see that come into what is going to be the most important map right now for Bleed.
The most important map indeed, and this is also as important for DFM because they could take this series, right? The first map is theirs. They could close this out and get that second win. That's gonna be so important for this team.
Yeah, no, it's huge. If DFM can get that win, the confidence is going to be sky high.
Absolutely. Let's see if indeed these teams can go sky high as we step into Split. Over to our casters, Quack and Valdez.
Thank you very much, Mika, Paperson, and Asarai. I would love to see a very confident DFM for sure. But that said, you never quite know what Bleed is capable of either, because Asarai said they have players who are Swiss Army knives.
They definitely do. It's better to be a Swiss Army gun
that will half.
Yeah, I don't bring your
Good to have a cool knife.
Ah,
But
Babala.
generally, you're not going to use it here in pro. So we'll see what this match does look like.
पिंकी
I
आपको
really like the
मारते नहीं
call
है
to just go
पागल है
for
क्या
double duelist
डरती है
and
मेरे से
send it
डरती
and
जब मैं
say,
ऐसे
okay,
जाता हूँ ना
well,
पिंकी बैठी रहती मैं ऐसे गुजरता हूँ
strats
ऐसा
aren't
ऐसा
working too
ऐसा
well. You know, the communication may be a little bit off.
Yeah.
Maybe the morale a little bit low. Still looking for their first win. So just double duelist it up.
नहीं
See if you
डंकी
can
मूवी
get some
का बात
wins.
कर रहे थे
Meanwhile, May trying to get out there and pick up a
डंकी
first
मूवी का
kill
बात
for
कर रहे थे
himself.
ना शाहरुख खान जाता है ना ऐसा
Actually help out our desk move up the board.
अरे डंकी मूवी का बात कर रहे थे रे मूवी का बात हो रही थी
You know, Darren was the
क्या
duelist
सुने
before
दिया
Ye or Scary even
तुम्हें ये
came
जो
in.
मैसेज किया मेरे को वेट फॉर
But as we head on into a full-on conflict war
तेरन
against
बोलते हैं
mid,
हाँ
Darren comes out on top with a frenzy.
तुम मंगा मैं बाद में खाऊंगा
Got the first kill.
Wow!
अरे फिर रुकना नहीं है 10 मिनट
Uh-oh.
पूरा रात को
That's
भी
not
है
a good
वो
start for our desk, but it is a
आपको तो
great
heavy
start
match
for
है
Bleed.
सुबह।
We're going to get on here. Not sure if they're going to know that Anthem is already in onto the site.
Enemy remaining.
This looks for the last one, though. Not quite
Oh!
having the range on the right
Close.
click. It's going to be Retla.
Anti Anthem
Opens up the pistol
well
round for
played
Bleed.
Bleed चलो अब
Yeah, pretty good
यही
start.
स्पीड से आगे
Essentially
जाना
just
है
a massacre in mid, going very much back and forth, and they just kind of,
हाँ क्या बोल रहे थे फर्स्ट
Got the
ब्लड
first
के बारे
kill.
में
and then
ओए
back
कास्टर
frenzy, lining it up.
क्या बोल रहे थे फर्स्ट ब्लड के बारे में
Second kill there as well, and then Retla.
Brilliant. Yeah, gotta keep the morale up.
यूए की पोस्ट डाल दी कि नहीं 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 प्लान करना है यार
That's
एक दो दिन
exactly
तो
what you
लगेगा
can respect a lot from
23rd, 24th
Darian.
के आसपास
But at the
होएगा
same time, coming back into it, just a fun little tidbit would be that both teams' compositions exactly mirror what we saw from DRX versus Gen G today.
Interesting. I mean, I guess these are kind of meta comps. So
भी जा रहे कोई जंप पिक नहीं
But I
ले
do
रहा
wonder if Bleed can win with their composition and
yeah,
Darren with the
जॉर्ड
outlaw right
जॉर्ड
now
रीड
looking for an
बेबी
opening pick.
जॉर्ड रीड बेबी
DFM
Dinosaur,
just trying
excuse
to
me.
go for that pistol squad, stack up on A.
no, just pushing on forward, taking over the whole site. Here comes DFM. We're gonna see if they can catch anyone, but nobody is here. Little do they
Spike
know,
planted.
not even able to get the orb. So
Unfortunate.
they're just gonna run all the way over to B. Into the hands of Darian, who does have first contact here. Not gonna hit that shot.
जॉर्ड
Yeah, instantly coming
लेट्स
back
गो
in, just,
लेट्स गो
double up and collect on all the final kills. Similar story to before. Second round and Bleed finds 4 kills.
Hey, Quack, is
Let's
that the second first kill for EA?
Wow.
या
Already
दो
in round
फर्स्ट
two?
ब्लड दो फर्स्ट ब्लड अभी अल्टी भी है 3 फर्स्ट ब्लड बाय
Desk is gonna suffer, aren't they?
कास्टर्स
So yeah,
कर्स
pretty
वो
much
हो गया
just
एनालिस्ट कर्स
moves around. He's got a Spectre.
One enemy
It's a
remaining.
done deal. Denied from the ace.
But I do definitely love how
मूड में आ गए मूड में आ गए मूड में आ
that
गए
setup that
अभी
Bleed
पॉजिटिविटी
has. Darren
एकदम
holding
हाई
the
पे
ankle and then Ye
लेट्स गो
there to support or push out if needed.
लैंग्वेज
And Bleed definitely feeling like stretching their legs on this map. They're not so cautious, too overly cautious or too afraid to peek out. Going in for some confident duels. That's what we need. Especially with the double duelist composition. It's
Darian
going to be Darren with a swing onto
बोलते
Cess. Instantly already a rifle gone. Ye has the rockets available as well.
Important to have the rockets online.
पूछ सकते ना उनको पता है कि एक ही बंदा है वो हेवन
We'll see how they do enter
This
onto
side
the
looks
site.
good.
Sessa already down. Anthem up in heaven, taking a bit of damage already, taking more. Paint shells thrown forward, just trying to take over that heaven area. Is Bleed at the moment. Looking for a bonus.
Very likely able to get it as
God.
well. They continue forth with this momentum. So much space being collected on. I don't know how you can retake this. They do have some players approaching from behind, but I believe Bleed are anticipating this as well. Zest already watching
एक
down
और
this
पता है
right
उनको फ्लैंक
angle.
है ना
Scary watching ramps as well. A lot of it is being
heavy lead up. 4-0 lead pe. Bleed.
as the spike goes down.
4-0 lead pe.
Yeah, at this point, maybe you just want to back out of here and save up because wait, he re-peeks it.
You pick kya usne?
For the kill, not going to get it.
I think it's like it was a Spectre, so he thought maybe.
Yeah. The spray from that range.
Lucky shot. Sharam karo.
Actually pretty clean. And now they're going to be able to pick up rifles and look to see if they can find Anthem, but it doesn't look like they will be able to. So Bleed going to pick up the bonus here with 4 players alive. So coming out, double duelist, very aggressive here on split already, and a pretty demanding lead. Commanding lead, rather, at this point in time.
A very strong one. Because not only do you have the round, you've collected on so many kills. Darren is now 2 points away from his Blade Storm. And it's nothing too, strategic either. If you take a look at how the round breaks down, it's just Darren opening things up with a peek into A ramps. Having the confidence to go for something like that. And
why do all pros use recall phantom?
Ready to take on some of these duels, and as they go in for the retake, they're continuing to lose players left and right.
Couple of guys bouncing back and forth, trying to spot each other.
Blood, first drop
like
or blood or first kill. First kill.
Same for DFM.
एक ने दूसरे को मारा तो जिसने मारा उसको first blood
for
मिला.
the time being, though, they might have heard some footsteps.
First kill is equal to first blood.
DFM completely vacated the A site because they do have a camera around it.
Phantom क्यों नहीं use करते हो?
So just going to utilize that and just be ready for a quick rotation towards B. It does come through. Trailblazer through here for Zest. Going to barely see one guy.
All right. Still not really seeing all
ये
too much.
problem हो सकता है.
Now Cess will be able to get all this juicy information. DFM should be prepared for the hit. Bleed dives straight in with the execute, but Ye, unfortunately, is the only one who makes his way first through. And then just the off angles being held by Ming and Cess. Even with the Sheriffs able to accurately fire through. Now Medusa with the right clicks.
Oh no.
Scary hopping all over, making it tough for him. Making him miss.
And that he did. Interesting call from Bleed there, just saying, okay, well, we don't really see, we see like the one guy in mid, so let's just send it into B. But even through all the smoke, just trying to peek on through, no flashes. I mean, Cess is just sitting here with the Sheriff getting free shots. Nobody's clearing the back of the site.
DFM language
position for that one, pretty easily able to stop it.
Let's go, Darren bhai. ये attacking off मैंने देखी हुई है किधर तो. Let's go.
A lot tighter.
Let's go. Split में तो बहुत बाप है बैटिंग.
As they rushed out. Unfortunately, it was only Ye who went out first, and
let's go.
Even though it's the same compositions, different players, and we're seeing different looks as compared to what we saw from Gen G versus DRX. That's what I'm thinking about, because the ideas are the same, but the execution not quite. Trying to dive back in, but doesn't quite work out. So now we're back towards mid and trying to play a little bit more slow and careful. We've positioned Ye up around mid cubby. The rest of the squad still trying to explore around. Oh, but as the smokes dissipate, it's Ye who loses his head.
Yeah, just a little bit quicker.
No first blood this round.
No. Not to the two players that are trying to get them for a
sound
mini
नहीं है मेरा मोबाइल का. क्या रिप्लाई क्या? माफ करें.
Now push coming in here towards
30 seconds left.
भाई क्लबिंग में आइस ज़्यादा हो जाती है.
One player, now the rest of DFM trying to steady themselves for further contact, but it's not as fast as they had hoped. Now we've got the utility set up, but Darren's able to fire through with the operator. More players from Bleed starting to show up on the board as they push through together. That gives them the sight.
Not even close, guys. 4 seconds left. Not even close.
were
4-5
doing pretty good on those first contacts. I mean, we saw they were set up on the site. They kind of knew which direction they were coming in.
7-1.
Just could not land the shots.
7-1 for Bleed.
And Bleed just swarming the site just a bit better. Nice shot from May.
Let's try to use his blast pack to clear some corners as well. Has an idea of where they might be, but wow, Paranoia tossed back in just to secure the round. This Bleed takes down a fourth.
4-1. So Ye goes down in mid, and then they just group up as a 4-man unit and push onto the B site. You see 3 members of DFM on the site. Doesn't quite matter. Zest and Retla are pushing out the tunnel, and they're able to clear out that angle. Not a big overreaction, just trying to keep up with the momentum that they have at this point.
Home alone.
I mean, it's one way to play the map if, you know, use Ye as a sacrificial lamb and use that to kind of play off of how DFM might read you. So it works. But on to the next round now. And we're back towards defaults. DFM not really peeking out too much either. We don't see any set plays to take over garage control, for example.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, they knew they got the stun down, so yeah, he just sends the boombot in and gets the kill.
Yeah, triangulate his position off of the boombot. A little bit of damage sent through with the shots fired through the smokes as well. DFM wanting to re-aggress and find some trades perhaps, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out in their favor.
भाई क्या अगर blind होएगा तो not cease होएगा.
Unfortunately, initiative and timing not quite on Neth's side. It's going to be Bleed collecting on all the final kills in this round, again, as they find successful early contact.
Yeah, pretty good stuff there in mid. Playing as a team, using your utility to kind of root out Medusa within all the smokes. You get that first pick, and then they read DFM really well, like you mentioned. You know, the re-peeks come out, the re-aggression from the side of DFM, they get punished in mid, and everybody eventually picks up a kill. Darian himself as well at the very end.
G20 PRX.
And Bleed just off to a roaring start in this one, 5-1 already.
Yeah, very cautious, but still a lot of rounds under their belt, and DFM not quite able to find all too much. They managed to get some reads, but the reaction's not quite there. Now with slightly downgraded Arsenal, Cess tries to play an off angle around B. Wow, catch is scary. He does not expect it. That's one way to start things out.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help. Starian's just trying to poke his head in here with an operator. That's not going to work. I think very aggressive play, you know? Risk versus reward.
That's the thing about Bleed. It's, you know, sometimes it's not quite clear what the game plan is. Darren thinking he should push up, but the team's not quite there to follow through on him.
It would have been really cool if he got the kill, though.
That's right. Mid-air?
That's what you got to think about, you know? Like, imagine if he got it. Wow.
I know what he's trying to do, though. He wants to go onto Heaven just to get further space, but his team isn't quite going along, and he spotted out the player, so unfortunately the dash went out straight in the open instead. So the ideas and again, the individual performances are actually pretty darn good, but the coordination sometimes goes a little bit off balance, and then that's when DFM capitalizes. So we've got DFM on a second round win now. May's picking up the operator. See what more damage they can do. A little bit more courageous, holding the angle straight up front. Use this elevation to snipe down Darian.
Yeah, just a bit of dry peeking out of garage. Does come back to bite them. So that's going to be healed up as well. And so now Bleed down a member. We saw on the first map, Bleed was able to string together 6 rounds in a row, and they were very handily in the lead. on the map that was Lotus, but then they kind of lost control of the situation and they lost 8 rounds in a row. So hopefully don't get that kind of streakiness here. Once again, just for Bleed's sake. Although
good games, good matches to watch. High level gameplay and incredible mechanics. Retla able to gun down a single player as he holds down the entirety of A Heaven, ensuring that DFM doesn't quite get the space that they are looking for. May, though, does not care, deploys the rockets just to eliminate him. And now they've got a little bit more space. Anticipating further positions, though, they try to peek out together. Scare's not quite able to take down 2 or 3 targets by himself. Not when they're peeking together.
They throw out the Seekers and May's like, oh, he's with me. A little bit too late, though, as May was very low on health.
Should be able to stick to though. Being able to keep himself shrouded in mystery. Oh! But Zest knows exactly where the spike is planted. Zest tries to take his place and
Jor baby, देखो technically बराबर था
the smoke, not taking the shot out against Zest either. It's gonna be Bleed right back up on top.
Yeah, it's a great win for them. I mean, that was up against the wall. Retla, you know, starts off with the 1 kill, and then it's up to Zest here. Handles it perfectly. I mean, throws out the Trailblazer, gets
बहुत जल्दी वो लोग ने ट्राई किया बे.
The second clutches
it. Blind देके ऊपर
now we will have
left side पे वो करता था ना.
Timeout.
TP मजा आता.
Going to DFM.
That's right, it's DFM.
So like multiple different logos up there. Yeah, so DFM, they call it timeout.
Technically तूने तुक्का मारा बस.
It kind of makes sense as they're down 6-2.
And you got to consider the fact that this is their map pick as well. I said the same thing for Bleed on Lotus, but DFM has been picking this map against their opponents so far, and they haven't really found all that much success. Not yet. Especially on the defensive side, it feels as though there are some of these moments where the reads aren't quite there, the reactions aren't quite there, and it just feels a little bit off.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a slow start here for DFM, so I don't mind taking the timeout. Could have even seen it earlier, like 5-1, you know, where they start to slowly fall behind, but we actually saw them not take a single timeout on the first map, so being a little bit more cautious about when they want to stop and actually talk with the players.Maybe not take them out of their flow state.
X को याद करो. चलो.
As it doesn't seem like the flow state is very.
It's not there yet, no.
Apparent, yeah.
They were playing this map against Gen G last week with a 6-2 rounds. They only won 2 rounds on defense, so maybe this will be a better performance if they're able to take this on against Bleed. So far, Bleed now being decisive on their hit. Because again, when you call the timeout, your opponent's coach can talk to their team as well. And we see a set strat coming through. DFM, though, trying to make use of every single angle possible. Come back down from around A ramp. They managed to eliminate the first. Retla now comes back in and kill of his own and then deploys the Viper's Pit, eliminating more positions. May has managed to sneak through screens now, and he's able to look for even more, but he knows not to repeat the same mistakes from Cess from earlier. So he's looking to eliminate the final few players. Unfortunately, though, it takes up a little bit too much time and has to use the blast pack to evade
7-2, let's go.
And dodge and get away.
Yeah, had a chance to take out everybody, but at the end of the day, he's just gonna take the slower approach. Nice try from May.
But at the end of the
day, it is a 7th round now going in favor of Bleed.
As they got
in there pretty quickly, you see the cage falls.
Traps टूटेगा.
Once again,
Sky
keep the hopes alive, try to keep the morale high. Already 7 rounds for Bleed.
Step
is a pretty good spot, I would say, on DFM's map pick. And has been very streaky. But we'll see if they can keep up with this pressure.
Should be able to.
Let's go.
Again, not seeing all that much impact.
Let's go.
Many of the DFM players, not even He did manage to get a lot of those one-on-ones in that the final few moments of the previous round. Now back to it though, I mean, this is the decisive, this is the dive strategy that we wanted to see from Bleed. They have this double composition, double duelist composition for a reason, And it just works out really well. Scary now collecting on the 2 from behind. Only from behind. Yay with a showstopper and a quadruple kill. Against DFM, so 2-8.
Yeah, first looked a little bit silly for me, but at least he did get the kill. At the end of the day, just a quick entry once again. Bleed, they say, well, this has been working. The first time they tried this, it did not really. Almost not that clean, but they have really gotten this down. And they're just sending it over and over again. They're utilizing their double duelists. They're creating a lot of space. And DFM just are not finding the answers. So Bleed are like, okay, we'll just do it again. And we'll do it again. Why not?
Not really, yeah. Oh, seeing any plays to kind of slow down the offensive push from Bleed. In fact, in this round, they are not anywhere to be found on site, so it's a completely free plan, free real estate for Bleed.
God.
Oh, now it's just a firing squad watching down heaven. Oh boy.
बेचारा इसको ही पड़ी पैर 20 बंदे खड़े रह के मार रहे.
This is where I'm worried for DFM. You can't individually stacked players against Bleed. If you're not going against Bleed with teamwork, each and every single one of these players can frag out against you, and that's although Anthem collected a couple of sheriff kills, that's going to be Bleed training them down bit by bit.
Yeah, Anthem got 2 apiece there in that round, but again, it really just comes down to the way these rounds are flowing, right? As you mentioned before, it's just like free real estate on the B side. Bleed just kind of waltz on in, they plant the spike, and DFM trying to go for a retake, but what the fuck? Bro. I think that says it all. Even the Bleed members are like, what is going on? Well, maybe he was saying that because it got a little bit close there at the end, and they almost lost to sheriffs.
Perhaps.
Could be part of it.
On to the next round now. DFM buys up. It's the last round of the half, and they're looking for slightly better positioning as they move on into the second. May watches the angle. Bleed's gotten a little bit of space already.
Just a little bit.
Though, okay, Neth.
Cage triggered.
Darian evades all of it. Neth pops up the cages just to play around. He wants to stop the dive composition. Able to take down the first player, but not quite on the second, as the New York Neth continues to pulse through. Further information as to where the players might be positioned. Not quite seeing all too much, though. And slightly disjointed peaks. It's DFM going in one by one, and Bleed completely feasting on each and every single one of them.
I mean, they had that angle covered by about 3 people, and there was no peek from heaven at the same time. So one person goes and dies, another person goes and dies.
Woo!
And
Bleed,
it was like a nice hold on the site from Neth to get the 1 kill and delay the plants, but then they still got a free plant, and the retake was very lackluster. So Bleed, total control at this point, and they're sitting here at 10-2 at the half.
Incredible stuff from Bleed. I would not be surprised if they took the pistol, and if they do take the pistol, then it's going to be a really fast map. DFM definitely struggling a little bit somehow. Not quite sure what's going on, but you could see like some slight, errors in the way that they're coordinated. Some people not really peeking together or not really looking at the right directions. And it's just a little bit chaotic sometimes. Meanwhile, Bleed have been doing so well at how they're just diving in together, and that's exactly what our desk was talking about. The fact that they're able to execute together with this double duelist composition.
Impossible. Impossible.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to send it as the tech pause is over. By the way, guys, we go straight into halftime.
First map,
still have the halftime
second map,
downtime, so the teams can discuss what to do better or to, take a nap. That's also an option.
Mousepad 60s है ना? भाई इसके पास वो है निस्कू वाला.
As you can see, maybe some fatigue there on the side of DFM. They do not look too pleased with the way that they have kind of been just handled here on this map. So Really got to see something better here from the attacker side.
Defense map है, impossible है करना.
From the side of DFM,
Oh,
they do
नींद आ
not
रहा है,
have double
इसलिए.
duelists, as we have seen. They've gone for a more standard composition. And I don't know if they really got to take this halftime to try to just reset their brain and maybe even just say, okay, let's try our best, but maybe just look towards the next map and try to discuss what we're going to do on the next one, because so far 10-2, pretty difficult to come back from.
Tricks का देख रहे हो? Tricks की property यहाँ पे भी आ गई.
Certainly gonna have to try.
Tricks की property यहाँ पे भी दिखा रहे भाई.
Each and every single one of these players are very capable. We've seen how mechanically gifted any one of them can be, whether or not it's scary or yay or may. All able and willing, but sometimes just slight mistakes. So swapping sides now. DFM on the attack. What can they provide? You start things off with some strategies is to take over a ramp.
Double blind intercession combat.
Trailblazer will be able to find a bit of information. May now doubling back in just to hold the angle. Finds the first. Now spots out 3 more targets. Wants to greed and get a second kill up around ropes. Now tosses the paint shells, and it does discourage a couple of players from Bleed from staying around the area. And that's when Cess comes up from behind as he made his way through mid. Medusa able to fire off another shot too. And Bleed are just trying to fight back against them, but to no avail. So not too bad. DFM actually starts things off with a pistol win on the second half.
Yeah, not half bad. I mean, they come out with a set play onto ramp. And essentially they just say, okay, May, go kill a little bit, you know, send you in the front. You have a frenzy, you've got a Viper wall to protect from one side. Pick a couple people off here and there.
Oh, wow.
As at the viewing party, everybody is very excited for DFM to finally put up some more numbers.
Yeah, not too bad. Especially if Bleeds wants to play against them. But the next round now, Bleed just diving, clashing straight into DFM. The better firepower team wins.
एक और गन गिरा दे
Down to the
रेटला में
last
तो
one, it's
बोलता
going to be Retla.
वाला कमबैक में आ जाए नारे चल रहे
Just going to be able to find too many kills with that one. Not this time.
Yeah. Just a good old-fashioned 5v5. Everybody stand and look at each other and see who is going to win. Not a lot of utility, no need. Especially for the side of DFM.
बस ये Vandal से बचना है.
5v5 standoff.
Is Neth going to buy anything?
Yes, please. Or not.
Armor and a sheriff. That's about it. You got one Vandal.
Oh, lurking
full
वाली
armors
scene
for everybody
लोगों
else.
ने देखा है बहुत fast आते करके लोग.
There's quite the number of players from the previous round. Now the question is, how is Bleed gonna take control of the round? Uh-oh. Try to push down ramp. Zest providing Darren with further support from the top. It does do a little bit of damage against DFM.
Poison's off.
Dash खत्म हो गया रे उसका.
Neth continues to lurk because he's got the sheriff.
Spike dropped.
DFM continuing to try to aggress onto this A site. They have not tried anything in mid or B yet. This is only the third round. Maybe they're going to look elsewhere after the trade of 1-for-1, especially with May down. Might look to mix it up.
Poison's off.
For now, just not being able to retrieve all too much. The timer continues to tick away. Anthem can't really find anything because of the anti-flash positions being played by Bleed.
30 seconds left.
दोनों side पे blind भी है ना?
So they might just decide to walk into A site kind of blind. I'm not sure if he's using the guiding light to kind of create a bit more presence towards B before deciding to head into A. But unfortunately, I don't think the fake's all too good. As Zest manages to hold his own triple kill, and then Ye to put the final one on the board. And that gives us Bleed on an 11th win.
Yeah, no bonus here
Let's
for DFM.
go, Bleed.
Especially with the early trade down and just not
Let's
clearing
go,
out that corner.
Bleed.
Essentially just trying to go for a late push onto the site.
Comparatively
and that does get
less
cleaned up pretty
high
easily.
compared to level.
As,
कैसे आए थे यार?
Lucky for Zest to get that one, but
Bottom
not
of the
lucky on
table है.
these.
कैसे आए थे?
As he lines up 3 beautiful kills. Excellent, just resets, hitting the shots, not panicking with like 3 people in front of him. Oftentimes we'll see people be like, oh, I don't know who to shoot. Yeah. Zest was totally calm under that pressure and gets so much value out of that corner.
That's what you have when you hire a really expensive player. I mean, experienced player like Zest too. I mean, how many times have we seen him and he knows exactly how to play in these situations. Then on to the next part. He's gotten the Seekers because of that previous round. Bleed very close towards map point.
May.
Okay.
First kill.
मैं OP.
And then the Seekers deployed really early on. Unfortunately, they're not quite gonna find all too much though. Just the fact that there are several players around mid.
Yeah. It's like, well, they haven't moved yet. We have delayed their push. Ooh. Dusa gets another pick off here before they actually go on ropes too. And maybe another. Not this time. Not that time either.
Oh. All right, not too bad from Scary though. He's able to come back in just to even out the odds for a little. However, Neth continues to lurk and he's managed to plant the flag down on the B site. Anthem arrives with the spike. And it's only Zest along with Retla to try to retake.
Last player
Zest tries to do it by himself up around heaven, but since he's fallen now, it's all down to Retla's shoulders.
Not looking too likely to know exactly where he is. And he's like, well, I'm just going to run away. Big smile on his face, knows that that is just not, it's not feasible at this point. So DFM, I mean, certainly making things interesting. They got the pistol, which was definitely the most important part of staying in this map. But now 3 out of the first 4, only dropping the bonus.
Not gonna
be able to deny this gun. Of course, Retla in a very safe spot, all the way on the opposite side of the map.
It's not impossible for them to come all the way back.
I mean, again, like the first,
done it before.
Yeah, the first map, it was 6 in a row for Bleed, and then it was 8 in a row for DFM. So.
But at this, you know, when it's up against 11, really, the margin for error is so darn small. It's you might say it's paper thin.
Whoa.
Nonetheless, this round would have Bleed on a slightly weaker buy. So on paper, DFM should be able to capitalize off of this. Got Neth on another lurk while Bleed tries to push up through. If they can actually take down Neth, they might be able to retrieve a weapon.
Uh-oh.
Neth has to be very, very careful. Here's that.
Well, that could be information for having his team rotate back towards A. And that's exactly what they were going to do. Saying, okay, well, they pushed out of A and they killed the tripwire, but here's Retla.
They pinged his position on the map. Might have heard something, or just at least calling to check out some of these corners.
Well, they're certainly waiting. I mean, they have some sort of information, I think. And there it is. Gonna take him down.
Oh, wow. This is actually pretty smart. And Bleed have to stack up on B2. All of a sudden, Medusa and Anthem are like, Neth, I thought you said they were on A. But here comes the showstopper from May. Spots out Darian. Unfortunately, clipped against the wall with that tailwind. However, even though the spike goes down now, Bleed has a couple of rifles in their hands. They might be able to make use of them. Ye tries to go on a solo mission from the back, but unfortunately shut down by Neth. That's going to be the site being held perfectly. dark cover blocks off that initial route. The rest of them having to walk back up through. Very potentially going to be mid, and Neth knows this.
Yeah.
Neth bolte.
Hello. And Neth is just going to back away. Doesn't want to check it by himself.
11-6 comeback possible है
Bleed holding
बिल्कुल
on to a couple of
नहीं.
phantoms here.
Point
Try to save it for the next one, but
zero
again,
chance.
DFM another round. I mean, this is getting a little spicy.
नहीं कुछ spicy
6-11.
चलो अब चलो.
And one by one these rounds, I mean, that looked pretty decent for the side of Bleed. I like how they were moving as a team with the lower firepower, really trying to catch people off guard. Darian did some really crazy shots. But at the end of the day, just not quite able to put the full win on in. As you mentioned, pretty unfortunate there. And then they're able to pick up the spike with the Omen and then get the plant down. There wasn't really much hope for the side of Bleed from there. So they just give up on that one. And now it is a full buy round from them. They have an operator as well for Darian this time.
But otherwise, yeah, incredibly smart attempt by Bleed. Darian still trying to take the lead for some of these rounds, but hearing a lot of presence, a lot of pressure. He's going to kind of hang back up around A ramps just to watch if DFM does decide to push up ropes. Not going to do that for the time being, though. DFM just doing similar things from before, trying to create a bit of presence across the map and then to hold back.
मतलब लीड अच्छा नहीं लगता है क्या
सीन क्या है? Players around mid, Scary and Ye both pushing the garage into the crosshairs of Medusa.
Yeah. I think it's an information play. It's okay. But, you know, Ye clearly did not expect somebody to be there. He gets taken out. And then the second peek as well to give a second member over. Darian at least is going to be able to hold on to this angle for now. Gives his team time to rotate over. There's still 40 seconds, though, and Anthem has snuck onto the B site, which is going to just spark a full rotation out of his entire team. They say, well, let's not just go straight into Darian's operator. Let's just rotate over to B. There's nobody here. And Bleed, understandably, down on members. They have stacked the A site. And now they're just going to have to retake this one because they're nowhere near the B site. Still expecting the A push.
It might even just be a save. DFM even investing the Viper's Pit for this round, just in case Bleed decides to go for a retake.
At this point, with the Viper's Pit, as you mentioned, maybe they just
they definitely won't. But if the Viper's Pit wasn't there, 3-on-4, there is a chance.
Yeah, you got an operator, maybe pick someone off, but
I think they want to save that off. That's the main thing that I'm thinking about.
Especially because they have now lost, it will be 5 rounds out of the last 6. So not much in terms of momentum or economy at this point.
That's what's interesting about this match too, is that, I mean, first of all, yeah, we've got the 2 teams in the whole Pacific, you know, league where maybe they don't have a lot of wins under their belts. Some of them are experienced.
7-11. क्या लगता है?
Have the one roster which, you know, has a lot of international players from different regions. You got Ye, for example, you got Scary, you got Zest, and they're all mixing together, trying to gel, trying to coordinate themselves because they are all so capable. Meanwhile, you got a squad like DFM who, you know, maybe legacy-wise, they haven't been too great since last year. Now a new roster, and they managed to take a win up against T1 of all teams. It's T1 that they defeated. Surely looking for the confidence to go even further in this league. If they can take this map from, you know, a 10-2 scoreline, that would say so much.
It definitely would. And, I mean, they are still up a map, so still potential for map 3, even if they don't take it here. But it would show a lot, as you mentioned, if they could just get the job done in 2. But Bleed, they really need to figure something out here. They just need 2 more rounds. So far, they've only got the 1 on this half. Here comes the Trailblazer, just going to scout out a couple of people. They throw down a
भाई काहे स्लो कर रहे हो रेस अल्टे खत्म कर दो राउंड
No, please don't.
We'd rather you not.
We'd rather you just kind of wait out the rest of the round on your half of the map. But no, DFM slowly inching forward. They're just waiting out these bits of utility. In fact, maybe even baiting out some of these utilities just so that they have an easier time on the site. But in all of this time as well, Bleed needs to kind of get a read for where DFM are. Hearing some of these movements across B Heaven now, Darren turns his crosshairs around, and this could be the thing that changes the entire fate of Bleed right now. 10 seconds left, and you fired off the showstopper. You fired off the operator.
Let's go.
2 players remaining on the side of DFM. They're going for the save instead. A little bit too far from the spike.
Let's go, baby!
That puts Bleed up on map point.
Well, they got a second round. They did do it. I think, you know, Scary, pretty passive position. They didn't quite expect him in that corner. He gets that first kill, and then, of course, Darian holds an angle, picks up an operator, shot, and then he gets the third with the showstopper. And that does stop the show. That was the streak from the side of DFM.
Map 3 जीत गया.
Map isn't over yet, but we will have at least overtime at this point in time. So
now it's easy.
They finally get there, and here comes DFM now quickly going into ramps.
Sudden change up in pace. Going with the boom bot, doesn't quite fight too much, and that's going to be made. Unfortunately caught somewhat with his pants down. Zest able to fly back into sight where he's a lot safer. Ye has taken his place just to relay.
As I said,
hold that defense.
Bugs bhai, love it to you guys.
May though.
क्या फायदा मैप 3 का
DFM's having such a tough time finding a lot of these entries.
This will be the first win.
Zest. Oh. Nice little crouch peek. Takes down the first. Baretla on the off angle gets caught with utility in hand. Still have Ye watching all the way from screens though, and that's a direct line of sight. Scary from the shadows in towards the back of sight. Catches Cess. Now it's all down to net. In a 1-on-3, able to take down the first player, but not quite the second. That's better teamwork from Bleed in that final round as they push us into the third map of Ascent.
We are going to Ascent, as you mentioned, and man, DFM, they really tried. Nice try on the comeback, but Bleed just had way too many rounds from the first half. The double duel is working out for them. They pick up a bunch of those initial rounds there on the attack. And I'm very excited for our desk segment to break down the mini game as well. On top of just the one-to-one scoreline.
चलो गाइस, अभी मैप 3 जरा मेन चैनल पे देखो, क्योंकि मेरे को अभी बहुत सारा काम है। मेरे को 2 कॉल्स करने हैं, मेरे को गिव अवे का काम करना है, ठीक है, एक मीटिंग है वो अटेंड करना है। तो सारा काम करके हम आते हैं 8:30 बजे। थोड़ा डिनर विनर भी करना है, नहाना भी है, सब करना है। नहाऊंगा तो मोस्टली आने के पहले, ठीक है। तो थर्ड मैप मेन इसमें देखो, रूटर पे आएंगे हम 8:30 बजे फॉर द प्रीमियर। 2 घंटा रूटर करेंगे, उससे ज़्यादा भी नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि आज बहुत काम है मेरे को, ना हो पाए। मतलब मैं 7 बजे तक कर सकता हूँ वॉच पार्टी, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, 7 बजे का है कॉल, लेकिन पॉइंट नहीं है क्योंकि 6:45 को चालू होगा, 15 मिनट में तो कद्दू नहीं होने वाला। तो आदत छोटे से अच्छा पूरे ही देख लो वहाँ पे, ठीक है चैट। चलो मिलते हैं रूटर पे, ठीक है, आना प्रीमियर देखने। चलो बाय बाय, कंफर्म होने वाला है, कंफर्म। अभी अलार्म डालो, 8:30 बजे मिलते हैं प्रीमियर। चलो बाय, आदियो चडी में पादियोस, टेक केयर। मिलते हैं 8:30 बजे रूटर, उसके बाद सेंटिनल्स एनए। लेट्स गो, मिलते हैं, बाय, सी या।